Matthew Waite and Joe Leach.
In comes Stephen bowls and clipped away towards the leg side. There did Stephen. It was a beautiful shot.
Everything can continue as Curry is now bowling to Lees, who comes down the track and plops him over mid-on, and that will run away for 4. That is Lees' first.
Tom Alsop, who's more of a second slip than a first.
Fair bit of ground to cover.
Finn in bowls. That's a poor delivery.
Alex Lees in his eye line. He's in now, and Lees is carving him brilliantly through backward point for 4.
Well, the good news is no rain so far. There's lots of cloud around, just the odd splash of blue sky. And Durham, who are batting first, off to a really good start. But it is going to be slower today with all the rain we've had.
Curry's in. This is again down the leg side, and Lees is able to flick this past short fine leg, and that will run away.
But clouds are looming in Bexhill, says John.
So Curry's into Clark, who's carving this one through point for 4.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it?
Rest.
Well, in comes Henry Crocombe from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Bowls to Alex Lees, who absolutely, he belts that through mid off for 4.
On duty as Hudson Prentice is in, slightly fuller, and Clark.
Shot.
Wow, that is a shot of the highest. It's a player who's got a lot of confidence in his game, as Hudson Prentice is in again. And oh my God, Graham Clark, you are on a good. That's a brilliant story. That so Hudson Prentice is in again, short, and Graham Clark has lofted that one. I think he's got all he has indeed.
Rob?
It is indeed, as Hudson Prentice is in again, and Clark is flicking him through the leg side. He will probably want. Oh, it's a misfield.
Carson bowls and Lees hammers that away onto the leg side, and that is going to be 4 runs. Runs away from us. In and bowls to Alex Lees, and Lees clips this one down to fine leg and picks up a comfortable single. Does Alex Lees, and that's a half century for the Durham opener, and he gets a very well-deserved round of applause. 50 off 43 balls in 63 minutes.
As Carson is in, and Clark is using his feet, driving down the ground.
Crocombe again, up the hill bowls, and Clark hammers that one away. Well, just as I say that, he bowls up in a deep backward square. As in comes Crocombe bowl, short pulled away. Now that could be out. He's going to be caught, Graham Clark, and he is caught. But it was short from Henry Crocombe.
This probably is going to get clipped for 4 by David Bedingham. Very bare, and Bedingham instead drives Hudson Prentice straight back past it, as Coles is now in to bowl his first ball to Lees, who immediately brings out the reverse sweep. I think he's got a fine tick on.
As in comes Carson again, bowls, and Lees pulls this away on the leg side, and that's gone all the way for 4 runs.
It's time that one.
So just break off. In comes Carson again, round the wicket bowls. Lees takes a couple of steps down the wicket and hammers that away, straight down the ground, 1 bounce, 4 runs. Look, in comes Carson, round the wicket bowls, and Lees pulls that way. It's going to be 4 more.
Oh, they're not going to let them settle at all.
Carson in bowls, and he's hammered as if to make the ball.
Oh my God!
Derbyshire just belts that one
without any further punishment. It's a slog sweep which Lees has dissected the gap for 4. End of the over. He moves himself into the 80. Very good over this from Coles so far. Wide, back of a length, and my commentator's curse is out again.
That we cannot buy the headsets. Thanks again, says Graham. Yeah, I'll tell you all about that in a moment, Graham. In comes Haynes and bowl. Oh, that's huge by David Bedingham.
He'd given me a detailed description, so I'll be able to inform.
In comes Haynes, bowls. Bellingham's absolutely belted that away, and it's gone. Well, I say belted at the end of the over, I think. In comes Haynes, bowls to Bedingham. He's at it again, and he smashes that down the ground. That's 4 more.
Very poor bowling by their standards, as Coles is now around the wicket to Bedingham. He's going long, hard. Bedingham 59 off just 38 deliveries. He goes again. I'm not sure he gets it for 6.
Curry round the wicket in bowls. Bedingham hammers that away, and that's going to be 4 more. In comes Curry bowls, and Lees plays the ball down the ground, and there we are. That's a century for Alex Lees, and in all honesty, you won't see many better in one-day cricket.
He's only 21 away from surpassing that, as David Bedingham, that will be 6. Not really going for it as Beddingham moves himself into the 80s. He goes again. That one is even more impressive. Wowee. And again, no less than sparky time. It's Beddingham on strike. Oh my God, he's done it again. This is what he was asking for.
In comes Finn Hudson-Prentice in the sunshine. Bowls to Alex Lees, who drills the ball 2 mid off.
Full.
And it's run away for 4 runs. So that's the 150 partnership between these two. Hudson-Prentice in again. Lees pulls the ball away. That's 4 more. 2 short from Hudson-Prentice.
Textbook.
Here comes Hudson-Prentice around the wicket bowls. And Lees helps this one away. It's going to be 4 more.
He's now over the wicket to Alex Lees, and he's been met with disdain. That's why I can't access there, but we are trying to track it down, and that will take David Beddingham to a remarkable century of just 52 deliveries.
Okay, we'll see if we can get confirmation of that. In comes Carson again around the wicket, bowls to Lees, who's looking to swing away the other side, and there goes Alex Lees. Is gone. He looks disappointed, but umpire Blackwell's finger is up, and Sussex pick up a wicket for 25. Is coming into bowl to the right-handed David Beddingham. Is in, and Beddingham just smashes the first ball down the ground, and he's caught at long off by Tom Alston.
Might be something, might be nothing, but again, if these two can work the quick singles, it's heavy work for the Sussex fielders as Pretorius goes again. Oh my God, that's even...
No, it's not.
I thought it was, and it's gone.
It's caught.
Highest score is 405 for 4. As McKinney goes for a switch hit. He's hit on the pad, and that is given out LBW. Liam Travaskis is the new batter, and he is out. First ball with a caught and bowled to Jack Carter. Third man, excuse me, as Coughlin is clean bowled by Hudson-Prentice, and this is a tale of an innings of 2 halves.
Brad Curry 8 overs, 0 for 76, so they've all gone around the park. In comes Crocombe bowls, hammered away, that's going to be caught. As Harrison Ward is underneath it, and that's a straightforward catch.
Curry with the second ball of the final over. He's in, and Dressel is out of what has been a fantastic first innings for Durham. It's Brad Curry, and Bushnell comes down the track, flicks him leg side. 2 fielders converge. They should come back for 2, and they will do, but there will be no overthrow. So at the end of 50 overs for Durham,
3 men saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg. As in comes Coughlin bowls. Also, pitch bowled! He's yorked. Tom Alsop plays all around.
Paul Coughlin's stroke first ball as Pretorius is in, and Haynes is driving that imperiously back down the ground for 4. But Sussex are already staring down the barrel here as Pretorius is in. Haynes with a beautiful back foot punch.
Running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, he's in and bowls. And Pujara eases that. Is he going to get caught? No, he's not. In fact, it's a good...
In the break, as it's a slower ball from Pretorius, and Pujara has done amazingly well. There's a group of 3 fielders on the offside that get in the side, so Clark is the man entrusted.
Coughlin bowls to Haynes, and Haynes pulls that away. That's going to go away for 6 runs.
George Dressel are the spin options, as Haynes cuts this one into the ground, and he's done brilliantly well. That is another up at Durham.
Coughlin bowls, Haynes drives. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes. That's one of his favourite shots.
He's getting his chance in this competition, and also is being rewarded with those England youth team chances as Dressel is in back of the legs, and there's a corn bowled.
Wow. In comes Gibson around the wicket, bowls, pulled away by Tom, with Sussex 99 for 2. Travaskis, left arm around the wicket, bowl short, pulled away by... Oh, what a catch! Oh, what a catch that is! That is absolutely brilliant. And that's what really racked up as far as Sussex were concerned. Bushnell in again, bowls, and he's got behind. He goes
into his 4th over here. Down the right, is there slumping? It's out.
Bushnell runs away from us, right arm over the wicket, he's in and bowls, and Carter drives to mid-on, and he's caught by Alex Lees. Another wicket goes down.
His run-up. And he's bowled him. I think a slight inside edge there from Jack Carson.
100 in particular. In comes Gibson, bowls, and Hudson-Prentice is going to be caught at backward point, and that could be the end of the fun and games.
He's gone to 18, and we're going to see Liam Travaskis back into the attack, and immediately down the wicket, stumped, and
that's it.
So David, congratulations, you are now Durham's fastest List A century holder. How does that sound?
Oh, cool. And it was just cool to bounce back. I think we struggled against Worcester last week, and good to bounce back with a win.
You mentioned there the importance of bouncing back. Was that the main message amongst the team? Kind of just making sure you didn't compound a bad result on Tuesday with another bad one here?
Yeah, I think that's been the story of our season. I think whenever we've had a bad session or a bad day in red ball stuff, I think we've always bounced back well. So I think Cambo spoke about it this morning, and I'm glad the guys bounced back nicely. Yeah.
Was it a very easy bat first to the toss? Was that kind of the consensus around the team?
Yeah, I think we looked to the wicket and we just thought it was a very good wicket. So I just thought, or easy thought, bat first, pile in the runs, and then put them under pressure with the ball and stuff like that. So.
And when you got there, I'll be perfectly honest, I wasn't kind of sure what kind of innings you were going to play. I thought you might be playing a little bit more stylish and composed, but you came out there and just started hitting all over the place. Was that kind of your intent as you got out there?
I think I faced 5 to 10 balls, and I realised that it's a really good wicket, so I found maybe an opportunity to go out there and just smash it, and luckily it came off.
A partnership of around 195, nearly 200 with Leesy for that second wicket, that kind of put you guys onto bigger and better things. And then what kind of impressed you most with the ball? You didn't allow Sussex to really get a foothold in the game, which they could have done.
No, I think we knew the power play is really important, and if we had them under 80 or 100, I think the pressure would just build and build and build. And I think after the power play, I think they heated 10s, and with a long time to go, I think it's a tough ask for them.
And then finally, what was said in the dressing room at the end, and what are the kind of key talking points ahead of Glamorgan on Tuesday?
Well, it's basically we've got three years off, so it's just chill, enjoy each other's company, recover, and then hopefully bounce back. Or no, hopefully get on a run and win on Tuesday.
So not that bothered. And the two other players that they don't have at the moment are the skipper Lewis DePloy, who's also leaving at the end of the season to go to Middlesex.
Has that been announced yet?
It has now. Yeah, they've announced. Only announced it. We haven't spoken to Lewis yet. But yeah, Mickey Arthur said he tried everything to keep him, but he was hell bent on going to Middlesex. So goodness knows what that's all about. And George Scrimshaw's going to Northamptonshire, for goodness sake. Which rather tells you where Derbyshire are at the moment, I think. Although, having said that, they did offer him a contract. Northamptonshire offered him a longer contract and more money. So that's why George is on his way, which is a bit of a shame because he's become something of a cult hero at Derbyshire in
when you say a longer contract, sort of 10 inches as opposed to 8 inches?
Yeah, it was was it A5? I don't know. Which way does it go?
It'd be
A3, wouldn't it? Be an A3 contract rather than an A4 contract, yeah. Yeah, 3 years instead. I believe 3 years rather than the 2 that Derbyshire were willing to offer him. And, of course, more money as well. So, consequently, he'll be better off. But he'll be playing at Wantage Road. So, it swings and roundabouts, isn't it, really? He wants to play red ball cricket, which he has done for Derbyshire this season, although used sparingly as a bowler. And I'm not entirely sure he'd be up to a full season. But then again, Derbyshire had already signed Pat Brown, but it wasn't we're signing Pat Brown to replace George Scrimshaw. They signed Pat Brown thinking they would have Pat Brown and George Scrimshaw next season. So I don't know whether that leaves another space open for a bowler. Mohammed Amir is coming next year for the first half of the season as an overseas. So that'll be quite exciting. And, of course, David Lloyd, who'll play in this game today, 80-odd not out and batted, by all accounts, because he came in just as I was leaving, batted very, very well indeed against Sussex, although Sussex's bowling attack was poor. I think that's the theme, certainly of our group. I'm not taking
batting sides and
lots of good batting, and the bowling has been weakened because, of course, a lot of the bowlers have gone off to play elsewhere. They're not necessarily being used.
Is there anything else on offer at the minute, cricket-wise?
I'd heard there was.
European Premier League started yet?
No, but it starts soon. And there's also a Pakistan series which is going to take Shaheen Shah Afridi and others away as well. So the greatest competition in the world with all the globe's top stars, which didn't have all the world's top stars when it started, is going to have even fewer of the world's top stars
last year.
By the time it finishes.
I can't remember who the player was, but they left before the final to go to the Caribbean Premier League.
Yeah, they'll do that. But then Sunil Narayan left Surrey before finals day, didn't he, to go to the Major League Cricket thing that was happening in America with all the world's top stars apparently in it. Here come the umpires.
I haven't heard of either of these, have you?
It's Mansoor Qureshi. I think we've had him.
Right.
In fact, we have had him. We've had him at Derby. And
what's that?
That's horrendously loud.
What was it?
It's Kylie Minogue, isn't it?
Nah, it's one of these happy American women, isn't it?
Oh, is it? I can't hear it anymore. That'll do.
Who's that again?
Oh, it's the one who used to be on Disney. You know,
You're touring next year.
No, she used to have her own show. She was Hannah Montana. What's she called?
I don't know.
You do.
I could
But it's her.
Flowers is the song. I'm sure the kids are going to see her at Wembley next year,
Who?
and they've got seats behind the stage.
Well, you said behind the stage, yeah.
How on earth do you
That's
find-
not Taylor Swift, that is it? That's no. It's what's her name? It used to be Hannah Montana. Sorry, I've completely forgotten her name.
It's I'm not aware of its work. Who's what? Widup then?
I think it's Simon.
Right.
But I'll double check. Miley Cyrus.
Miley
That is, I've remembered.
Right.
Yeah, I've remembered.
She used to be on Disney, didn't she?
Very good. Yes, Simon Widup.
Devin Malcolm was the match referee.
He was our match referee on Tuesday as well. Dev,
Did he play for? He did play for Derbyshire, didn't he?
very successfully. Yes, absolutely. And
I'm sure he was popped out on some of the stats I was looking at yesterday.
well, on Tuesday, Taranga Lakmal took 4 wickets. It was the first time anybody had taken 4 wickets against Sussex in a List A game. It was a slightly niche stat. Since Devon Malcolm did it in whenever he did it. Now, I've got a window open immediately in front of me. I'm terrified. I'm going to halt play here
Yeah.
already.
But I know you know it's going to happen, but let's just see how far we can get away with it.
Yeah, Alex Lees has already given us a glance.
Has he?
Yeah. And the first over looks like it's going to be bowled from our end as well. Yeah.
Do you know what? I like this Derbyshire strip, but
Yeah, good. Good.
it's very 1980s in its styling.
Yeah.
It reminds me actually of Kerry Packet cricket, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
You reckon?
I like it. I do like it. Blue, amber, and chocolate flashes on a duck egg blue kit. That's what I've gone for.
You need to do that in a slow voice and pretend it's on MasterChef. So do it again.
That's what it is.
David is making an outfit out of what, David?
Duck egg blue
Duck egg
with
blue.
dark blue, amber, and chocolate stripes across the top, and on the front of the top, and down the right calf, which is slightly bizarre, but again, I like it. Now then, I've never been so much behind the bowler's arm in my entire life with the window open.
As they said on The Great Escape, good luck. Here's Lackmore. First ball is slightly wideish and played out into the covers. No run there.
Thanks to Griff, Widdop umpired our game against Glamorgan at Derby in 2022, he tells me. Thank you, Griff. They're obviously listening downstairs, which is a slight concern, but very good. Upstairs. Upstairs. I always say downstairs.
Yeah.
It is upstairs.
I don't know where you get downstairs from, because where you are normally based, it's along the corridor.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we're on the first floor here, and they're above us.
Yeah.
Peculiar.
Mm.
Lackmount comes in to bowl to Clark. Clark drives this up to mid on. No run there. That's fielded by Mark Watt, the former Tynemouth man. I managed to get it in the first over.
That's good for you.
Did well there.
Which one am I on now then? That one?
The white one. That one. There you are. You've gone now. So defeats for Derbyshire in this competition. Lost at Cheltenham, then lost to Glamorgan, and then they beat Sussex the other day. Durham fairly easily beaten here by Worcestershire in their opening game, and then hammered Sussex in Hove last Friday. Scored 429, a record score. Broke records for fun as Clark drives at this ball, plays it out into the covers, fielded by David Lloyd, the Glamorgan loanee, who is joining Derbyshire permanently at the end of the season. The fact he was warming up with the Derbyshire players ahead of the Glamorgan match in Derby the other day didn't go down well among some of the press corps in Neath on Tuesday. It was brought up in discussions. So all questions being asked as to which direction Derbyshire are heading in at the minute with players leaving. Glamorgan have similar observations. McMillan again bowls. Clark plays to once more at mid-on. He's been around the block a lot, as Suranga Lakmal, 36 years old now, 70 test matches for Sri Lanka and 86 ODIs, plus 11 T20s. And in terms of wickets taken in List A cricket, 239, best figures 5 for 31. Tamil Union against the nondescripts in 2008. Great name. 2 balls left of the over. And that one lobs out towards backward point, but doesn't quite carry. Last ball of the over, still to get a run on the board here, Durham. And that is a dot as well. Good tidy over from Lucknow. From a player point of view, Luke Robinson and Scott Borthwick are playing for Durham. So Durham, Graham Clark, Alex Lees, the skipper, Dave Peddingham, Michael Jones, Ben McKennie, Johnny Bushnell, Liam Draskis, Miguel Pretorius, Scott Borthwick, George Drizzell, and Luke Robinson. Connors is going to open the bowling from the Lumley end. Update for Newcastle coming. Connors in, cut by Lees down to third man. 1 run. They're off the mark. It's a gorgeous sunny day here, and Durham have been put in by Derbyshire. The first over was a maiden bowled by Suranga Lakmal, the Sri Lankan international player. The first run has just come at the start of the second off the bat of Alex Lees. Scott Borthwick is playing in this one. There's commentary on the BBC Cricket website and the sports app, and if you fancy a free day out, the admission is free here, and there's plenty going on because it's family day as well. So get yourself down and enjoy the sunshine. Next ball is bowled to Clark. He flicks it off down a fine leg, but 1.
Well done, Martin. I wasn't sure if you were going to get to the end of that.
No.
I wasn't even sure if you were going to get halfway through it, if I'm entirely honest. If you need,
You know what?
You need a walk round.
Well, I'm all right, but they've just finished the news with news that whoever it was that you said...
Les Dennis.
Yeah, and that missed out.
I know.
Well, that's handy. The next ball is bowled by Connors. Short extra cover. That's a car in the car park at the far end of the ground. The car park is absolutely packed to the rafters because they've got quite a lot of stalls and stuff in. And you'll hear a siren because there's a fire engine or a police car or something behind the scenes as well for Family Day.
Well,
I can still hear music.
yeah, I think it's because they've just given me cue. Only 5 minutes late, though.
Yeah. Connors bowls and a waft outside the line of off stump from Lees. He played it one-handed there. He's missed it.
I assume that's, yeah, I think it is my music. We've had this before. I'll move it over there. Won't make any difference.
We have spent an inordinate amount of time in each other's company in recent seasons, but I was surprised when I looked through the stats that Durham haven't played Derbyshire in a one-dayer since 2019.
They haven't beaten them since 2007.
Yeah.
I think it is. Statfest from me.
Connors bowls. Lees punches this up towards mid-on and goes for a quick single. There was one game, I don't know if you remember, I'm sure I was doing it with you, where it was a floodlit match, and I don't think they had to turn the floodlights on because Durham bowled out so quickly.
Yes.
I was actually contemplating having to drive home in the evening rush hour.
Yeah, that was at Derby, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do have a vague recollection. But it is only vague, as most of my recollections seem to be. Sad, really.
Clark facing Connors, turns this to mid-wicket, no run, went along the floor. There was also a game where the pitch broke up and the ball was going around corners and Durham were bowled out pretty cheaply, and it ended their tournament that year. I think it was 2013, and Derbyshire were fined points. But that didn't help Durham because they weren't in their group the next year. And then in 2014, Durham played on a dreadful pitch at Glamorgan, which broke up. They did win that one, and Glamorgan were then fined points the following year, but Durham weren't in their group either. So
Almost as absurd as being docked points for a competition that's already finished for the season.
yes.
But only almost. Wayne Madson's playing in this game. Interestingly, he's with the Manchester Originals, but he hasn't played for Derbyshire for 1,510 days in List A cricket. This is his 94th appearance, mind. His last game was against Australia A. Suranga Lakmal bowling to Alex Lees, who's on 2. Durham a 3 without loss. Strikes the pad. Big appeal. Not out.
Going down the leg side.
Yes, I think so. Got a good view. I should be able to tell you, but the umpire's hat's in the way.
Oh, no.
You know. Yeah, I would suggest that was the case. Or pitched outside leg, certainly. Right arm bowler to left-hand batsman.
For Mansoor Qureshi, his hat's blocking your view.
Yes. But I'm not minded to ask him to take it off, since I'm right behind his head.
Simon Widdop, who's at square leg, he's got a cap on, hasn't he?
Yeah, proper northerner, you see.
Yeah.
There's Lackmount in again and bowls that one just clipped into the leg side, fielded by Hader in his green boots. Hader Ali.
Every time I look at his flat cap, it's an official ECB cap, but it's not a baseball cap, it's a flat cap. And I keep thinking of Stan Widdop or Sid Widdop. Sort of northern name rather than Simon.
Simon's a bit posh, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
It's Sid Widdop, and he's brought his sheep down to market.
I don't want to know where he's left his whippet.
Yeah. At Clitheroe, he's at Clitheroe sales rooms with his rams.
He'd call them tups.
Yeah.
Next to delivery is played straight back to Suranga Lakmal by Alex Lees. Another good over. Only didn't concede any runs in his first over, and has yet to concede a run in this after 9 deliveries. He did bowl a maiden on Wednesday as well against Sussex. We sort of remember maidens in white ball cricket. Cut-off time, 29 minutes past 2, so just the 3.5 hours to bowl 50 overs. We won't get to 2:30.
Fish and chips will be a bit soggy by then.
Yes. Lakmal bowls. Lees turns it up towards mid-on. First run off Lakmal as Rees comes in to do the fielding, and Lees moves on to 3-4 without loss in the third.
So you had the delight of Cheltenham last week.
Yes, beautiful place.
Yeah. Was it warm or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice. Parasols to prevent the early sun from getting on top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
And then it disappears around the back of the college, doesn't it? But one of the boundary sponges has just come over to spare one. It's just jumped over the actual boundary, so it's on the field of play now. That'll have to be moved. But not until after Lakmal's bowled his next delivery to Clark, who drives into the offside, and there is David Lloyd. Number 46 on his back rather than the 73 that he wears for Glamorgan.
Porterfield.
What was Porterfield? 73? Yeah.
Sunderland,
Leeds.
Nil.
19... Don't tell me. Was it 72 or 3?
It was 73, that's why I said Porterfield.
Oh, that's the year, not the minute he scored.
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what minute it was.
Sorry, I thought it was the minute that he scored. In goes Lakmal again. Bowls, and it's defended by Clark back towards the bowler, who's now conceded 1 run from his first 2 overs. Excellent work from Suranga Lakmal. Durham 4 without loss after 3 overs.
Sadly, no longer with us now.
Oh, indeed.
Ian Porterfield, but I met him a few years ago. He came over. I think when he died, he was living in somewhere like Thailand, and he'd managed a team over there.
He managed in Africa as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he managed Chelsea, didn't he, for a period?
Yes, I think he did.
Chef United.
Yeah. And he ended up in Africa.
Yeah.
On Africa, in it.
Anyway, he came to the Glass Centre to have his foot immortalised in a glass sculpture. So they did a mould of his foot, and I went along to do a feature on it.
I know a few players who've got glass backs, but not glass feet.
Glass backs?
Well, it's a sort of euphemism for always being injured, isn't it?
Oh,
Made
right.
of glass.
I see. Connors bowling here from the Lumley end, turned away by Lees off towards mid-on, no run there. You're talking about Durham having beaten Derbyshire since 2007 or something?
I think it was 2007, Griff told me this morning. Yeah, should have taken more notice. Reenan's on board from South Africa. Not working today.
Next ball in and cut to backward point, no run there. Yeah, the highest scores between the two are not massive either. They're only in the 200s, something like that.
Glad to see that Wayne Madson's got a kit. Well, he wasn't on the team picture because obviously they weren't expecting him to play in this competition, but there he is.
Driven by Lees and him and Jones. Him and Clark collide with each other there, and there's a throw at the stumps from mid-off, and nearly hits the target there, Matthew McKiernan. Is Mr. McKiernan the owner of the worst figures in a T20, is that right?
Yeah.
Bowling.
82 runs, I think he conceded at Taunton in the quarter-final of the T20 last season. He bowled superbly in the competition up to that point. And he's bowling pretty well at the moment as well, with his slightly strange leg spin action.
Connors none for 4 so far. Right arm over now to Clark. Clark turns this past the square leg. Now towards the mid-wicket boundary. They're going to run 2. And the throw comes back in from the deep. Don't know what that round of applause was for specifically.
Was that bit of commentary, Martin? They loved it.
Who's fielding out there?
Hader Ali.
All right, yes. Number 12.
Green boots. Very, very easy to spot Hader once you get to spot the green boots.
Connors to Clark. Played up to mid-on. Got a ball. It's a little bit of a breeze, but it's a beautiful day. Perfect drying day, David. To the point where it was too hot in the back garden this morning when I was hanging the washing on the line at about 8 o'clock. But you could probably take that washing in by 9 o'clock.
There haven't been many of them, though, have there, in the last month? Yesterday was the hottest day since the beginning of July.
I was able to crawl to the top of the washing line because the grass is so long. So, I don't know how I'm going to cut that garden. Need a sheep, I think. I Sid Widdop, if he's got a spare. It's defended by Jones. I keep saying Jones because he normally opens with these. By Clark. He's looking to play this through the leg side and he's ended up playing back up towards the bowler instead. End of the over, so 4 gone. Durham put in. It's a slow start, 7 without loss.
Nick's been on fletchcricket@gmail.com, I think. He might one of my other email addresses. Can we please avoid talking about that cup final in 73, 50-year anniversary? And although I wasn't even born, it still manages to bring great pain. He's a Leeds United and Derbyshire fan, which he says is rather an unfortunate combination. 39 years of misery and counting. I remember that final. I was 10 years old. Big upset. Here's Saranga Lacknell bowling to Alex Lees, and he just guides it out into the offside. It goes beyond Lloyd, but not Harry Kame. It does the fielding. He's in an orthodox cover, and Lloyd is at extra cover. He's still down on one knee. I'm not entirely sure why. So no Anuj Dal today, who has been bowling in this competition, but David Lloyd didn't bowl on Wednesday. So we might see a bit of him. Lewis Rees, of course. And three spinners, Mark Watt, Matty McKinnon and Alex Thompson. As Lacknell is in again and balls. This one is driven down the ground, 4 runs. First boundary of the innings. Nice shot from Alex Lees. Just slightly over pitched and outside off stump, and Lees was all over it very quickly indeed. He moves on to 8. Durham 11 without loss now. That was a nice shot. He's going to come around the wicket as a result of that. Saranga Lacknell. Change the angle a little bit to the Durham opener, who's been in pretty good nick this season. I think it's fair to say. First to 1,000 runs in the championship.
That was at Derby, wasn't it?
It was. He must have got a few in that 420 odd, did he? I imagine, down at Hove.
Yeah.
It's a surprise if he didn't. I'll let you think about that. Blackmell is in and bowls to him, and he clips it into the leg side. There's going to be more runs here as Hayder has to run around from backward square leg to mid-wicket on the boundary to do the fielding. He picks up 2, moves to 10, 13 without loss.
He got 144, which is his highest score, and the highest score by a Durham opener.
Very emotional day that was as well, Martin.
Yeah. This cough will go at some...
I am happy to talk all day, but I have also got to talk most of tomorrow afternoon as well at Bradley Stadium, where Derby County are playing Burton Albion as Blackmell bowls, clipped into the leg side, up towards wide mid-on by Lees, and it's fielded by Lewis Rees. Lees moves on to 11. 14 without loss. Not a huge number of games taking place today, as far as I can work out, in this competition. Somerset are taking on Sussex in this group. Yes, Burton Albion are taking on Derby County, technically, I suppose. But it certainly wasn't that. Lacknell on his way in over the wicket, bowls to Clark. He flips it into the leg side aerially. He's going to get 4 runs for it, but it was in the air for quite a long time. It goes out to the wide, long on boundary, and Mark Watt just jogs after it, because once it had got in between him and Harry Kame, it was always going to get there. But it was a slightly risky shot from Clark. He moves to 7-18 without loss.
I think the ball's just sticking in the wicket a little bit.
It doesn't look easy to score runs, but they have, having picked up 1 run off Saranga Lacknell's first 2 overs, scored 11 off this one so far. 1 ball to go. A couple of 4s, 2 and a 1. As Lacknell is in and balls to Clark, who defends that one. Back towards the bowl, end of the over. We've now had 5, and Durham at 18 without loss. Somerset against Sussex at Taunton. Poor old Adrian Harms had to go all the way to Derby on Wednesday. Now he's in Taunton. And Somerset at 12 without loss after 5 overs there, having
on the way back
at first. Yeah, well, the team were going that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 games in the other group. Hampshire 16 for 1 against Notts at the John Fretwell Centre in Mansfield.
Yeah.
Is that not Welbeck Colliery?
Ooh.
I thought they were playing at Welbeck. But it's on my computers, the John Fretwell Centre in Mansfield.
Connors round the wicket here to start the next over, bowling to Lees, who cuts hard past .44 to the pavilion. Score moves on to 22. Scoreboard is stuck, and now it clicks over.
I'll just have a look to see what it says on the other website.
Stephen Fretwell's a singer from Manchester, bit of an indie singer who gets a bit of airplay on Six Music. Used to be married to an acquaintance's daughter from Sunderland.
Oh, okay.
Connors round the wicket to Lees, played out a short extra cover, no run there.
Well, the other website that we'd go to for scores says the game is being played at Sucombe.
Sucombe?
No idea where that is. Is that Hampshire? No, they can't be playing in Mansfield and Hampshire, clearly. What on earth is going on? And if Ed wants to get it by 5, he's welcome.
Ball played up to mid or no run there by Lees.
He's chiding me.
Who's this?
At doors. He took over at 4 o'clock and saw Derbyshire to victory, so it's been a while since I called a Derbyshire victory. He's just saying if I want to put the microphone down at 5 o'clock, he can take over and call another victory. If he can make it.
Does he know anything about cricket?
Ed?
Ed?
Yeah. I don't think he realises how...
I did a game with him once.
He's listening, by the way.
I know. That's why I'm saying that. Connor's around the wicket, balls, Lees defends. In fact, me and Ed were on air the day the Queen died last year.
Were you?
Yeah, because you weren't there. You had to go to a funeral, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah.
So that was September.
Yeah.
Nick Maddinson's fat bat match.
Yes.
Which cost Durham something like 12 points at the end of the season. 2 balls left at this over, and it's an attempted Yorker, which Lees deals with. Nearly walked over at one point there. Slightly off balance as he played it. Then he walks away towards square leg and presses the front of the helmet onto the forehead just to squeeze the sweat out of the sponge on this warm day.
My next update's 25 past 11.
Is it?
Yeah. We're doing a quiz, I'm sure.
All right. Connor's in. Wideish half volley cut away by Lees towards backward point. Diving stop there from Madsen. 77 on his back. Queen Silver Jubilee, yeah, that was. Do you know the Queen came to South Shields? And she, the mayor of South Tyneside at the time was a guy called Seppi Robinson, who was from Whitburn, used to come in the cricket club. And he had lunch with the Queen one day, and then about 2 days later, Muhammad Ali.
Blimey.
He came to South Shields the same week and had his wedding blessed at the new mosque in South Shields.
Yeah.
And I think the same open-top bus was used for both. And I think he drew a bigger crowd than the Queen did.
That's harsh.
Thousands at Gypsies Green Stadium on the seafront to see him. Here's Lackmal starting a new over. 23 without loss from 6. That's a full toss played towards mid-wicket. So Lackmal's first over was a maiden. And then his next over went for just 1. And then his next over after that went for 14. So he's bowled 3 overs, none for... Sorry, that's got those figures wrong. Next over. Let's work that out. There must have been some extras in that over because he's only got 12 to his name on the board. Lees has his bat raised as Lackmal comes in from the Finkel end. This is played to short mid-wicket. Fielded by Alex Thompson, former PE teacher who decided to put his career as a teacher on hold to try his hand at professional cricket. Alex Thompson actually played for Durham Seconds a couple of years ago on trial. Lackmal in, Lees turns this wide of fine leg on the discs and it's heading down towards the boundary for 4 towards the health club and find its way across the ropes. So Durham's highest score against Derbyshire is 298 for 7. That was here in 2008. Durham won by 117 runs with a certain Michael DiVenuto making 138 at the top of the innings and Will Smith 55. DiVenuto getting those runs against his former team. The loopy Yorker spotted by Lees took the pace out of that one. He's driven it back past the bowler. 4-4 down to our end of the ground. Lewis Rees comes to collect the ball. Just over the sponge. And the top score for Derbyshire that day was a certain Mr. Sadler. John Sadler, who made 46. And at the top of the order, Steve Stubbins with 33. And then Derbyshire's highest score against Durham is not particularly high either. 281 for 9 in Jesmond in 1992. This is a quick push and go from Lees up to Watt at mid-off, checking the toe of his bat. He runs a single. So that was in Durham's first year as a first-class outfit, a Benson and Hedges Cup tie in 1992. So Derbyshire batted first. John Morris, who played for both clubs, is now a player's agent, made 121 of Derbyshire's 281 for 9 in their 55 over game. And then Durham bowled out for 201. Wayne Larkins making 58 at the top of the order. Extras 33 was the second highest scorer. Blackmal to Graham Clark. Clark pushes this out into the covers. No run there. Hyder Ali collects it. So in terms of head-to-heads from these two sides, .41 matches on the register. I'm just wondering how many of those are none from 2020, because 2020 keeps appearing on a lot of score charts and stat packs and whatnot, but they're all games that were cancelled because of COVID, so you over 32 for none. An inside edge from Lees, who looks to play at a wideish ball from Connors. It's he's just clubbed it down into the ground, bottom corner of the bat. Now I think he's deciding he needs another bat here. He was staring at the bottom of his bat after the last shot he played in the previous over. He's actually signalling to the pavilion he wants a new pair of gloves and a towel to wipe himself down. Probably a drink as well. So this is match number 41 between these two. And Clark looking to play across the line here to Connors. Play and a miss. Whacks him in the thigh pan. It was going down leg side anyway. So Durham have won 22 matches. Is this right or is this wrong? Yeah, Durham have won 22 matches. In comes the bowler. This is defended by Clark. So the last win was the One Day Cup in 2019 here, and they did win in 2015. So Derbyshire victories. Well, last time they beat Durham, 2018 in Derby, 2016 in Derby. 2013 in Derby, that was the dodgy pitch one. This shot's pulled by Clark. It was veering down leg side, and he's dragged that beautifully to the long leg boundary for 4. Just veering off his line there. Did you say Durham's last win was 2008, did you say?
No, Derbyshire's last win in List A cricket. Here, possibly, but anywhere, I think.
Right, well, they've beaten Durham. The last time they beat Durham was 2018. They beat them in 2016 and 2013 as well. Connor's in, and they're appealing for an LBW. He's playing across the line again there, Clark. It looked like it was maybe outside the line of off stump. In fact, looking at the replay here, it looks like it was angling down leg.
He pulled out quite quickly, didn't he, Sam Connors, and walked back with his hand on his head, but an umpire with it just pats him on the back as he walks past him. That's what a bowler wants
Last win here for Derbyshire in a one-day was Friends Provident Trophy 2007.
That's the one.
And that was a 50-over game. Derbyshire won by 4 wickets. Durham all out for 212 for 9, actually. Connors round the wicket now to Lees. That gets up on Lees. He gets on top of it and guides it down to third man for 1.
Here he is.
Here's the boyo.
Here he is.
Looks like he's just walked off the set of an American NBA documentary.
Yeah. Or Baywatch.
The Houston Buccaneers or whoever. 39 for none after 8 overs.
Steady, just 2 overs of power play to go, and Mark Watt's coming on for the first time. Left arm spinner, of course. Martin's already chucked out his Mark Watt fact. So there'll be no more of that. Who did he play for?
Played a lot of times for Scotland.
Yes.
He played for Tynemouth in
That's
2018 and 2020. And Ash may well have played against him. No?
No. Man played all the time for Derbyshire because he's been away at 2 different World Cup qualifying competitions. Obviously, international cricket takes precedent. They lost Wayne Madsen to Italy.
He was in the Baz de Leede match a few weeks ago when the Netherlands beat Scotland. De Leede took 5 wickets and got a century.
Yes, that was in Zimbabwe, wasn't it? That knocked Scotland out of the qualifying competition. He's getting bowled to Alex Lees, who's on 27. Durham are 39 without loss. And we will get the perfect view apart from umpire Qureshi's hat being slightly in the way. Martin will be back with us next Thursday. Here is Watt over the wicket, bowls to Lees, and that one is clipped into the leg side for a single out towards Hayder. 40 for no wicket, and Lees moves on to 28 from 29 deliveries. Batted nicely, picked up 4 boundaries so far. Couple for Graham Clark. As Watt comes around the wicket, Clark just cuts this out towards Hayder again in his green boots. And it's 41 without loss. The all-action camera, which is going to take pictures of our all-action commentary team, is being readjusted by Sam for some reason, as that one is just flipped into the leg side, a little aerially off the Alex Lees bat, but he comes through for a single as it's fielded there by Thompson. It's got to get it right, otherwise you're only going to see the back of our heads, Sam. Need to put it over there. Then you can't see whether it's pointing at us or not. I'll move some of my rubbish out the way. Here's Watt bowls, and that's clipped nicely away for 4 by Clark. Out to wide, long on. Sam Connors goes chasing after it, trotting after it really, because it was always going to speed to the boundary. And Durham move on to 46 without loss. Clark is now on to 16 from the 22 balls that he's faced. Is that in the way as well?
What's the one thing that you would want to see on the Tetley Div?
Me and you. Watt around the wicket bowls, and that one is clipped away again, and that might be 4 more. No, Harry Kane's coming round from mid-wicket. I'm not sure he's going to get there, though. It is 4 more. Successive boundaries of the 4th and 5th ball of this Mark Watt over as Clark moves to 20. Durham's half century is up there, 50 without loss after 8 overs and 5 balls. And this very knowledgeable crowd spotted it as soon as it was put up on the big screen. Next delivery, final one of the over, clipped into the leg side by Clark for a single. 9 gone. 51 without loss. Lees has 29. Clark has 21. And it's turning into a steady start for Durham after what had been some tight bowling in the first 3 or 4 overs from Sam Connors and Saranga Lacknell. It's very high tech, the camera that they've got us on, though. Somebody's iPhone.
It's not straight, is it?
No, it's not straight, no. And I'm going to look a lot bigger than you because I'm much, much closer to the camera.
It's purely just about perspective, isn't it? Connors to continue. This is going to be over number 5 for him. None for 17. Right arm over from the Lumley end. Played by Clark up to mid-on. Goes for a quick single. People trying to ring me who are members of my own family who surely must know I'm at work and I'm on the air.
Well, I like to keep
When
tabs
you
on
can't even count your own family as listeners, there's a problem.
Yeah, we have a problem. Both of us then. The boy might be watching. Or he'd be watching on his phone at work, I think. He might not.
Lee's on strike. Connors round the wicket. Lee's launches that back over his head. And it just actually clears the discs from our angle.
He didn't get hold of it at all, did he, really?
Possibly the splice of the bat there. He's got 2 runs, but it was straight enough. He was never at risk of being caught because he put it straight back over the bowler. But watching it from this angle, I was expecting it to bounce right in front of the sponges, and it just cleared the discs.
I was waiting for it to land on the black side screen at the far end of the ground, if I'm honest.
54 for none here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Derby. Connors in, turned by Lees nicely through mid-wicket, and that's away towards the Castle boundary for 4. Slightly shorter boundary on that side of the ground.
It's a big hit to get it up towards the pavilion, even though the boundary's in about 30 yards. It's a long way out there. Quite a long way to the right, aren't we? Is this the part of the square that hasn't been relayed?
No, they relayed it all.
Oh, they did it all, did they?
Yeah. Connors bolts again. Oh, playing a miss there from Lees. He played the wrong line. It just lifted on him. 58 for none.
Moved in the air after it had gone past the stumps, almost as like an optical illusion. Because he didn't get very close to it, Alex Lees, as it went through to Brooke Guest. He was in discussion with Mark Watt about where he's going to have his field in the next over, which will be outside the power play, of course.
Connors in. Cut by Lees and stopped at point by Hyder Ali. Breeze has got up, hasn't it? The wind really picked up all of a sudden.
Storm brewing. There's no rain forecast, is there?
No. Durham haven't lost a home game in this competition since something like 2015. July 2015.
To the weather?
Yeah.
Goodness for that. I thought Derbyshire were going to have to be the first team for 8 years to win here.
Connors bowls, played by Lees, late across towards short mid-wicket, no run, end of the over, so 10 gone, 58 for none.
End of the first of the...
Many power plays. 407 power plays.
Ridiculous power plays, yes. It just means they can have a couple more fielders outside the circle, doesn't it? And then another one in the final 10 as well. And there's the signal from Mansour Qureshi that it's the end of the power play. Mark Watt, whose first over was inside it and cost him 12 runs, is going to continue from the Finkel end with players outside the circle on... There's only 3 out. Is it only 3 you're allowed out? I'm never sure what the power plays are. That was clubbed by... I'm not. Clubbed by Clark down to one of the men outside the circle who's at long on. Lewis Rees. Clark.
There's 4 after the first power play, isn't there? And then 5 later on.
Because there's only 3 outside the circle at the moment that I can see, but I might be missing somebody. I don't think I am. There's a man out on the square leg boundary. There's a man on the cover boundary. And there's long on. Nobody else. Wayne Madsen catching on the offside fairly close. David Lloyd on the leg as Watt bowls. Reverse comes out. Big appeal for leg before wicket from Mark Watt. No run.
Hit him in the chest, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't know, yes. It didn't look right from here. Couldn't see it for the hat. 59 without loss. Durham. Watt sets off. Lees steps away. Lees comes back, and now Watt's ready again. In again, the reverse comes out again, and this time, great bit of fielding by Sam Connors, diving away to his right, prevents at least 3 extra runs. Well, no, yeah, maximum of 3 extra runs because he went through for a single, diving to his right, one-handed stop. Excellent work.
Very athletic. Stuart Dick says, as a member of the extended commentary family bracket, albeit dormant, I'm listening and watching, and I certainly don't want the press box camera on.
No. What's next delivery is driven up to Saranga Lacknell, who shies at the stumps as Clark completes the run. I think he'd have been home anyway. He moves to 24 from 27 now, 61 without loss.
A tweet from Mark Beck. I'm not sure what this is about.
No, I didn't understand it.
No.
No, come on, Mark. Behave yourself. This next one is played off the back foot out towards the cover boundary by Alex Lees, fielded by Kame, single taken 62 without loss. I tried to make sense. I read it twice just in case, but long on, long off out. So there are 4 outside the circle now. Mid-wicket and cover as Watts bowls to Clark, who pulls it into the leg side, but straight to McKeon, and quite a straight mid-wicket, and it's the end of the over. Just 4 runs from that one. That's much better. And Durham is 62 without loss after 11 of their 50 overs.
David Young has emailed, because I said I drove 700 miles for now, didn't I?
You did.
To Neath. He said, I know everybody thinks Wales is backward, but there are trains to Neath. You change at New Street and then Cardiff Central. I know. The last 2 trips to Cardiff, I've got the train down, but on this occasion, I needed to be down quickly in the car and back. And I left Neath at 1:30 and I got home at 7:30, something like that. That wasn't bad going, really, was it?
On the train or in the car?
No, in the car on Tuesday.
6 hours?
Yeah.
Did you stop?
I stopped at Trowell briefly, and then the very nice new facilities just off the roundabout on the A19 at Thirsk.
All right. Lewis Rees is coming up to bowl, incidentally. Didn't bowl until the 35th over at Cheltenham. Was first change on Tuesday.
He's not very good at finding a corky, is he, when it's gone under the stand either?
No, indeed.
Poor effort. That was very half-hearted, I thought, of him, that thing.
The ball that replaced it, though, was quite good.
Yes. The magic ball that he found in a box.
Took a couple of wickets with it.
Yeah. So he's a Myerscough College lad, isn't he, Lewis, recently?
No, he went to Myerscough College.
Yeah. Well, I'll talk you through that in a minute. The first ball is lobbed up in the air off Reese by Lees down towards long on. So one of my best mates, who used to live a couple of doors down from us, Mark Myerscough.
Oh, yes.
And his uncle, Peter Myerscough, who was my dad's business partner.
Wow.
And me and Mark were at the Myerscough Arms near British Aerospace on the A59. And he happened to mention that his family name was the same as the name on the pub, and the guy gave us free drinks.
Did he?
Yeah. In comes Reese again, tries to York Graham Clark, played back to him. So Myerscough College, I think Wiggy, who is does all the sound system here for the T20s, he calls it Myerscough.
I've always called it Myerscough, but I don't think it matters, does it really? We know what we're talking about. But yeah, he went to school in Chorley.
Chorley FM. Reese in again, and this is played away by Clark up to long on.
Which does exist now. The radio station. Chorley FM. Having been a figment of Peter Kay's imagination to begin with.
Reese in. Bowling to Lees. Plays this out through mid-wicket for 1.
I thought you were going to break into song then.
No, it's honestly, this stuff's so annoying. And this is improved dramatically compared to last week.
We'll soldier through.
Yeah.
We'll soldier through.
But I was discussing off air with you before the game. I've had this 3 years in a row in August. Bizarre. So what's causing it? Is it pollen? Is it air conditioning systems? That's driven by Graham Clark. Straight back over Reese's head. 1 bounce over the ropes at the far end of the ground for 4.
That was fairly easy, wasn't it?
Takes him on a 29-69 without loss, Durham, having been put in by Derbyshire. Time's your next update.
Midday. Why we're not close, are we?
We're getting there.
15 minutes. Don't do that to me.
Reese in again. Clark plays this to long on for one.
I missed the first two on Wednesday, all entirely my fault. Missed the first one today, not my fault, no cue. So,
Keep a diary, so when they throw it at you at the end of the season, you can say, well, on that occasion.
Yeah, I suppose I should, but no.
I started keeping a diary and then just decided it was futile.
Well, it is really, isn't
the
it?
futility.
David Lloyd has gone off, presumably for bowling boots. Anuj Dal is on as the replacement substitute fielder. Going into the same place where Lloyd was at extra cover.
Anyway, David, who mentions the trains to Wales, which I have caught in recent seasons, says he was mightily impressed with Durham at Hove last week.
Watt is in and bowls to Clark, who pulls him into the leg side. I don't think Harry Kane reacted particularly quickly there. Perhaps he didn't see it. And it's gone for 4. Watt stands with his hands on his hips. Harry Kane was just a little bit slow to react there for whatever reason. I think it might not be Harry Kane. I better not say that, because I always get him and Matty McKinnon mixed up. I think it's Harry. I'll double check. Yes, it's because McKinnon's down below us. Watt in again. Clark has moved on to 34. Now he's going to get 6 into the Castle stand. That's a shortish boundary, but it was a very decent hit by Graham Clark, and he moves on to 40 with the first 6 of the match. And Durham are up to 80 without loss in the 13th over.
I didn't look at the pre-match garb, but I reckon they're playing on pitch 16, given pitch 10 was where they played last week, which was further up. So 60-metre boundary, maybe?
Yeah, it's short, but it was a decent enough hit, wasn't it? But they've now got 2 men out on that leg side boundary. Neither of them would have been able to stop the previous ball. And that one is just clipped up towards McKinnon at long on for a single. That's the way to do it. 4-6-1. 81 without loss. Clark 41 off 35 deliveries. Made a relatively sedate start, and Alex Lees had gone off like a train. Lees has got 39 from 40 now. A good combination, these two. 81 without loss as Watt is in and bowls. Sweep comes out, and he misses it. The keeper misses it. Did he get a little under edge on it? No, by singular as Lees trots through.
Went down the leg side as well. Great cricket all around there.
It's beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah. Get that on a video.
Here's Watt again. Round the wicket to Clark, who lifted him into the leg side for a 1-bounce 4.
Oh, Griffin
almost takes out David Griffin, who was hit by a ball at Edgbaston in the T20, right on the shin. And he had a mark there for several days. But he managed to just niftily dance out of the way of that one. 4 more to Clark, who moves to 45. Durham 86.
For David Griffin, it's going to have to fend for itself.
He's getting ready for the Clark half-century with a 6. And he goes for the sweep. It's hit his pad and gone very fine. Fielded by Connors. Leg by will be signalled by umpire Qureshi. It is. And to remove on to 87 without loss. This is turning into a very good start indeed. After 13 overs, Lees has 39. Clark has 45.
This would be the 13th time he'd got to 50.
He should get there now, he said.
David Sanderson, in response to driving 700 miles for an out. Thanks for the match info. Hopefully a shorter drive for Friday's game, but who knows these days with diversions that councils put in place. You'd be in a bit of a mess if it was 700 miles to get from the Roga Riviera to here. I'd probably come by kayak, actually, to be honest with you, if it was that bad. Follow the tide up the river. And he points out that he believes the ECB sanctions against Yorkshire seem a little weak compared to those against Durham.
That's an interesting idea.
Yes. Reese left arm over from the Lumley end, bowling to Clark. Clark plays his ball back to the bowler. He snatches on it one-handed. Doesn't quite take it cleanly, though. It just rolls slightly behind him. No run.
I might be inclined to agree with him.
Yes. Interestingly, when it was about to happen in Scarborough, none of my colleagues who cover Yorkshire regularly seem to think it was fair.
Really?
Yeah. And one person sent me an angry tweet to say, do you realise what this club's gone through in the last 3 years? And she's gone down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. It bounces off the keeper's gloves.
The answer is yes, and potentially it was all of their own
Durham
making.
were hammered by the ECB. They lost 6 first-team players and they're still in Division 2 7 years later. But there you go.
It's all about perspective, isn't it?
Yeah, at least Durham had all their points deductions the following year, so it was something they could look forward to rather than get deducted points for a competition that had already ended.
Yeah.
That they didn't qualify from. Reese turned off towards square leg to Ali for 1 by Clark.
It would have been interesting, wouldn't it, to see what they would have done. Presumably it would be deducted from next season had they qualified. If they'd gone on to win the competition, would they have been stripped of their title? It's bizarre.
Well, I said to the lads in the press box at Scarborough, why deduct them points in a competition they never even got out of the group?
Yeah.
And they thought there was still possibly some prize money involved. And I just thought, what? How much? 20p? Reese into Lees. Lees pushes the ball short on the side for 1.
I think the main beneficiaries were Derbyshire, who moved up to 5th and only just missed out on the quarterfinals as a result, as opposed to being 6th and missing out by 2 places.
Yeah.
So
in next year's yearbook, that league table is going to look better than you remember it at the time.
Yeah.
That's always a silver lining.
Yeah, absolutely. So well done, everybody.
Clark on strike. He's lobbed one in the air here. He's going to be safe, though. It's gone out towards deep mid-wicket. Ali is out there. He will run 2. Takes him on to 48. What's he done so far this season, Graham Clark, in this tournament? His recent scores. He got 72 at Sussex last Friday. 79 in the defeat here by Worcestershire. And in the Championship, 82 against Gloucestershire on this ground a few weeks ago as well. Reese in. Clark places to short mid-wicket. Against Derbyshire in Derby, he made 7 runs and that was it, because there was hardly any... Did any of the first innings get finished in that match?
Couldn't even tell you who batted first.
I don't remember anything about it.
We lost the whole of Saturday, I know that.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
The whole of the last day was abandoned by 1:10.
Derbyshire batted first, made 443.
Good.
Guest scored 197, a career best.
Yes, he did.
Yes.
We were watching.
Yeah. Clark plays this up to long on for 1. And then the next day, Lee's got 171, Bellingham 138. I think that was the day we were on strike.
Guest finished his innings on the day we were on strike.
Yeah.
And then those 2 batted really nicely. We watched it from the main stand.
Yeah.
And so having not commentated on one of the days and the 4th day being completely washed out, it's gone from my memory already.
Yeah.
Batsman having a drink after 14 overs. Thirsty work out there. 93 without loss. Clark on 49, Lee's on 40. Bit of a committee meeting and an increased committee meeting because it's the first time that David Lloyd and Wayne Madsen have been in the same side. So they both joined in along with Lewis Rees and the actual skipper, Brooke Guest. Of course, the vice-captain isn't playing in this match, Anuj Dal. He is the vice-captain to Brooke Guest in this competition. He's been replaced by Madsen.
Durham, after losing that entire game against Glamorgan the other day, I always keep a running count just to work out which summers are worse than others. They've now lost 828 overs this year in all competitions. It's just been the one game against Gloucestershire in about the last 5 county championship rounds of matches where they've managed to get the game finished, not being affected by the weather.
They'll still get promoted, Martin. Give it rain from now until October. And everybody else played. They probably couldn't be caught. Here's David Lloyd bowling from the Finkel end. The first one is hammered out into the offside of a thick outside edge. And that is a half century for Graham Clark off 43 deliveries. Started to get a real move on. He was quite sluggish to start with, but he's now hit 7 4s and a 6 in his half century, and he's taken Durham to 94 without loss.
He's 3rd in the competition this year. He was the leading run maker in the country 2 years ago in this competition. I think Alex Lees was second.
Yes, I think both sides' major strength is their batting. Looking at the two sides, Lloyd didn't bowl against Sussex, but did bowl at Cheltenham College. He bowled 7 overs quite economically. He's coming around the wicket now to Alex Lees, who's on 40. And Lees pushes this one out into the offside, where it's fielded by Wayne Madsen. And there is no run. The men outside the circle are now at long on and long off, both quite wide. There's a man at square leg and on the cover boundary. As Lloyd turns at the top of his mark. Crowd growing all the time, and Lloyd is scooped by Alex Lees for 4 runs over his shoulder and down to a very fine leg for 4. Lees moves to 44, 98 without loss now in the 15th over. Some wag upstairs suggested it could be 400 plays 400.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised.
No.
You know, you're looking at those scorecards earlier. 290 plays 291 as the highest scores. It's not much in this day and age, is it?
No, it's not. That one is punched down the ground by Lees for a single to remove to 99. And Lees moves on to 44. Still 2 balls of the Lloyd over remaining.
Stuart says, you actually reminded me to put the washing out there and check on Reggie. 5 points if you can guess what Reggie is.
Reggie's the rabbit out the back and in his hutch.
Is he?
No idea.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Lloyd in and bowls. Why else would you be checking on something outside? There's the 100 for Durham, 100 up. Slight misfield, perhaps harsh to call it that, by Wayne Madsen. And these two are put on 100 in 14 overs and 5 balls.
I'm going to go. My auntie, who lives in the Worcestershire countryside, has this automatic grass cutting machine.
Or does she call it something? She's got to call it a name like Reggie.
She calls it the grass cutter, I think.
Next delivery is punched down the ground by Lees. Scoreboard stuck, 101 without loss. We know it's the 100 runs, thank you.
It sets off at 10 every morning, and it is tracked by GPS and goes up and down the garden. And then when its battery starts to get low, it comes back to its homing station, clicks back into place, and it gets charged up again, and then off it goes again later on.
Wow.
So, Reggie Rabbit would work, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Come on, Stuart. Let's hear Rabbit.
A rabbit.
I claim my 5 points, whatever they are.
If it isn't a GPS-guided grass cutter, then I've gone a bit niche and I deserve more than 5 points.
You're more than 5 points for getting it wrong. If I only get 5 for getting it right. They keep rabbits out in hutches in the back garden, don't they?
Yeah.
People? Some people? I don't know.
Reese to start a new over from the Lumley end, and a bit of an awkward shot there from Lees. It's gone out towards deep mid-wicket along the floor for 1 off the bottom corner of the bat. He's checking the toe of the bat again. Weather forecast from Jen here, what's she saying?
There's no.
Temperatures up to 22 today.
No.
72 in Old Money. This evening and overnight. Clear.
Muggy.
And then the cloud will come in.
Right.
And the wind's going to pick up.
Rain forecast for tomorrow in the northwest.
Reese to Clark pulls this to short mid-wicket. What's going on there?
Lloyd threw the ball. I think it's Lloyd.
Do you think
threw
he
the
thought he
ball
was
at
going to
stumps, and if he'd have hit them, I think he fancies he might have run Lees out there.
Well, the way he jumped up and put his hands over his ears and he's clamped his hands, his arms.
It was a very awkward-looking throw as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. He thought he was going to hit Lees, and Lees wasn't looking. Scattered showers, apparently, tomorrow. Reese in, Clark drives, and that's away through to the cover boundary for 4 on the river side of the ground. Gave himself a little bit of room there towards leg stump, and then had a go. Be nice to actually have some local league cricket tomorrow, because the last 3 or 4 weeks have been wiped out by the weather. It's been shocking in the North East Premier League. I think they've only managed to play about 12 games out of about 20 or something. Wideish delivery driven by Clark. He's not connected with it well, though, and it's just gone short on the offside to Matty McKeon in short extra cover. Where are we? 16th over. Seems like we've been here a long time. But yeah, we're about right. 16 overs in an hour. 106 for none. Clock has just clicked over to 12:01. Be doing an update for Radio Newcastle shortly. Keeper has got a helmet on and is now standing up to the stumps for Clark, who's on 55. Reese comes in and bowls. Clark plays this out through deep mid-wicket. Might go for 4. Ali's trying to cut it off. He can't get there. It has gone for 4 towards the Health Club in the northwest corner of the ground. The ground bathed in beautiful sunshine. It's shorts and t-shirt weather today. Lots of families in, free admission. Community day here in Chesty Street. Plenty going on around the ground. Lots of stalls and activities to try out as well. Reese around the wicket now to Clark. Clark pushes the ball up to a long off for 1. And that is the end of the 16th over, so 111 scored in the first hour of play. Bernard has sent an email, which is actually more for David, so I'll forward it on to Fletch. You can have a look at that later on. It's War and Peace again, though, Bernard. Got to keep these things brief so we can read them and mention them on air. Dr. Dan's emailed, enjoying the commentary and Durham's decent safe start. Attached an initial sketch of Alex Lee's first 4, which he's just tweeted to us as well. Lloyd about to start his second over. And he comes. First ball floated 8 towards the foot of off stump, played away by Clark through the covers for 1. Watering the field here. What has been brought up to the discs from long off for Lees, and fine legs gone from the discs down to the boundary. Lackmell is at long on. Lloyd is going to come around the wicket here. Played by Lees out towards the point boundary for 4. Update now. Yes, it's a beautiful day here in Chesty Street. Free admission, plenty going on for the family if you want to come down and watch some cricketing action. Durham put in by Derbyshire. Got off to a slowish start, but now both openers have reached 50s. Alex Lees has just got there with a 4, his 7th of his innings of 51. Graham Clark at the other end is on 61, and Durham currently in the 17th over against Derbyshire are 116 without loss. Shortish ball pulled by Lees. Don't know what that is. I'm turning that off. Out towards square leg for 1. Deep square leg. What was that, Dick?
It's somebody ringing the line, I think.
No. Could you hear what was being played?
Oh, no. No. Sorry. No,
David McCardle's been on the ECB disciplinary panel in the Yorkshire case recommended a range of sanctions, and the disciplinary commission then decided within that range, so it had its hands a bit tied. This is defended this time by Clark, collected by the bowler Lloyd. He says, I would love to ask the panel members what the logic was.
Yes. Yes. It would
logic is the key word there.
Yeah. And the fact that you never get to ask them anything anyway.
No. And I remember the day Durham were relegated, and I was standing in this ground, and the lawyers were on the phone banning anybody from talking to me. Lloyd in, loopy Yorker played out through deep mid-wicket. That was connected nicely there by Clark. That's gone for 4. It's gone under the sheets as well.
It's a bit easy, isn't it, at the minute?
Yeah. What the ECB should have done years ago, so it was 2016, I knew for months something horrible was going to happen. The chief executive at the time, David Harker, was of the belief Durham couldn't be relegated because it wasn't in the ECB's Articles of Association. Other directors were telling me they feared the worst. Lloyd comes in and bowls, and it's a slower ball and playing a miss just outside the line of off stump from Clark, collected by the keeper. End of the over, 121 for none. So the thing that I think annoyed a lot of people was that certainly anybody who was in the press box at the end of the season game between Middlesex and Yorkshire at Lord's that year knew Durham were going to be relegated in a few days' time. Hampshire were told a fortnight earlier they were going to stay up as long as they avoided bottom spot, which was held by Notts at the time. So even though Durham went to Hampshire and believed they'd relegated Hampshire in the final game of the season, Hampshire knew they were staying up. So that wasn't right. And then they put out a press release saying, we have saved first-class cricket in the North East, without any admission of any part that they played in the massive fees that clubs were finding themselves forking out in bidding for test matches, stadium improvements and all that kind of thing. What they should have done was they should have had a press conference, called the press here and said, look, things are bad, this is what we've had to do, but hopefully things will improve, and allowed questions, and they didn't. They waited until the season had finished, and they chose a day to try and bury bad news. And to me, it was all handled extremely badly.
I'm glad that you're over it, though.
I am now. Yeah.
Alex Thompson into the attack for the first time with his off spin. Alexander is listening in America.
Oh, whereabouts?
I'm not 100% certain. I think it's New England, but he's a regular contributor. I should know. Apologies, Alexander. I think he might have moved to the Midwest by now. I have a vague recollection. Here's Thompson. I'll get to your email in a minute. First ball is an attempted sweep by Lees as an appeal by Thompson outside the line of off stump, possibly. Thompson can't quite believe it. He says he's enjoying a cuppa along with toasted bread,
yeah,
or toast as we like to call it in this country, with clotted cream and jelly, which I assume is jam. I do put the clotted cream on the bottom. I don't think it makes any difference on toast. You're in scone territory there,
either way,
or indeed scone, depending on whether you pronounce it correctly or not. As in comes Thompson again, and that one is clipped into the leg side by Lees just for a single, I think. Yes, Haim gets there quickly and gets the throw away nicely.
What do you call it? Scone?
Scone?
Scone, yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, no. I said it's scone or scone, depending on whether you pronounce it correctly or not. Because the ones who say scone don't.
Wasn't there the stone from Scone?
Yes, in Scotland. Yeah. Near your Woolsack, I think that, isn't it? In Parliament? I don't know. If you haven't made it up to Durham and you want to see some live cricket, I have a way for you to do it at the county ground today. And it's free. As is today's game here at Durham, entry-wise, as that one is turned into the leg side by Clark. They've run the first one quickly. They'll only get one, though. Move on to 123 without loss. It's the Butterley Cup and Jackson Cup finals today. The Butterley Cup, Alfreton against Clown Town, and the Jackson Cup final at Upwick and Borrowash against Swarkston. There will be a bucket collection because the Mayor of Derby collects on finals day, as this next delivery is hoiked into the leg side by Alex Lees and fielded by Harry Kane. They go through for another single. Lees 54, Clark 66, Durham 124 without loss. The one sadness is that both games are being played to a format that isn't recognised by anybody else in the world. But each to their own, I suppose. I wonder if they'll do away with that particular 100-ball competition when the actual 100-ball competition gets done away with next year. Let's hope so. Get back to playing cricket that people recognise. In comes this next delivery from Thompson. It's a swing and a miss from Clark. Goes through to Guest, who doesn't remove the bails, as the batsman hadn't ventured out
What was that song? There's Klingons on the starboard bow.
Yes, I remember that. This one is played into the leg side by Clark for a single. He moves to 67, 125 without loss at the end of the over. Lees has 54.
Wasn't there a line?
It's life, Jim, but not as we know it.
That's it. It's life, Jim, but not you. Yeah.
Thank you to Ed, who knows more about these things. It was initially 15 8-ball overs, the local cup competitions. Then it went to T20, and now they've just ruined it.
Is Ed a bit bored?
I don't think he's bored.
No.
He's listening.
Getting excited about the big Derby tomorrow.
He'll be doing his research.
Yeah,
which is good because
where is Burton?
I don't do any, so he'll be doing that.
Will it be a joint commentary then, or will you be on separate frequencies?
The 38 Derby, yes. No, separate frequencies. FM for Derby County commentary and 11:16 AM for Burton Albion commentary, as usual. But we will all be there previewing the game at 2 o'clock onwards, and we will be speaking live to Dino Marmary, the Burton Albion manager.
Are you sure you have AM?
Well, I hope we have AM because I've been commentating on it for the last 2.5 seasons. Yes, 11:16.
Thompson, whose end's this? It's yours, isn't it?
No, it's yours. But, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do it because you've got a bit of a bad
I
chest.
thought I was doing the other end.
I've just done the other end.
All right.
You can do this end as well if you want.
I'll do it.
I was doing this end before I went off for an update.
You did, because
I can't see.
take that in bowling.
I can't see the. I would say it on who bowling.
Thompson.
No, I did Thompson.
McKiernan, sorry.
This is McKiernan's second delivery.
That's why I haven't. Here he comes. Right arm over and balls.
Yep.
It's played by Lees out the mid wicket. So got spin on at both ends now. Matthew McKiernan, who he's the former PE teacher, isn't he? Is he the one who packed in being a PE teacher, or is that?
No, that's Alex Thompson. Yeah, who you didn't commentate on.
Yeah. McKiernan went to school in Lee. You'll have been to Lee RMI, have you?
Yeah.
Here he comes, right arm. Bowled and played nicely wide of that mallet, mid off for 4 by Graham Clark. Ball hits the sponge on the boundary rope and just bobbles over the other side.
So they picked the Derby day, but now going to change where we go into the ground. Apparently, I'm supposed to sign in through the staff entrance. I've no idea where that is.
Be round the back.
Well, my car parking space is the one furthest away from any entrance.
Yeah, it's in Alrewas.
Yeah, so they managed to get me there, but they have.
Got you a spot in Belper today. Nearly falls over as he bowls this one. He's very off balance there. This is played out to Cow corner and fielded by Harry Kane. 1 run for Graham Clark.
The Derby match is interesting because it clearly, on geographical grounds, it is a derby, but there is no rivalry. If that makes any sense, a lot of Burton fans, when they were non-league, used to have tickets for both.
Yeah. Bowls this time by Lees, 2 wide, long on. He's going to go for 2, called back through by Graham Clark. They nearly collide with each other again here, these two. 2 runs up. You've got the Trent goes through Burton, but it's the Derwent goes through.
Absolutely right.
Derby, isn't it?
Yeah.
McKiernan in. Flicked away by Lees out through mid-wicket for 1.
Which is why if they were called the Derwent Rockets, they might have more support in Derby. Alexander said he used to live in New England, in Maine, when he started emailing.
He was in New England.
Then he moved back to Maryland and Washington, so he's Maryland/Washington area, so he's still on the East Coast. He says, we have the DC Freedom, who participated in the new Major League Cricket. They played their games at Texas and North Carolina, which is very handy, I think, for DC, due to stadium restrictions. I noticed that the West Indies are playing India in 2 T20s in the United States in this current 5-match series as well, which is clearly a load of old nonsense. Derek's listening, of course. Derek's listening. Good to have Derek along and the family.
Derek sent me a message yesterday to say they were setting off from home at 6 o'clock this morning to be dropped off here.
Yeah.
His wife was going to give him a lift, but then she had to get back to Northumberland to go to work. So that's a lot of
Dedication as well,
yeah.
that, isn't it?
If the weather's nice.
You'd be walking, Matt. I know you do a lot of walking, but I'm not driving that distance and drop somebody off at a cricket ground. Thompson, my end, cuts by Alex Lees out towards the cover boundary for a single. He moves on to 59, 136 without loss. I think Derby will be wearing a new away strip tomorrow, which is very exciting, I'm sure. Conversation between Thompson and his skipper, Brooke Guest, which means, of course, that there'll be a slight delay because he has to get back to behind the stumps eventually. Does Brooke Guest, which he's starting to do now, making his way back. Wow, Graham Fowler and Paul Parker in the record books at the moment. For how long? This one's turned into the leg side by Clark. Moves on to 74, 137 without loss. 184, the record opening stand. It was at the racecourse in Durham in 1993. That's early. That's early in Durham's.
93, did you say?
Yeah, very early. Was it 92 they came up?
Yeah.
That one is pushed away by Alex Lees out towards the extra cover boundary, and they come back for two more. He moves on to 61, 139 without loss. As I said earlier, it's all a little bit comfortable at the moment for the two batsmen out there who are batting nicely. That one is, oh dear, that's a horrible shot from Alex Lees. I'm not entirely sure where he was. Well, he was aiming it somewhere into the leg side, possibly up towards the castle. Bottom edge, dribbled out too.
What are you looking at? The highest opening stand?
Yeah.
What was it?
184. Against Derbyshire by Durham. That one
I
is
was going to say.
flipped up. I'm not interested in the overall ones, am I?
Well, what if Derbyshire were to feature on the overall ones?
Well, they could do. 184.
I'm trying to think what the biggest opening stand is for Durham. Might have been at Kent 2 years ago.
Next delivery is turned into the leg side by the right-handed Clark. Fielded by Lloyd, end of the over. 141 without loss. We've had 20 overs. Thank you to Harry, who's at Burton, who, when I said I didn't know where the staff entrance is, has sent me a photograph with the staff entrance. Circled with a green circle. He's suggesting I should read the email, but then again, I am commentating, Harry, so I'm doing my best to multitask, but it's not really within my wheelhouse.
A conversation going on here between the skipper and the bowler, Matthew McKiernan, whose first over went for 10. Ring his field slightly. He's pushing deep square leg slightly further round towards more of a deep mid-wicket. Meanwhile, the ball is played up to Lackmore at wide mid-off for one by Clark.
There it is again.
Yeah.
Somebody's trying to ring you. They do it occasionally, don't they? These Kubi ISDN boxes. It's
I don't know if
strange.
somebody's trying to ring it from some PPI company. PPE these days, isn't it?
Have you bought some dodgy PPE?
Yeah, it's currently being incinerated in China. It's just played back to the bowler by Lees, who stepped off towards square leg to give himself a little bit of room and then just had to play it back instead. Keenan in again. Oh, now what did that hit? Lees could be run out here. He is run out. They've demolished the wickets. He missed the ball anyway.
That is a bizarre dismissal.
It's gone between batsman and leg stump, hit the keeper on the knees, run away. Lees sets off for a single. The ball gets back to the bowler who has left all three stumps at his end at an angle of about 30 degrees. So Lees is run out for 62. It was all rather peculiar, that.
I think it hit his pad initially, but we'll never find out unless we see a replay, because I think it was going to be signal leg by, and then the ball was picked up and hurled by Brooke Guest to Matty McKiernan, who just whipped off the bails. And the first wicket goes down, a much-needed wicket from a Derbyshire perspective, at 142 in the 21st over. But it was all very bizarre because he ran, and he knew he'd been run out, and he just basically turned right and carried on running up.
I don't even think he tried to ground his bat.
He just carried on running. Very strange from Alex Lees. Good to see the back of him now. 61 balls, 7 fours.
I don't think he hit it. I think it bounced.
I think it hit his pad. Did it go past the Guest's pad?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He didn't. It went between him and leg stump and hit the keeper's pad and ricocheted away. So, and I'm not even sure he knew where it had gone.
He stepped into the leg side. I think McKiernan saw him go that way, so he speared it into, and it was wide of leg stump as well. But he's missed it. I didn't realise it had come off Brooke Guest's pad, and then Guest nipped from behind the stumps, picked the ball up, hurled it to McKiernan. Job's a good one. It brings David Beddingham out to bat. About the extremely quiet public address system here. Sounds like one you'd get at a fete, that. Have they just got the one speaker?
It's normally a lot louder than that.
Yes, it is, isn't it? That's bizarre.
I'm picturing you in that Alan Partridge scene where he's at the debate, no one's listening.
Yeah.
Heads up and walks away.
It sounded a bit like that. Somebody with a loud hailer. Jack Timon, who works on breakfast, takes a loud hailer around with him.
McKiernan to Graham Clark. Ball pushed away just to the right of the bowler. He chases after it. It's a single. Brings Beddingham on to strike.
Stuart sent us a picture and he says that, and it's not, it says reggae. It's not Reggie, it's reggae.
Reggae?
Yeah, so you've sold me an absolute pup there.
You said Reggie?
Well, it says reggae now.
Yeah.
So perhaps his autocorrect has done him. I can't see him, but he's yeah, it could be anything. It's a patch of grass with some bluebells in it. So Reggie's a bluebell.
Right.
He's gone mad.
Spending too much time at home, isn't he?
Is he in West Yorkshire now?
Wakefield.
Yeah. Rhubarb Triangle. Might have gone mad.
Too much zinc in his diet.
Yeah.
Another attempted run out here as this ball's played by Beddingham with Graham Clark backing up. Clark having to dive back into his crease as the ball is fired in at the stumps by Harry Kane from short mid-wicket area. Oh, Beddingham slams this at McKiernan and he's dropped. I say he's dropped. He's probably smashed McKiernan's fingers to smithereens and he's going to have to go off and get treatment. Or is he?
No, it's tough. He's from Lee.
He's made of garters.
There is a bars factory in Lee.
Is it?
He made iron brew, yeah, remarkably.
Weird.
They're looking at the ball. Oh, no, they're not looking at the ball at all. They're looking at McKiernan's fingers, yeah. And Beddingham hadn't scored.
Mm-hmm. Dropped on one.
If indeed, I mean, it was a tough chance, wasn't it? He's called for some assistance, but he's going to stay out there. He just waved to the physio who's on his way, not Scottish. I've forgotten his name again, Stephen, you'll have to remind me. He always says hello. In fact, he is going off now, Matty McKiernan. And Anuj Dal will come on, presumably. I don't think he's out there yet. McKiernan is going to go off. I'm not surprised because that was hit thunderously. In fact, now he's staying on so he can have some treatment. Anyway, my end. Thompson begins a new over. Balls to Graham Clark, who clips that one into the leg side. Picks up a single to move on to 78, and it's 148 or 1. Thank you, Stephen. Ali McKenzie. That's why I thought he was Scottish. Oh,
In the Associates.
was he? I like that. I'm going to look it up. We don't need to look at the highest partnership anymore. Fowler and Parker are safe. He's a rugby union player. That one's down the leg side from Thompson. Signalled wide. 149 for 1. It's a different Ali McKenzie, that. It didn't look much like him, in fairness. Derbyshire's Ali McKenzie doesn't look like a rugby union player. As Thompson bowls, and it's defended by Beddingham back to the bowler.
Have you seen this David Hodgson tweet?
No.
About scoons and scones?
No, I'm not having it.
That's what it's nice.
This next one is flipped into the leg side by Beddingham. It was Billy McKenzie in the Associates, incidentally.
Billy McKenzie.
Yeah. Should I have seen it? I'll have a look. Is he tagged me in?
No, I'll read it out to you.
Okay.
Party Fears 2, that was a good song.
Next delivery is pushed up to mid-on by Beddingham for a single. Eventually gets up towards long-on, where it's fielded by Sam Connors. And the 150's up for Durham on 21 overs and 4 balls. The crowd is very enthused and extremely excited by the 150. Thompson again. That one is again clipped into the leg side by Clark for a single. Up towards Connors once more, slightly to his right. Clark moves to 79, 151 for 1. The good news is that McKinnon's had his treatment, whatever treatment he required, I think. And now he's had to move again. He might not have had his treatment, in fairness, because Ali McKenzie's staying on the boundary's edge as Beddingham rather pushes the ball into the leg side for another single. He moves on to 6 at the end of the over. Pinches the strike as well. Clark has 79, and Durham, after 22 overs, a 152 for 1. And I think Saranga Lakmal might be coming back here because is he not quite ready? Matty McKinnon. He's picked up his sweater. He's still the wrong side of the boundary. He's staying out there. So it's all slightly confusing, right?
One of the groups who's here today for Community Day is Young Asian Voices from Sunderland, who have a cricket team. They play in,
excellent.
I think they play at Southwick at Weymouth Cricket Club, and there's a group of kids up the back who I think might be with them, who are the enthusiastic sounding ones.
They were very excited a few moments ago for the 150. They were quite excited for the run out, I think.
Yeah. Was this unusual run out in that all the stumps remained upright? Well, not quite fully upright, but all at an angle. None of them went down. Maybe they've glued them in good and proper this time. You've turned the wrong thing off again there. So Lakmal back into the attack. Durham 152 for 1 against Derbyshire, having been put in this morning. Dave's off to do an update for Radio Derby. Next one for Radio Newcastle will be in half an hour or so. Beddingham plays the first ball to Came out at mid-wicket and gets a single. Takes him on to 7. Clark at the other end on 79. Dom has messaged. He says something to mention. A few of the Durham visually impaired side are doing a demo on the outfield during the interval today. Team's currently top of the Northern Development League, and it's always looking for new players. More info on the Durham Visually Impaired Cricket Facebook page. Had their skipper in with us last year, talking about their fixtures. Bit of a delay here before Lakmal comes into bowl again. Now he turns, running away from us. Bowling to Clark. Clark drives. And that's gone off towards... What's happened there? My computer's gone funny. It's gone off towards mid-off. No run there. Clark on 79. He's on strike. So he's equalled his highest score in the competition this year, which was in the opening day defeat against Worcestershire. Looks to cut it that late, and that's gone between him and the stumps. Inside edge of the bat. In fact, I think Lacknell took the pace off the ball. It might have gone under the bat there. Clark's highest score. He's got 4 centuries, his highest 141 not out against Hampshire in 2021 and 141 against Kent in the opening game at Beckenham that year as well. And just a few days after that, he got 140 against Gloucestershire and Scarborough. This ball's slow under the bat as well. Lacknell taking the pace off the ball here as Clark plays it off towards the cover area. Dot ball. And so his first century was 114 in a defeat by Worcestershire at New Road in 2017. He got 72 at Sussex last Friday, 79 against Worcestershire this year, 70 against Warwickshire last year, 69 against Sussex, and 86 in a win at Taunton in blazing heat last year as well. Lackmal in. Clark plays this down towards third man for 1 run. So that's his highest score this season as he moves on to 80. He was the leading scorer in the country in 2021 with 646 in the One Day Cup at an average of 80.7. Last year he made 277 runs.
Just asked if they wanted me at 12:30. They said yes after the next track. I have no idea how long it is, what it is, and it hasn't started yet. Well, that's useful.
It's a 14-minute. Lackmal balls. Played short on the offside by Beddingham, who has to get a move on here as a throw at the stumps from Madsen. Running at the bowler's end. Just misses the target. Beddingham may have been not long for this world had that hit. End of the over. 2 from it. 3 from it, sorry, with that final single. And 155 for 1 is the score after 23 overs. So 27 left to go in this Durham innings. Back to Scone Scone.
Oh, yeah.
David Hodgson says, "Hi lads, when Susan Calman spoke to the lady who owns Scone Palace, she said Palace Stone Village are pronounced Scone and the things you have with cream and jam are pronounced scone." He says that's good enough for me.
And me.
And me.
I was trying to work out a way if I could put one set of headphones up to my ear, but it just starts feedbacking. And I can't hear anything. So, but apart from that, it was a good idea.
Do you not take one headphone off your ear like I do?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I still can't hear it. I don't think they've got into the song yet. Anyway, I don't want to miss
The
it.
song's quite a long one. It's Waiting for a Train by Flash in the Pan. So you could be there sometime.
Here is Alex Thompson, bowls to down the leg side. It actually hits David Beddingham on the pad. He's looking for, I think he's looking for a wide. Perhaps it didn't hit him on the pad and it hit Brooke Guest on the pad, but it wasn't signalled wide. The laws / regulations on wides have changed a little bit for this season. As that one is launched out into the onside towards long on, and it drops over the boundary rope for 6. He was interested for a while there, Sam Connors. The umpire's just waiting to check and then signals that it went over the rope. Not too far away from Connors, but far enough away from him for Beddingham to move on to 14 and Durham up to 161 for 1 in the 24th over. No, they're still talking. In comes Thompson again and bowls. That was turned into the leg side just delicately and straight to Matty McKinnon, who whips a throw in. The bails are removed, but Beddingham was back in his crease. They might just send the question, time, question mark. How about that? Proactive. And next one is swept around the corner, straight to Saranga Lakmal. Claws, I think that's Alex Hughes. Down below as it is. It's Chris Heighton, part of the coaching staff.
Heighton as in the district of Liverpool?
No, H-I-G-H-T-O-N. As this next delivery is launched down the ground. That's gone a long way up. Has it gone far enough? Reese is underneath it, takes the catch just inside the boundary rope. Good catch because he had to consider the sponge as well. And Beddingham goes for 14. It went an awful long way up. It was a decent grab in the end from Lewis Reese. And Durham are 161 for 2.
I don't think Beddingham was convinced he hadn't touched the ropes there. He stood and watched for quite some time before eventually deciding to head off.
I can hear a tune now. That's good news. Good catch by... difficult for me to definitively say whether he touched the boundary rope from here or not.
Can't see from here, can we?
That's the kind of thing you basically just have to take the fielder's word for. Reese was absolutely convinced. I have no reason to doubt him.
Well, he was obviously in a bit of a hurry there, wasn't he, David Beddingham?
Yes. What did he?
Michael Jones coming out of that now.
1-4 and 1-6 in his 13 ball 14. It wasn't wasting any time. 23 overs and 5 balls gone now. So not quite at the halfway stage, and we always double it at 32-ish, that kind of area. But if wickets start to tumble, then it makes quite a difference. No, a minute ago I was told it was in 2 minutes, Martin, so I'm not risking it. I'm off.
Michael Jones is the new batsman, and Durham going to be a little bit careful here that they don't just suddenly start throwing wickets away and lose their way. They got off to an absolute flyer at Sussex last week. And then there was a bit of a collapse before they revived themselves. So they were 135 for 1. Then they were 329 for 1. And then they were suddenly 348 for 7. Before a partnership of 65 took them up to 413, eventually finished on 427 for 9. Beddingham made 102 on that occasion, the fastest 100 for Durham in one-day cricket. Jones is off the mark with a single here through mid-wicket. And Alex Lee's a career best 144, the highest score by a Durham opener in a one-day. Graham Clark on that occasion made 72, so he's on 80 now. Can he push on? And get to treble figures. 24 overs gone, 162 for 2. Lakmal to continue. Lakmal bowls. Jones punches the ball back past the bowler to the discs at our end of the ground for 1 run. Fielded by Watt, who slides in and I think hurt his elbow in the process.
And I'm back in the room. As if by magic.
Was it worth the wait?
Yeah, I think so. It was one of my best. One of the better ones. Best to suggest that any of them did any good. To Tortoise, incidentally. That one is guided down to third man by Clark, who moves on to 81.
It's a tough.
Reggie, the tortoise.
Right.
I've only got 2 points for it, but I can see it on the photograph now.
Been consumed with so much excitement in this competition set by Stuart that I feel I've lived the life of a tortoise.
We're moving as quickly as
Yeah.
164 for 2. Approaching the halfway point in the Durham innings, so they're well placed for a big score. I think I heard you talking about losing more wickets quickly. As Lackmal is in, that one's clipped into the leg side off his hips by Michael Jones, who moves on to 3 with a single out to potentially Harry Kane.
Well,
it is Harry Kane, 165 for 2.
I was just mentioning the scorecard last week. This suddenly went from 329 for 1 to 348 for 7. And mate of mine said in the pub the other day, well, that was a disaster, wasn't it? I said, what happened? He said, well, all those wickets they lost at Sussex. I said, they recorded the highest score in a one-day game. So I don't know if you switched off at that point and wasn't aware of what happened. But
Single off each of Lackmal's deliveries, and this time it's a dot ball as it's played into the leg side by Clark, picked up by Connors. No runs. So McKinnon just had the 1 over, didn't he?
Yeah.
Before
he injured his hand.
Breaking every bone in his body for the shot from David Bedingham, who has now departed. To a good catch by Lewis Rees out in the distance, far end of the ground. Lackmal's on his way in again. And Bowles, this one is driven and past Wayne Mountain. He punches the ground. He feels he should have stopped it. I'm surprised that it went past him, in all honesty. And they've come back for 2 as it's eventually fielded by Hayder out in the distance to our left. And Clark moves on to 83, 167 for 2. 1 ball of the 25th over remaining. And looking at that left hand of his, he just mentioned it to the umpire, actually. Not played any cricket since he played for Italy in the T20 World Cup qualifiers. Lackmal's on his way in once more. Bowls, and it's defended by Clark out into the offside. Madsen comes in to do the fielding, end of the over, decent one. Just the 5 runs from it. And Durham at the halfway stage. 167 for 2, having at one stage been 142 without loss. So Derbyshire, much needed wickets, and 2 in relatively quick succession, just to keep their noses in it. If it's that's a rubbish phrase, isn't it? Just to keep something in it.
In it, keep themselves interested.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You say keep yourself honest. Is that a thing? A phrase? Keep yourself.
I think other people keep you honest.
Right.
Yeah. Harry Moore going for a net. Enormous human being. About 6'4" tall, quick bowler. Academy product. Been named in the last 2 squads.
Thompson bowling to Jones. That squirts off the edge of the bat and to third man on the discs in Mark Watt.
Yet to appear for the first team. But he does have a number 2.
2.
That's bold, isn't it?
Thompson round the wicket. Little reverse paddle attempted there from Jones. No run. Oh. Very nice day it is indeed. Is this your coach coming?
It is. Mickey Arthur on his way past us.
Thompson bowls, played by Jones to short mid-wicket, no run there. Stopped by Madsen. He does a little sort of backward roll as he fields that.
Cap, hoodie and shorts today for Mickey Arthur.
Luminous green heels on the shoes.
Yeah, lighter fashion.
Thompson in again. Turn to square leg this time by Jones, no run there. McKeenan fielding in there.
That's a move into the offside.
I thought for a minute he had a big hole in the back of his right leg, but it's a flash of colour, isn't it, on their bottoms. Thompson bowls, driven by Jones up to long off to Rees, 1 run. Thompson had a spell with Durham seconds in 2021. Right on round, bowling off spin, flicked away by Clark for a single off through mid-wicket, acted by the bowler.
It's a story there.
Is there?
Yeah. When it was announced that he was signing, Dave Houghton announced that he was signing Alex Thompson from Warwickshire.
Mm-hmm.
On the strength of a good spell he'd had up at Durham. Then we went racing to the computer to discover he hadn't actually played any first-team cricket for Durham, but they'd still signed him on the strength of his lone spell at Durham.
And there you go.
Bizarre. Sam Connors is back. Bowled his first spell from the Lumley end. He's bowling from the Finkel end now. 5 overs for 24 earlier on. And initially he'll be bowling to Graham Clark, who's on 84 from 74 deliveries. And Clark drives very pleasantly out towards extra cover. Hayder's chasing. Will he get there? Oof, well,
That's a fall. He slid along the rope there. That's clearly a flaw.
it'd be interesting because the batsmen are coming back.
He's got his belly on the rope there.
4 runs anyway. So they've run 4. But was he in contact with the ball? Can you definitively say that he was? I couldn't. He was clearly in contact with the rope at some point. But it's only gone for 3. I beg your pardon. This next delivery is pulled into the leg side. But it's Clark back on strike.
It's gone for 4.
Yes, it's been changed to 4 now. There we go. I thought they'd run 4. Clark moves on to 89 with a single, pulled into the leg side.
Sam Connors is back. That's like an album by the Arctic Monkeys or something, isn't it? That? It's
Not a genre with which I am familiar.
No.
I've heard of them, clearly.
Yeah. I'm just thinking which sort of band would have a name of a track. Sam Connors is back.
He's in now to bowl to Jones, who goes in between bat and pad and misses the stumps and dies because it was a slower delivery from Sam Connors.
Pitched on a length, didn't it? But
It was just a slow ball, wasn't it? A bit of a loopy bounce and then dying on its way through.
To concisely put what Bernard says in a massive email about Yorkshire and the perceived leniency of the punishments they've received.
Connors bowls, it's dabbed into the offside by Jones, fielded by Lloyd, no run.
Wonders if those who decided on the sanctions were significantly influenced by early suggestions Yorkshire could go out of business.
They wouldn't go out of business if they were docked more points in relevant competitions. They were only fined, was it £400,000 with £300,000 of it suspended? Shouldn't put them out of business. As Connors is in and bowls, that was pushed into the offside. They go through for a quick single. There's a kick at the stumps. You don't see that very often from David Lloyd, and he almost kicks it to the boundary. Jones picks up a single, moves on to 575 for 2.
They did lose test matches between October and March, didn't they?
Yes, they did, yeah. Absolutely. Good observation. Very good observation. Got them back just in time for the British summer. As Connors is in again. And bowls, and Clark defends it straight back to Connors, who after conceding the all-run 4 at the start of it, came back nicely with just a couple of runs conceded off the remaining 5 deliveries. Durham 175 for 2 after 27 overs. Jones has 5, Clark 89.
Where at Derbyshire next?
Durham
have got Northamptonshire on Sunday.
Warwickshire next Tuesday.
Right. What's the furthest you've got to travel this year then for this tournament?
This is it.
This is it. Really? This is it?
Yeah.
This is it.
Sussex and Somerset are both coming to Derby.
Mm-hmm.
And Glamorgan have already been. So, yeah. Somebody else must be coming. Worcestershire are coming as well.
Durham have got lucky this year. Sussex away. Neath. Bristol and Birmingham.
Yeah.
A few years ago in this competition, I think it's 2013, 2014, they had to go to Canterbury and Sussex and Taunton and Bristol. But guess which games got paired with each other? Around the wicket comes, who's this? What is it?
It is,
Back
Mark.
to the attack, yeah.
Yeah.
Left arm round, bowling from the Lumley end, one run. Yeah, I think they started at Taunton, then went to Canterbury, then came home, then went down to Sussex, and then across to Cardiff.
Not bad.
He's appealing out, and that's the end of Clark. Playing across the line, he's gone for 89. LBW to Mark Watt, and the ball didn't really get up. It's hit both pads there, and it looked well in front of the stumps. He's gone. Durham just lost their way a little bit recently.
11 fours and a 6. Graham Clark, but yeah, it looked right from even behind him, didn't it? He was, as you say, playing across the line. And if you get struck in front, you're in trouble. 176 for 3 now, having been 142 without loss. After 27 overs and 2 balls. Mark Watt picks up his, I want to say it's his first wicket of the One Day Cup. I might be wrong. It is his first wicket of the One Day Cup competition. Didn't play in the game against Glamorgan at the weekend when Derbyshire misread a pitch that was clearly turning. But it was their own pitch, so it's their own fault, which they've done twice now under 2 different captains, or they did it twice under 2 different captains in successive home games.
Is this Ben McKinney coming out?
It is.
Huge.
He is. He looks like the bloke off Stick Cricket, doesn't he?
Bloke off Stick Cricket?
Have you never seen Stick Cricket on your phone and play
No,
people
no.
play it on their phone? They're just a very tall, thin man who hits the ball a long way. To the world of Stick Cricket. I think you'd enjoy it, Martin.
I might have played it with the kids, I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Good little fight back this from Derbyshire, who at one stage were staring down the barrel of 7 runs and over. That's now come down to 6, under 6.5, and 3 wickets have fallen too. So they've done well to get themselves back into this one.
What? Left arm over to the left-handed McKinney, who cuts at a ball. It's gone down towards the backward point boundary for 2. I think both his scores so far in this competition have been 7.
Stephen Martin, who very kindly told me he was called Ali Mackenzie, the physio, has now sent the same message 3 times. I think his phone's playing up. Just keep getting the words Ali Mackenzie sent from him.
He's pushed away towards deep point. I tell a lie because he's got 35. Oh no, that's the championship match.
Excellent.
Yes, so that might be right. Championship match against Sussex. This ball is bowled to Jones, pushes out to Wayne Madsen in short extra cover.
Jones is Scotland international as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
But he wasn't at those one days a few weeks ago. The World Cup qualifiers.
Not good enough.
Not sure why he didn't go. He was at the World Cup in the winter.
Yeah.
Just
I was being facetious then. For any listeners out there.
played by Jones back to what? End of the over? 179 for 3 after 28.
I'll help everybody out by raising my arm when I'm being facetious. It might be less painful to keep my arm down and only raise it when I'm being serious. I think you're absolutely right, Stephen. He's a very tall man. He's Ben McKinney. Left-handed batsman. 3 from 2. 179 for 3, Durham. Sam Connors. 2. Oh, there's the third message from Stephen that says the same thing again. Sort your phone out, Stephen. Come on.
His innings so far, McKinney, were 5 and 5 against Worcestershire and Sussex.
So he's got 2 more to get as Connors bowls to him, and he gets right behind that one, pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Madsen. And there's no run. I would love to know what's happening with Stephen's phone. Why would a phone keep sending 3 messages? Back in the day, that would cost you a fortune.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we don't even bat an eyelid. In goes Connors again. Around the wicket, balls to McKinney to one that just darts towards his leg stump, and he slams his bat down, turns it into the leg side for another single, moves on to 4. Durham up to 180. 4-3.
My first mobile phone.
Yes, it makes you well up just thinking about it, doesn't it?
Makes me want to cry. It was a certain price inside the M25.
Oh yeah.
And then it was cheaper outside the M25.
First you went outside the M25 as Connors bowls, and it's guided by Jones down to third man for a single, 181 for 3.
It was from a company called the People's Phone, and it was a little mobile called a Sony Mars bar.
Yeah.
Do you remember those?
No.
The first time I had it in the car, what's that applause for?
Oh, just get excited about something that hasn't happened.
Yeah, the first time I had it in the car, I was driving around the M25, and I thought, well, I'm not actually going inside the M25. Will it know I'm on the outside lane of the outer circle or not?
Next one delivered by Connors and defended by McKinney. Oh, so it cost you more. It wasn't the phone that was more expensive. It was the data, or the equivalent of the data, the calls and stuff.
And I said to the woman when I signed up for this deal, how do you know where I am? But it was whichever mast. So you could be, I don't know, St Albans, but picking up a mast inside the M25 to get charged for it.
It's harsh, isn't it? Connors around the wicket to McKinney. Bowls a shortish delivery that he deals with quite nicely, turning it into the leg side, picked up by McKeon and no run.
Just signed a 2-year pro contract, but McKinney in the last few weeks. And Captain England under 19s in the winter as well.
Yeah. Who hasn't?
Captained them in the winter. Him. A product of this Parkview Academy. So Ashthorpe's claiming part of it as well.
Yeah. Goes Connors again, bowls to McKinney. Short delivery, decent short delivery, but he deals with it quite nicely. The tall young man, and just 2 runs off that Connors over. 7 overs for 32. Good effort from Sam Connors, this. And at the end of 29 overs, Durham 181 for 3. McKinney has 4. Jones has 7. And it's just slowed down a touch. Just 19 runs off the last 5 overs and a wicket. So Derbyshire clawing it back nicely here.
The thing is, in these matches, there's plenty of time to recover, isn't there? And you still think 21 overs to go. It's more than a T20, isn't it? So
1 over more, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's the tree surgeons in the car park again.
There's only 2 of them.
Driven by Jones out towards the covers. Diving. Attempted stop by David Lloyd. It squirts out his hands, but he stops it racing to the boundary. Jones gets 1. The amount of times he turns up, can't find a parking bay, and then drives away again. So let's just see what happens here.
He's not going to find much space in there today, is he?
Vulture machine on the back as well.
Yeah. Tree management.
Oh, he's away again.
Yeah, that's it. That's the last we'll see of him.
Mm-hmm. Cut box move today.
He's trying to turn around.
What bowls to McKinney? McKinney back into the crease, plays it back along the floor to the bowler. He's disappearing round the back now.
A slalom course up for him, isn't it, that car park? And he's gone.
Oh, now McKinney's gone here, surely plump. He went back into his crease, the ball stayed low. And it's hit him in both pads, and he didn't even bother waiting for the umpire. He just turned and walked, so he's out for 4. So he's had a 5 and a 5, and now a 4. Durham have got a lot of repair work to do here.
Yeah, 2 wickets for Mark Watt in very quick succession. 2 in 9 balls for the Scotland international. His first 2 wickets of the campaign. They've taken McKinney off very quickly. That's harsh. 9 deliveries for his 4. And all of a sudden, Durham 182 for 4, having been 142 without loss. And we're in the 30th over. It was interesting, you're right. He didn't wait for the umpire to put his finger up, and Mark Watt just ran through and with his arms in the air. Everybody out there knew it was out.
Yeah. That was as plumb as the Vale of Evesham just before plum harvest in September.
As plum as a thing that's very, very maroon.
Johnny Bushnell, the new man. So some rebuilding to do here from a Durham perspective. At 182 for 4. I think both LBWs were plum, weren't they?
Yeah. But you couldn't have imagined this before that bizarre run out.
Yeah.
And the run out sort of been the catalyst, hasn't it? Where obviously new batsmen have to come in and get used to the pitch, which in fairness, the 2 openers had to do in the first 4 overs, in which they didn't score very many runs, but then the pressure's on to score runs. So when you lose wickets after 20 overs, the new batsmen tend to think, I think, that they haven't got an awful lot of time to get going.
Have you got a 1
I
o'clock?
do indeed.
Right. Bushnell's the new batsman then. And he has 151 runs, highest score of 60 not out in 6 matches, averaging 50. Ball is played back to Watt. Bushnell's 60 not out was in the defeat by Worcestershire here at the start of this year's campaign. He made 37 not out at Sussex last week. And he faces this one from Watt and plays it short up towards mid-on. One ball left of this 30th over. 182 for 4. Watt around the wicket. Bushnell goes for a quick single here. He's going to have to get a move on. And that's the throw from the Reese has actually come down to the keeper's end, and Jones was there in plenty of time. So where are we? 30 overs gone, 183 for 4. So they lost 4 wickets for 40 runs. Sparked by Lee's departing. Be an update for Radio Newcastle shortly. "30 overs gone, 20 to go." Nice sunny day here in Chesley Street. A warm breeze. Lots of people enjoying a day of free cricket on Community Day. Update now. Well, Durham are currently 183 for 4 with 20 overs of the 50 to go, having been put in by Derbyshire earlier today in beautiful sunshine. They were rattling along without a care in the world. 142 for none when Alex Lees got himself ran out on 62, and then David Bellingham was caught on the boundary after that for 14 before Graham Clark and Ben McKinney have both fallen in quick succession, both LBW to Mark Watt. Clark for 89 and McKinney for 4. So Durham need a bit of rebuilding here. They're currently 183 for 4 with 20 overs of the innings remaining.
David Lloyd back into the attack. First ball's a dot ball. Bowling to Johnny Bushnell. Tony Lloyd's third over. The first 2 cost him 18. And he's in to Bushnell again, who defends this one straight back to him. Military medium from David Lloyd. Well, will be. No question, a very useful acquisition. That run rate now, which at one stage was more than 7 runs and over, is down to 6 overall. As Lloyd is in and Bushnell on his pads just clips that down towards backward square leg where Lewis Rees does the fielding. And Durham moved to 184 for 4. Imagine Stephen Mullaney, but from North Wales. It's a good question, Ed Dawes. I don't know where military medium came from. Somebody out there can tell us, I'm sure. That is very much Lloyd's style, though. 184 for 4. He's in and bowls to Jones, who defends that one straight back to him. So just the one run off his first 4 deliveries of this over. Mark Watt now with 2 for 37 from 5. His best performance of this season in the white ball game for Derbyshire. The longer form of the white ball game, that is. As Lloyd is in, and that one is driven out into the offside by Jones, fielded by Madsen. And just towards the end of that last over, Mark Watt looked as though he was, right, I'm into it now. He looked very much in charge of what was happening out there, which is always a good sign. Looked very confident. Why wouldn't it be? 2 wickets in 8 balls. As Lloyd comes in to complete the over, and it's clipped into the leg side. I think they'll only get 1. Harry Kane runs around the boundary. They're going to come back for the second as well. The throw's decent. Not quite enough to prevent the second run from being completed. Jones moves on to 10, and Durham at the end of 31 overs now are 186 for 4, with Bushnell on 2 and Jones on 10. 2 relatively new batsmen out in the middle. And a conversation going on between Wayne Madsen, who's just having an energy, one of those little energy pouch things, and Suranga Lakmal. It's going to be Mark Watt. Of course it's going to be Mark Watt. To continue from the Lumley end, far end of the ground to us. Will be a major surprise. Anna Ely has asked me a question that I'm not sure I can answer fully, but I'll try. First ball of the Watt over is pushed by Bushnell up towards Rees at mid-off, and there's no run. 187 for 4. Hi, Dave. Can you enlighten us to what's happened to Billy Godleman, as there is nothing forthcoming from the club? Well, his last match for Derbyshire was here at the county ground in Durham. And since then, he hasn't been considered for selection. So he's as out of favour as a cricketer can get, or any sportsman can get. As Watt bowls, and that one is cut away out towards the point boundary by Jones for a single. Harry Kane does the fielding. Ali gives me a wave. Mickey's watching. Thumbs up from Mickey. He'll be much happier with what he's seeing at the moment. It's a good fight back from Derbyshire as Watt bowls. It's pushed into the offside by Bushnell. In off the boundary comes Harry Kane. And there's no run. So essentially, Anne, he's not being considered for selection. His contract runs out at the end of the season. And I don't think we'll see Billy Godleman play for Derbyshire again. He's currently playing with Rainhill on a Saturday in the Liverpool competition, with mixed success, as often happens to professional cricketers.
Is that where they had the speed trials for the trains? Was that Rainhill?
That's a good question.
What in? Balls? It was speed trials, wasn't it?
Was it?
The Rocket and varying others that went to Rainhill.
Did they?
Yeah.
From up here?
Yeah. And how they got there?
No, there's no tracks.
No.
What's final? No, it's not his final delivery. It's a penultimate delivery, and it's been dispatched for 6 by Jones. Out to extra cover. Inside out shot, really, from Jones. Almost a occupational hazard for a spinner. He will get hit occasionally, and he was hit a long way there. It went into the seats in the Castle stand away to the right-hand side. 9 off the over with 1 ball to come. Durham 195 for 4 now. And Watt is in again, and that one is played into the offside, but not the connection that Jones was after. I'm sure that Mark Watt will have bowled Michael Jones many times in the nets internationally.
Who else has been playing for Rainhill?
That's somebody else. I've no idea.
Anuj Dal.
Oh, was Nudge played up there?
The Liverpool Premier League.
Gun for hire.
Yeah, I think it was the Rainhill trials.
I'm trying to stand that up for you. I'll do my best. Rainhill Trials, 1829. I don't know where you keep it all, Martin, but it's remarkable.
It's just it's in there somehow. I don't know. It's not in the order it should be. Here's Lloyd, bowled to Bushnell. Thumped hard towards deep backward point, 2 runs. So Ali out there fielding that one?
Yes.
He's got a lot of acreage to cover on that cover boundary. It's back to the TV screen. Canny crowd in, Dave?
Yeah, no, it's been building as well, hasn't it? So earlier, people are coming in all the time, which is great to see. Great to see.
Lloyd bowls. This has gone away off towards mid-wicket for 1 by Bushnell. So Lloyd's technically on loan, is he, and then joins at the end of the season?
Yes, but he's going back because obviously Glamorgan are involved in the promotion race in Division 2.
Are they?
Well, you won't have looked down, will you, at any point this season after the lightning start that...
So they could sort out the terrible weather down in Wales. They might stand a chance. Right on over. Balls played up to Watt at mid-on. No run there. Throw comes back to the keeper's end, far end of the ground.
This is fascinating,
George gets
the Rainhill trial.
Is it?
Absolutely, genuinely fascinating. Yeah, 1829. It was a partially completed Liverpool to Manchester railway, and locomotives went at about 10 miles an hour at that stage.
With a red flag in front of them.
Yeah. And the trials were in October, and Stevenson's rocket amazed the world by reaching speeds in excess
of Lloyd's bowling.
Yes.
This is
only just 30 miles an hour.
30 miles an hour.
Yeah, absolutely rattling along it was.
Lots of people died, you know, in the early days of the railways because they were not used to such excess speed.
Yeah.
Falling off railway, rail carriages.
Yeah. The cradle of the revolution which the railways brought about in the social conditions and lifestyles of people all over the world. Excellent and good memory.
Lloyd in, tries to York. Bushnell plays it up to Watt at mid-on for a single. 200 up for Durham, 200 for 4 in 32.5 overs.
It's not that exciting, but it's relatively exciting. It's brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant.
I think you describe it as the exuberance of youth.
Yeah, Don Topley wouldn't like all these kids inside a cricket ground, would he?
That's not what he says. This has gone down to third man.
No, but his argument is that none of them go. So this counters his argument completely.
He says there's not enough kids coming into the system, particularly down where they live in Suffolk, but it's not a problem, certainly in the northeast of England.
No, northwest either.
Northwest either. If you go on a Friday evening to our local club, for all stars, it's the biggest beer garden in the country.
Yeah. Yes, well,
kids playing out in the middle as well.
It almost keeps the clubs going, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you want to see more about the event held at Rainhill, go to the BBC iPlayer. The Great Railway Cavalcade, Rocket 150 at Rainhill, first transmitted in 1980, with Brian Redhead reporting. He's from these parts, isn't he?
There's a Redhead Park in South Shields. Brian Redhead.
Yeah, he did Radio 4's breakfast programme for years and years, but he did it from Manchester. He used to work for the Manchester Guardian.
Castle, yeah.
It marked the 150th anniversary of the world's first intercity railway. Thank you, Ed. That's on the iPlayer, so I'm right in Ed's wheelhouse here. As Thompson begins a new over from the Lumley end.
Is he a railway man?
Yeah, potentially. 1830, 15th of September, William Huskisson became the first widely reported passenger train death during the ceremonial opening of the Liverpool and Manchester Railway. Thompson in balls. Reverse sweep comes out, and Mark Watt is almost wrong-footed but does stop it and keeps him down to a single. Excellent work from Watt, fielding at short third man. Jones moves to 20, 202 for 4. He was standing at trackside and was struck and fatally injured by the locomotive Rocket. Thompson bowls, reverses out again. This time it's squarer, and it's fielded by Harry Kame. Bushnell moves to 9. Durham to 203 for 4.
Bernard sent an email. I don't know this story, but you're slightly older than me, so you might.
Thompson in, using his feet, driving up and over in towards the extra cover boundary for 4 is Jones. Nice shot. Used his feet to advance towards Alex Thompson and just lifted it out to the extra cover boundary. Jones moves to 24 off 28 now, 207 for 4. I'm more than slightly older than you, Martin. You're not 50 yet, are you?
52 now.
Are you? You look it, though. I suppose that's fair. Jones, reverse sweep for 4 this time. And the crowd get very excited. 211 for 4. Jones moves up to 28 with successive boundaries off Alex Thompson, who's 5 overs and 5 balls, of course, 34 runs. He has taken a wicket, though. That of David Bedingham.
They're celebrating the 29-run partnership.
Yeah, well, yes. Off just 26 deliveries. And he defends this one into the onside. Thompson gets his hand to it. They're going to get through for a single, though. Jones pinches the strike. Moves on to 29. Bushnell has 9. Durham, after 34 overs, are 212 for 4. What's Bernard got to say then?
Bernard says, we'll just write the score down, 212 for 4.
Yeah.
Bernard says, long before you were a journalist, Somerset had qualified for the next stage for 55 over competition, so batted first, declared after 1 over.
Yes.
And obviously lost, but they were excluded from the competition as the rules were full of loopholes and Somerset had exploited them. Their punishment was immediate, and from then on, all group games had to be fully completed with no declarations allowed.
Yes, they were going to go through on net run rate no matter what, even if they lost the game, which clearly they did. I have a vague recollection of it. I do remember it sort of at the time, but yeah.
Matty McKeown with his new hand is coming on the ball. He says, can you please explain what the qualifications are for later in this competition and when dates are scheduled for the knockout game?
Yes.
The final.
I can do that straight away.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Well, you do it then.
McKeown, who has so far bowled 2 overs, hurt his hand earlier when the ball was slammed back to him by Bedding. Bowling to Jones, goes up to Lackman, long off for 1. So basically, the top 3 in each group qualified.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
3rd place from one group plays away at the 2nd place from the other group in what is effectively a quarter-final.
Playoff.
Yeah, and then the winner of that...
Finals.
Yeah, a playoff, yeah. And let's just play back to McKeown by Bushnell, no run there. So the winner of the group sits and waits for they get a home semi-final, and then they play whoever wins the playoff.
You don't have to wait 4 days, though, don't they?
Yeah. And then the final is a little bit later this year, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
This is punched away by Bushnell up to Watt at long on for 1.
16th of September.
So the quarter-finals, 1 and 2, as it says here in playoffs, says Dave. I agree with Dave, really, but they're all equal.
Yeah, they are.
It's Friday the 25th of August.
Yeah. And semi-finals on Tuesday the 29th.
Yeah. Semi-finals on Tuesday the 29th. And then the finals somewhere else.
September 16th issue.
This is played by Jones up to what at long on? September the 16th, the final in Nottingham.
Yes. Yeah.
And is it a Saturday now?
It is. It's been moved to a Saturday, yeah.
So when Durham were there 2 years ago, they won a semi-final on a Tuesday and played in the final on a Thursday.
Absolutely.
McKeown bowls. Bushnell plays the ball back to him. It bumps into his hands.
Yes, the big Nottingham final that everybody aspires to.
Yeah.
Well, the final of the other competition has been moved to Lords permanently.
Right. Reverse sweep from Bushnell. Pushes it out towards the point boundary for 1.
Thompson's going to continue from the Lumley end. We've been gone for 11 runs in his previous over. 6 overs, 1 for 35. Tom out. Initially be bowling to Johnny Bushnell, who's on 11. Jones has 31. 216 for 4 after 35, so 15 overs to go. 5 more overs of the current restrictions. Thompson is in around the wicket. Bushnell just turns it nicely into the leg side. In comes Hayder. Keeps them down to a single. 217 for 4.
He goes on to add, during the final Ashes Test match at the Oval, as my voice has gone again, it happens every time, doesn't it?
Yeah. Very, very emotional competition. Always has been.
Brings tears to the eyes.
Thompson around the wicket, bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Jones. They've run the first one quickly, but again, Hayder's there. Keeps them down to a single. 218 for 4. Have another go, Martin.
During the final Ashes Test match at the Oval, it was revealed the area of the playing surface has been reduced by a third since the summer of 1976.
Thompson bowls, and that one is driven and caught by Alex Thompson. Way to his left. I thought it might have been a bump ball because he's got his back towards Johnny Bushnell, but it was a nice catch, diving away to his left, one-handed by Alex Thompson, who picks up his second wicket, and Durham at 218 for 5 now. Bushnell goes for 12.
Good piece of fielding, that.
Wasn't it? I thought it was simply just a good piece of fielding, because I thought it must have been a bump ball, but he's just mistimed the shot there. And Alex Thompson picks up a decent catch off his own bowling. And this has been a very good fight back by Derbyshire. 142 without loss at one point. Durham, they're now 218 for 5. 14 and a half overs to go. I'm glad he threw the ball away, because if he'd held on to it, I'd have been none the wiser. Genuinely. 19 deliveries for his 12.
Borthwick coming out, hasn't played in the tournament yet this season.
Has he been away?
No.
He's not part of a franchise or anything.
Anyway, Bernard going on to point out that...
Still going, Bernard.
Yeah.
Oh, blimey.
Because they've lost so much of the square surface at the Oval with redevelopments and whatnot, would suggest Durham, if they use the maximum amount of their outfield, would likely be the largest playing area in England now. I think it is. I think this is the biggest ground in the country. Surface-wise, I think this is bigger than the Rose Bowl, bigger than Grace Road as well.
Grace Road's very big, isn't it? Derby's big, but it's not as big straight, which lops off quite a bit, I would have thought. I think the boundary, where the boundary is now, is 10, 12 yards in from the advertising boards here, straight down in front of us. And at Derby, it would have to be about the same, but therefore Durham have got more grass to play with. It is a very large playing area, and more often than not, when Derbyshire have come here, they've used it very well in white ball cricket to run the twos when at other grounds there might only be one. Thompson to Scott Borthwick, who is bowled. First ball, it's got through Scott Borthwick, and Alex Thompson's on a hat-trick. Caught and bowled to dismiss Bushnell, and now he's got Scott Borthwick first ball. Durham at 218 for 6. Well. Spin the order of the day. 3 wickets for Alex Thompson and 2 for Mark Watt.
Durham hadn't had a hat-trick taker until Travascus got one in the defeat by Worcestershire.
Have Derbyshire had any?
I think they've had, from memory, during the notes yesterday, 3. I thought it was more than that, actually. They've had 3 hat-tricks, all of them at home. The last one was recorded by West Indian Martin Jean-Jacques against Notts in 1987. And there have been 5 hat-tricks against them. The most recent, Vaz Drakes by Notts in 99 at Trent Bridge.
So this could be the first hat-trick in List A cricket for 36 years for Derbyshire. Bit of quick maths. I'm not sure it's right. I think it is. And the new batsman is Liam Travascus, who won't want to get out to a spinner, being one himself.
Adrian Dale took a hat-trick against Durham for Glamorgan in Colburn Bay in '93. And the other was in a friendly against Sri Lanka A.
So the first for 30 years against Durham and the first for 36 years for Derbyshire, if he gets it, which clearly he won't, because I've just asked you for all the stats. But Alex Thompson on a hat-trick, and Liam Travaskis is going to be the man to face it. And Wayne Madsen in conversation with Brooke Guest, potentially about changing the field, but it's not like a first-class match where they'll crowd the batsman, I'm sure. Although Mark Watt wants to get quite in closer to the action, because at the moment he's at leg slip. If he gets any closer, he'll put a helmet on. He's retreating now. There is a slip in place, though. Wayne Madsen got into slip. And here it is, the hat-trick ball from Alex Thompson. He's in and bowls to Travaskis, who defends. Pushes the ball back to Alex Thompson, who gets the round of applause for not getting a hat-trick. I've never quite understood the applause that comes when you don't take a hat-trick, even at club level. 218 for 6. Thompson in again, balls to Travaskis, who almost gets under his bat there and manages to push it out into the leg side, dribbles towards David Lloyd. 2 runs, but more importantly, 2 wickets off the Thompson over. 3 for 37, his figures now from 7 overs. Durham, 218 for 6 after 36. Travaskis faced those 2 balls at the end of that over and didn't get off the mark. Michael Jones has 32 from 33. Well bowled, Alex Thompson, who's best figures in this competition or in this form of the game were 3 for 25. So he has the opportunity to complete best bowling figures here, Alex Thompson. But not at the moment because Matty McKiernan's bowling.
First ball is bowled to Jones, played up to wide, long on for 1, picked up by Kane. Durham need a big partnership here. And they're not going to have anywhere near enough runs, you'd imagine.
Yes, I think that's a fair comment. But you just never know. What did you say? The scores have between these two sides have generally not been that high for some reason.
It's something like 291, 288.
Weird, isn't it? Really par these days.
McKiernan to Travaskis. Travaskis plays it back to the bowler. 1 ump. Fish and chips for lunch, Dave.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah, looking forward to that. They bowl them out, might have to wait for them.
Oh, that could be a problem, couldn't it? Never thought of it. Sweep from Travaskis. Nice shot. He's met that on the bounce. It was just slightly leg side-ish there, and he's pulled that away for 4. Down to the Health Club boundary at the far end of the ground. So what's the this Derbyshire top? What's the driving idea behind it? What's it trying to reflect?
The concept.
The concept.
You're looking for about. I have no idea. I just think they thought, yeah, we'll go pale blue.
Is it based on something that they wore in the early 90s?
No. The 3 colours across the shirt are the club colours: dark blue, amber, and chocolate.
McKiernan to Travaskis. Travaskis with a push and go. Plays it up to Watt at mid-off, just inside the discs, gets a single. Don't think Jones was expecting him to be called through there.
Mickey Field it's a long way down for Mark. He's a big man.
Dave off to do his 1:30 report for BBC Radio Derby. Next one for Radio Newcastle will be at 2. 13.2 overs left of this innings. This is flicked away down towards square leg by Jones for 1. Reese is in there. So Durham got off to a fly at 142 for 1, but when Lees ran himself out, they then lost 4 wickets for 40 runs. And then lost 2 in the space of 2 balls. 225 for 6 they are now. This is played by Travaskis to short extra cover. Dot ball, end of the over. 37 gone, 22546. Thompson then, 3 for 37 from 7 overs. His best bowling's 3 for 25 against Lancashire last year. This is played away by Jones out through mid-wicket for 1. So this is the 5th time that he's now got at least 3 wickets in a List A innings, and this is his 22nd game. Played for the MCC Universities combined team for 3 years from 2014, Staffordshire in the minor counties, Warwickshire from 2017 to 2020, and Cardiff Uni back in 2014 to 2016 as well. This ball is bowled to Travaskis. It's played up to long on for 1. And then in his club cricket, Alex Thompson has had a spell with Leek in the South Cheshire Premier League. Jones on 35. Bowler comes round the wicket of Jones. Little flick off towards mid-wicket for 1. On the back of the 1992 World Cup in Australia, where all the teams had coloured kit with those cricket the bands across the shoulders.
You've seen his tweet, yeah.
So, round the wicket comes bowler, and it's driven by Travaskis. He hasn't got hold of it though, and it spins awkwardly out towards long off. He's going to come back for 2. The throw comes into the bowler's end, and he has to get it down the keeper's end. Travaskis is about 10 yards past the keeper by the time he slips.
The club colours are pale blue, chocolate and amber. Then the dark blue one is the erroneous colour, isn't it, on the shirt? The flash on the front and down the back of the right calf. Good to see tradition being upheld. Thanks, Griff.
Thompson bowls to Travaskis. He plays it back to the bowler.
I'm still slightly concerned that he's listening.
Scoreboard is stuck halfway through the over. It's stuck on 37.3, but that is the end of the over. 230 for 6.
There we go, it's caught up. 12 overs to go. Mick's listening. Mick Wood enjoying the commentary with comedy duo. Yeah, thank you. Mark Watt's going to come on from the Finkel end. But it's slightly to think that Durham might not get to 300. Well, they've got 12 overs to get another 70. And he's given Derbyshire some credit for sticking at it when they were chasing the ball in the first wicket partnership. Yeah, absolutely. 142 for the opening wicket. And since then, 6 wickets have fallen for 88 runs. What will be initially bowling to Michael Jones, who may hold the key, potentially, to 300 or not. And Watt is in and bowls to him. It goes back and pushes it out into the onside, where it's fielded by Wayne Madsen. Sun, or a cloud, went in front of the sun temporarily. There's a few more clouds now, but nothing threatening. Blowing across from the west as Watt bowls. Little reverse comes out. He almost played it straight to the man at short, sort of backward point, really. Sam Connors, but it bounced a couple of yards in front of him. If he'd have committed to the shot, he may well have smashed it straight into his hands. Couple of dots to begin the what over. Third ball is driven for a single towards Suranga Lakmal at long off. 231 for 6.
Keeper's seen something here. Wants a word with the bowler. Craig Porritt says, "Hi, Marty and Fletcher. I was at Sussex v Durham last week and it was a great day's cricket. What I didn't understand, there were no DJs, no fireworks, 6 ball overs, yet still lots of kids in the
I
ground.
know there's lots here today.
Has cricket being played during the summer holidays got anything to do with it?"
It is remarkable, isn't it? Put it on, people come. What in? Bowls, and that one is lifted by Travaskis out into the offside, and it lands a yard short of the in-rushing Harry Kame. I can't quite believe it, but I don't think Kame could have got there.
Harry came, but he didn't get there in time.
He didn't. Very good. 2 games start at 2 o'clock today.
Is it?
Yeah.
In this?
Yeah, I don't worry about the other nonsense. That one is pushed very delicately by Jones up to long on, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. Somerset plays Sussex. No, that's already on, you absolute half-wit. Leicestershire play Lancashire and Essex play Middlesex. Somerset 226 for 3 after 40 overs and 5 balls at Taunton. Small ground, smallish total, I would suggest there. Hampshire 184 for 7 against Nottinghamshire in the 41st over, wherever that game's being played.
Durham played at Taunton on this day last year. It was red hot, and that was a high-scoring epic.
Well, it's a small ground, isn't it? So you're bound to get a few sixes, as what is in bowls, and Travaskis pushes this out into the offside. There's a shot at the stumps, but Jones has got there comfortably in the end, and the bails are not removed by Guest, who's now having a conversation with David Lloyd. Durham with 11 overs to go with 234 for 6. Watt, 7 overs, 2 for 50. Thompson, his spin twin, although one's left arm and one's an off spinner. 8 overs, 3 for 42.
That was the only game Durham won last year, and then they had the points taken off them anyway. For disciplinary reasons, so they finished with 0 points in last year's one-day cup, which was their worst. But I left Taunton at about 7 o'clock on the night time and drove north to try and get a lot of the journey out the road on the evening, and I pulled into a hotel just at the end of the A38 at Mansfield there near MacArthur Glen, the Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
As I walked into the bar, there were all these people in Durham tracksuits, and I thought, what's going on here? And Durham under-16s were staying there because they were playing Derbyshire in a match in Belper the next day. So of all of the hotels, just randomly happened to choose that one, and there was the Durham under-16s team.
You were allowed to stay there?
A year ago today.
I'll be checked.
Ryan Buckley was the coach. Got a fifer on his Durham debut at the Oval many moons ago. Thompson, 2 overs to go, 3 for 42. Well, that's gone high.
And long.
And long from Travaskis. Has that cleared the stand? No, it hasn't. It's gone higher rather than longer.
Yeah, not quite as long, but long enough.
It looked longer than higher originally, but then it wasn't. It's landed in the front of the castle stand for 6. Picked it up nicely there, Travaskis.
As did Alex Hughes, who's thrown it back. They're going to sit down the Derbyshire coaching staff in the castle stand away to the right.
240 for 6. Greetings from a sunny Bolton, says John Hutchison. Watching on YouTube from my sick bed when I'm soldiering on.
Good man.
Know how you feel, John. As I'm drifting in and out of consciousness, what is going on, he asks. Thompson in. Little flick up towards long on by Travaskis. Good cricket that, because he's forced the fielder, Rees, to come a long way in from the boundary, and he's been able to get 2. He's finding the gaps.
Some morphine kicking in.
Yeah, he says, we looked set at 170 odd for 2 to make at least 350. Looks like we may struggle to get to 300 now. 242 for 6. John's a sales manager. Lives near Fletch.
He does.
In the Bolton area. Driven by Travaskis out through the covers this time. Hader Ali's out there, 1 run. So, pray tell, John, what lurgy has crippled you? I don't know where I got this chest infection from, but it's been a nightmare. I think it's all must be the pressure of the one-day cup.
Yeah.
Too many hotel rooms and aircon systems, I reckon. Kicks in about this time every year. Thompson, right arm round. Just pushed gently through the leg side by Jones for one. I think he's come a long way off the boundary there on that leg side to field that. He's inside the discs by the time he's picked it up. So the boundary to the castle side's probably 60 yards?
Yeah, I think so, something like
because
that.
the discs are 30, aren't they?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you're probably only going to get them out once again on that side. Slightly longer on the other side, maybe about 80 yards on the other side. Next ball is bowled and played back by Travaskis to Thompson.
Yeah, I think it's a trickier boundary to defend, isn't it?
Yeah. Travaskis, the left armour, plays this one up to reset long on, but he has that castle stand to his leg side when he's facing Thompson from the Lumley end. Gets a single there to end the over and keep the strike. So Thompson's got one over to try and get another wicket, which will give him a career best 4 for. 40 gone, 10 to go, 2, 4, 5, 4, 6.
And the final power play is signalled for what it's worth. One further fielder allowed outside the 30-yard circle. David Lloyd is hurtling towards the mid-wicket boundary where he's going to field. And Mark Watt. Watch this. It's a 24-yarder, I bet. No, it isn't. He tapped his thigh. There's an attempted reverse sweep from Travaskis. It didn't work. Unless he tapped his thigh 3 times and the third ball will be the 24-yarder. Let's have a look. See if I'm starting to work out what Mark Watt's doing. This one isn't either. Bowls to Travaskis, who goes back and hammers the ball into the leg side. It actually plugs a little bit in the outfield and slows up, allowing David Lloyd to put in the dive and complete the fielding. 2 runs to Travaskis. He moves on to 22. Durham to 247 for 6. So by my reckoning, this should be the 24-yarder. It won't be. I've got no idea what's happening. It isn't. And he bowls to Travaskis, who goes for the reverse and gets 4 for it. 1 bounce out towards the shorter boundary. Travaskis moves to 26. 250's up for Durham. 251 for 6 after 40 overs and 3 balls. Hence the applause.
It's a good job you mentioned it, Fletch, to keep them all on their...
I think the large 250 runs sign on the big scoreboard is probably more of a clue as Watt bowls, and this one is punched down to long on where Saranga Lakmal is fielding, and they go through for another single.
Definitely not the 33-run partnership.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially. No, it's good to hear they're getting involved, getting excited, enjoying a day in the sun watching the cricket here at Chester Street. 2 balls of the Watt over to go. His 8th, 2 for 57 his figures at this stage. He bowls, and that one is cut by Jones out towards Hayder on the cover boundary. And they go through for another single. 253 for 6.
Angus from Perth says, maybe I should go. He says we were 140 for 9 when I got here. I think you mean 140 for 1. Angus.
And there is the 24-yarder, and it's hoiked into the leg side for a 1 bounce 4. It's missed Hayder completely and gone to the boundary, and Travaskis moves on to 31 off just 22 deliveries. Really good little knock this from Liam Travaskis. Durham 257 for 6 at the end of the Mark Watt over. 9 to go. Jones has 40.
Liam Travaskis was surplus to requirements at the start of the season in the county championship, so he came up and did a few days commentary with us up here. Was Derbyshire the first home game, or was that Worcestershire? Worcestershire.
He wasn't here when I was here.
Right. Yeah, a couple of days against Worcestershire, I think. Conference going on out in the middle. With Derbyshire's finest brains.
Yeah, some of them.
Nice breeze from the west. Derbyshire flag hanging in the central column of the pavilion. The Durham flag looks like it's just hanging off one wire, but it isn't. It's just the way the rope ties.
It's been tugged, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The sight screen at the far end is ruffling more now than it has done at any stage. And those trees are starting to bend a little. What's happening here now then? What have they decided? They've decided that Suranga Lakmal should come back after that lengthy discussion. Thank you to Mark Beecroft. Stratton's been in touch. Very amusing. And then just signs off by keep up the adequacy. It's what I strive for, Mark. You know that.
John's been back on with a condition check. He says it was a really warm night in BL1 last night with no air, so I put the fan on to see if I could circulate some cool air. Woke up at about 3 a.m. sweating with a sore throat and a headache. I've checked and I don't think it's bubonic, so your theory about aircon may be correct. I have been in a hotel for a week or so, though, as well, he says.
Yeah, I think aircon does have a lot to answer for. Pleasant as it is.
Some allergy. Lakmal then. He's going to bowl from the Lumley end. I think all of his overs so far have been from our end, the Finkel end. Would you concur?
I would.
Is that nice and cold?
It's not bad, actually. Bought it this morning. Was in a hotel last night, but that they normally book breakfast for me.
And they forgot.
No breakfast booked.
That's why you got in that hotel. That's why it was in
budget.
In budget.
Yeah, so I had to go up to a well-known supermarket, relatively well-known, get some goodies for breakfast. I didn't eat much of them, and I'm starving now.
Lakmal from the Lumley end, cut by Jones. It's actually more of a drive. It's gone out towards the castle boundary. The one stops it down on one knee. So you went for which avenue did you go down breakfast-wise then?
I got 4 croissants and it's not enough.
4 croissants is not enough.
No. I've got some chocolate bars and stuff in my bag, but I can't really eat them on air, can you?
No. I was watching a documentary on Channel 4 the other night. Denise Van Outen, are air fryers worth it?
Okay.
And I was interested because we've had one for
got one.
a year or more now, so it was quite interesting. And from a finance point of view, this is a wide-ish half volley here, driven by Travaskas out towards Ali and the cover boundary, 1 run. Yeah, they are a lot cheaper to run than a conventional oven. I think this documentary suggested your microwave is actually the cheapest way to heat food, followed by the air fryer, followed by a slow cooker, followed by a traditional oven. But among the many people she spoke to scientists, and she went to these different universities where they were testing the calorific content of things cooked and stuff like that. But one guy was one of these YouTube influencer type gadgets. Lakmal to Jones, and Jones pulls this off towards backward square leg for 1. And he has about 2 million followers on YouTube, and he's got a channel, Air Fry Recipes. Brackets, don't try this at home, it should have said after what they showed on it. He did this croissant recipe where you get the croissant just roll stuff from the supermarket, and he rolled up inside each croissant a Cadbury's cream egg.
Oof, nice.
Imagine the calorie content for that. And then
took it out and deep fried
you've
it.
got all that fluffy pastry, and then you cut in with a knife, and there's all this melted, gooey cream egg in the middle, which just seemed wrong to me.
Beautiful. Where can you get these?
Got to make them yourself. 260 for 6, Lakmal in. And, well, that's an interesting shot to a not very good ball. And where it's gone is quite interesting as well, because it was a Yorker length ball, very wide, of off stump. And Travaskas has driven it round the corner down to long leg for 4.
He pulled it a long way, didn't he? From outside off stump Travaskis, but his eye is clearly in with 36 off 24.
It was a full toss. That's how he's managed that. He went down on one knee and he's driven it over his shoulder down for 4.
Almost like he knew where that ball was going to be bowled.
Durham 264 for 6 now. 8.2 overs to go here on the BBC. BBC's Newcastle and Derby. Blackmore around the wicket, slower ball to Travaskis. He drives it out into the covers and goes for AC. Connors picks it up. Angus has been back on from Perth, claiming autocorrect, and he said it should have said 140 for none, not 9.
I didn't hear it when you read out 140 for 9.
And he said, he said, I think I should go because when I turned up, Durham were 140 for 9. But I said, do you not mean 1?
Yeah.
Blackmore to Jones, an uppercut 6 into the Castle stand, nearly down through the stairwell. It's actually hit the stairs and bounced back onto the pitch. Really nice shot, that. Side up for him outside the line of off stump, but he's managed to put 53 runs together with Travaskis. Jones has made 16 of this partnership. Travaskis 37, 38 balls.
It's there to be hit, wasn't it, really? But he tried to bang it into the... well, he did bang it into the pitch. And it just basically sat up and asked to be hit, and Jones obliged. He's moved on to 48 from 46.
Well, I said Durham needed a big partnership, and these two are at least providing one.
That 300 is just 29 away with 8 overs to go now, so back very much in the frame to get over 300. Mark Beecroft Stretton suggesting as the 4 croissants are not enough in the name of the forthcoming Bond film. I know there's a Bond film with the word enough in the title, but no, there's a lot of things I'm not an expert on, and I don't want people writing in about that. Bond films is definitely one of them. We're going to see David Lloyd return here. 4 overs for 27 so far with his medium pace. As I say, didn't bowl against Sussex, did bowl against Gloucestershire, didn't play against Glamorgan, of course, despite the fact that he's going to be joining Derbyshire. He's only on loan at the moment, so couldn't bowl against his parent club, as I believe they're known.
His owners.
I think owners might be a bit of a stretch, but...
Is he tagged? He got one of those chickens, your dog.
Get it changed. There he comes then, and Sam Connors has come out to the long-on boundary. Lloyd is in, bowls it short into the pitch, and Travaskis pulls it into the leg side. Hayder does the fielding, single taken, 272 for 6. That was from around the wicket to the left-hander. He's going to go over the wicket to the right-handed Michael Jones, who's 2 away from a half-century. Already seen half-centuries today from Alex Lees, who made 62, and Graham Clark, who made 89.
Durham are 10 away from their highest score against Derbyshire.
It's a different.
Hang on.
These are different days, though, Martin, aren't they? I mean,
Yeah.
300 is your bare minimum. When Derbyshire made 298 at Cheltenham, we thought they were 30 short. They were probably 70 short.
Sorry, actually, they have to get to 299 for the highest score against Derbyshire, and Derbyshire's highest score against Durham's 281.
Lloyd is in, and that one is driven out into the offside by Jones, who moves to 49. Again, it's Hayder who does the fielding, going to our left-hand side. 273 for 6. So they went from 142 without loss to 218 for 6, and are now 273 for 6 with a partnership worth 55 between these two. Travaskis back on strike and tries to launch one into orbit. Manages to get a real thick bottom edge that dribbles into the onside. Lloyd fields off his own bowling. The batsmen go through for another single. Travaskis moves on to 39. 274 for 6. If it had made contact with that, Those youngsters would have got an absolute right as the ball hurtled towards them away to our right. He didn't. Here's Jones on 49, and now he's on 50 as he just guides this out into the offside. They're thinking about coming back for the second. They're going to come back for the second. Connors with the throw, and they get back for 2, and Jones has a half century. 276 for 6 now. Jones 51 off 48 balls with 2 4s and 2 6s. It's been a very valuable innings indeed from Michael Jones.
Hasn't played in that many one-day games, actually. It's only his... what one?
It goes slide. That one keeps a bit low. And it's punched by Jones up towards long on. Fielded by Lackmell. Takes a single. 277 for 6. Sorry, Martin, go on.
That's his 5th one-dayer for Durham.
Mm.
And his highest score was 119 against Middlesex last year. He got 38 at Sussex last Friday and 18 against Worcestershire in the opener this year.
Durham's best 7th wicket partnership against Derbyshire this. 48 at Jasmine in 1992 as Lloyd bowls around the wicket to Travaskis. The ball is clipped up to Sam Connors, who misfields and allows them to get back for a second. End of the over.
Why am I
8
looking
off it.
at that scorecard?
200, which, are you?
Yeah.
279 for 6 at the end of the over, I think. Yes, indeed. Travaskis 41. Jones 52, 7 overs to go. Why are you looking at that scorecard?
It was the Benson and Hedges Cup. It was the first time I think these two played each other in a one-dayer. And until a few years ago, the only time Durham had staged a game in Newcastle, till they started using South North about 5-6 years ago. And the reason I'm looking at that scorecard is because that is Derbyshire's highest score against Durham. 281 for 9. They won by 80 runs.
Different days. But there was a lot of maidens in that game. You'd be able to tell me. I think we've had 1,
2, 3, 4 in Durham's bowling and 2 in Derbyshire's.
All right, not so many of them. We've only had 1 in this match so far. It was bowled by this man, Saranga Lackmell.
Here he comes, right arm over from the Lumley end, bowling to Jones. Jones plays the ball up to long on for 1, all the way along the floor. Connors fields.
All stats courtesy of David Griffin. So I could look them up. I choose not to.
Do you have him on a retainer?
No. Just keep him company on away trips.
Travaskis on 41. Lackmell was running in and then changes his mind. Tree surgeons never come back.
No.
Will reappear this afternoon.
The number of gates he could have gone out of, though.
Yeah. Lackmell round the wicket. Travaskis looks to hoof it from one knee, falls over backwards. The ball goes over the stumps.
Excellent work. All round. Enjoyed that. I often need cheering up around this time of the day, especially when the news bulletin's coming up.
2 o'clock. Lackmell round the wicket. Travaskis into the car park, I think. Yeah,
Nearly.
he's hit it off the back corner of the castle stand and it's bounced down into the car park. Round about where my car's parked, actually. It's been retrieved. $286 for 6. Travaskis drives. Up to the point boundary. He moves on to 48. Tarnia scores 59 in a defeat by Nottinghamshire last year. And 55 in a defeat by Surrey. Jones on 53. Like Mallet, and it's gone down the leg side. He's appealing for LBW. Leg bye is going to be signalled. Nothing looked right about that appeal. Always looked like it was going down the leg side. He's the only one to appeal there as well. The keeper never joined in. $11 more runs for Durham, and it'll be the highest score in a one-day against Derbyshire. One ball left of the over, then 6 to go. 288 for 6. Like around the wicket, balls flicked down to third man for 1 by Travaskis. It was a wideish ball, stretching a long way to meet it. To 946. Batsman just having a chat here. Drinks being brought on. Lloyd starts a new over. Round the wicket from the Finkel end to Travaskis. Ball's played back to him. Travaskis on 49. Durham currently 289 for 6. Liam Travaskis has 49, looking for his third half-century in a one-dayer. And at the other end, Michael Jones, he's currently on 53, and these two have put together a partnership of 71 coming together when Durham lost 2 quick wickets on 218. Bushnell caught and bowled by Alex Thompson for 12. And then Scott Borthwick was bowled first ball for none. My throat's not the best today, but Durham at the moment 290 for 6.
Well done, Martin. Tricky one, that. Lloyd bowls, and it's driven down the ground by Travaskis to get to his half-century. Nicely played. 34 deliveries only from Liam Travaskis. He's hit a couple of very long balls as well. 2 6s and 4 4s. And he's sort of got Durham out of a bit of a hole when they were 218 for 6. At that point, Derbyshire might well have bowled them out for less than 250, but not to be. And these two have put on 73 or 52 balls so far. So well done to Travaskis. We'll have some work to do with the ball later as well, as Lloyd bowls, not just played out into the offside. When it's fielded by Wayne Madsen, they go through for a single. 292 for 6. Halfway through Lloyd's 6th over, not for 38 his figures at the moment. These two threatening just to take it away from Derbyshire if they're not careful, the visitors. That one is crouched into the offside by Travaskis, but straight to Harry Kame, who's fielding on the cover boundary. They pick up another single. Travaskis moves on to 51, 293 for 6. So wide and 3 singles off this over so far as Lloyd runs away from us and bowls. He started to go for the scoop and ended up playing French cricket, pushing the ball out into the offside there, Jones. I think he gave himself away slightly too early. He moves to 55, 294 for 6 with 5 overs remaining. Somerset 285 for 5 now, so they've put their foot down. They've still got 2.5 overs to go down at Thornton. Next delivery is driven, but straight to Wayne Madsen, who fields, can't take it cleanly and get a throw away. So a single off the final ball as well. 6 runs in total off the over. 295 for 6 with 5 to go now, Durham. Cut-off time, 2:32. If we're still here at 2:32...
We'll be hungry.
We'll be very, very annoyed.
Rich says, hi, Marty and Fletch. Not confident we are heading for a winning total with our bowling lineup, but should be interesting. Brackets I prefer comfortable. Is it just me, or did Derbyshire look ready to join a baseball league? He asks.
Just you. It'd be great if they did. I'd enjoy that.
David Griffin, coming from Pendant's Corner today.
Pedant. He's not in a pendant. He's not a pendant. I don't wish to be pedantic, but it's pedant rather than pendant.
I know, that was the whole point of the joke.
Is it?
Saying pendant instead of pedant. It gets people like you pointing it at.
What you need to do is raise your hand when you're telling me a joke.
Okay.
Next time.
Sorry. It was from Sean Keaveney's show on Six Music where he used to have Pendant's Corner.
Bit niche that for the rest of the country.
Connor's back into the attack.
Is it called Six Music because just 6 people listen to it? Is that what it's called?
I think it's about 2.5 million now. Yeah. It was about 500,000 when they threatened to close it down.
Anyway, back to Pendant's Corner.
Yeah, so...
He's right, though. I didn't want to read it out and make you look silly, but he's right.
Well, when I was referring to the first game between these two, I'm meaning as Durham as a first-class side, because Durham played lots of one-day games in the Cups as a minor county side in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. So...
Is it me?
No, it's me. I don't know.
Sam Connors.
Lost the will now, basically.
Begins a new over. No, he doesn't. It's the second ball of his over. But we missed a ball as well while we were in Pendant's Corner.
Yeah.
He's right, though. It's the same club, isn't it? Or was it reconstituted?
It was actually reconstituted in 2016.
Oh, well, so no records count then.
No.
But was it reconstituted when it went from minor counties to first class?
No.
So it's the same club.
Yeah.
Edmund Griff. Good spot.
Yeah. Got the bowls to Jones, played out into the covers.
Oh, dear.
I'm glad we're there for his amusement.
But he's clearly not taking any photographs, is he? Because he's upstairs watching the game. Beat up. Yeah. Absolutely. Just waiting for his fish and chips to arrive.
Yeah. Have you seen one photograph worth getting out of bed for from him this morning?
No. He's had a couple. I'm not sure they were entirely in focus.
No. Connors round the wicket now to Travaskis. He meets the ball on the bounce, plays it nicely out towards the point boundary to Haider Ali. 1 run. So Durham. And now at 298 for 6. Their highest score against Derbyshire, 298 for 7. In Chesley Street in 2008 when they won by 117. Connors to Jones, and he's got him middle stump. Jones looking to ramp and made his mind up before the ball had even gone anywhere near him there, and left all of his stumps exposed and his middle stumps lying a few yards from the others. He departs for 56, and Durham are now 298 for 7, same as their joint highest score.
I'm not sure that's entirely wise. I know they want to get a move on and get up to as close to 330, 340 as they can. But he was going along at a run of ball, 56 or 56 deliveries, exposed his stumps as he went for the ramp shot. You miss, I hit, and Connors hit.
Yeah.
To lose a set batsman at this point might. I mean, it might not. And let's face it, anything could happen as Miguel Pretorius comes out to bat. He swings the bat, doesn't he? You're telling me he's a swinger. 298 for 7. So might be some fireworks here. That was a very good partnership of 80 runs for the 7th wicket between Jones and Liam Travaskis. And much needed as they came together at 218 for 6. We will see whether that was a good or a bad shot in the coming minutes. 4 overs and 1 ball remain. They scored that 80 in just 10 overs as well. 10 overs and 1 ball. Good effort.
Mikhail Victorious on strike. It's a bouncer. I'm not sure what that's hit. It's gone for 4. Did that hit his helmet or
I thought it hit his head, but it's hit his back because it's been signalled 4. And it went down to third man. No idea how. Bottom edge.
Durham past 300 then. 302 for 7, and it's the highest score against Derbyshire.
4 overs to go. It was the final ball of the Sam Connors over. 8 overs, 1 for 35. He's only gone at about 4.5 runs and over, so a good effort from Sam today. Who's going to bowl now? Nobody wants to. Oh, there we go. Saranga Lakmal's got it. Lakmal returning to replace David Lloyd. He bowled 2 overs for 14 in that mini spell. Lakmal's got 2 overs left, so he'll bowl the final 2 overs from the finger end. So says the man whispering on the public address system. And he's going to be bowling to Liam Travaskis to begin with. Around the wicket, in goes Lakmal and bowls. It's clipped into the leg side for a single. Out towards Hayder. Durham move up to 303 for 7. Be nice if they could just drag this out until 2:30 when I've got another update. Sure they can, really. 3 overs and 5 balls. They shouldn't be able to, but it'd be nice if they did. It won't be far off, really, will it? Especially with the various field positions and the alterations to them. Long on, long off. Straight mid-wicket, back on the boundary. As well as third man and cover as Lakmal is in and bowls. That's a driven and almost caught. Diving away to his left-hand side by David Lloyd. I'm not sure whether he got to the ball before it hit the ground or not, but it was a fine effort either way. Victorious picks up a single and moves to 5.
Griff claims you can multitask. Now there's a claim.
But you can't take photographs while you're in a press box, can you?
I can multitask, and I am doing so, he says. Save it for the judge.
Indoor photography. There's Lakmal. Bowls to Travaskis on his toes and clipped into the leg side. They fancied 2, but Hayder's in quickly, keeps them down to a single, and then sends quite an awkward throw on the bounce into Brooke Guest, who gives him a bit of a look.
Who do you think will bowl out then, Dave? Because Thompson's got 1 over left, 3 for 53.
Yeah.
This is Lakmal's 9th. Connors and Watt have bowled 8 each.
I think Lakmal will bowl this over and the last one from this end, and Connors will bowl the last 2 from the far end. Is that right? Yeah.
That would work, yeah.
I would imagine. Lakmal in and bowls wide. Always going to be signalled wide, that one. Very much wide of the blue marker, the guideline for the umpire. St Mansour Qureshi turns around, gives the signal. 306 for 7. I think, so I do listen to Griff, but sometimes it doesn't stick in there. But the game against Sussex was the Derbyshire's, oh dear, either their 3rd or their 4th highest run chase, successful run chase. Well, they just got past 300. There's Lackmal is in again. This one is driven and dropped by Wayne Madsen. He really ought to have caught that one. He has a shot at the stumps as well and is disappointed to have missed those, but that was straight in and straight out. And he apologises to Saranga Lackmal. As a result,
so what happens when you
a single.
Played a one-dayer in 15,000 days?
Well, he hasn't played much cricket, in all honesty, since, well, he was absent with Italy for the final round of matches in the Championship.
So it's the last one he played against Durham then, was it?
Who did they play after that?
Well, Durham went to Scarborough the week after Derby.
Yeah, so that would have been that would have been his last game, yeah. Like bowls, the reverse something comes out from Liam Travaskis and actually goes to a straightish cover.
Played it off his foot.
It's a bizarre looking shot. 308 for 7. It was a reverse, and he's just tried another one. That one looked much better than the one he actually played. One ball of this over to go, and then 3 more. Here comes Lackmal over the wicket and bowls. That one is smashed out towards extra cover by Pretorius for 4 runs. 1 bounce 4 goes into that little gap where there are no advertising sponges. You couldn't quite afford all.
Why do you think there's a gap, Dave?
Well, why is there a gap over there?
Because that's where the covers are parked, so that's how the tractor gets on and off the ground.
Well, take them through the same bit. You don't need 2 gaps, surely. That's being facetious anyway. 312 for 7 at the end of the over, 3 to go.
Well, you see, he comes in this way.
Yeah, I understand. I understand the
goes
principle, then goes back out that way. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a one-way system. The cloud that was over us a few minutes ago has passed by now. Blue skies again here. Connors around the wicket, and Travaskis has gone down on one knee to try and sweep, and he's towed it straight into the ground. It bounces high, is collected by Connors one-handed, and a few people on the ground thought it was a catch. Among the many flags flying, the banner for the All-Stars Cricket Project and the Dynamos as well. In the air from Travaskis, but it's wide and safe of the cover area. Get 2. Sounded heavy on the bat, that one.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody asked you to close your window, did they?
No. It'd be good to see if any of the Derbyshire batsmen do, wouldn't it? I'll refuse. I'll just hold the game up. It's that beetle up there, look, on the white pillar. Is it a beetle?
It's blue tack.
Oh. These glasses aren't quite as good as I thought.
Travaskis drives out towards the covers. Hyder Ali fields. And, Pretorius coming back for a second. Has to dive in there. As Connors directs the ball onto the stumps.
What's the blue tack on there, then?
There's a sign on the windowsill there that the blue tack was trying to hold in place.
Media sent them to close 1 hour after the close.
I didn't know that sign was there until it fell off and left it in front of us a few weeks ago. And I thought, where's that come from?
Well, I'm hoping to be on air till 7 o'clock tonight, so they'll have to swing for that.
Mm. Well, this will not finish till 6:30 anyway, will it? Pretorius has hurt himself a bit there diving in.
I'm not sure when it'll finish, really. This first innings is going on longer than any first innings that we've had so far. And they've all gone the distance.
Cut-off time's now 14:32, is it?
Yeah.
That keeps moving, though.
It's only moved by about...
One is round the wicket to Travaskis, who's on 61. He drives hard at that one. Hyder Ali's out there and stops it. He moves on to 62. What did I say was his highest score, Travaskis? He's got his highest score today. Then previous was 59 in a defeat by Notts last year. So career best for him.
Been a good knock. Very useful knock.
Pretorius is on 10 from 4 balls. Connors right arm over. Pretorius lobs it into the air and is out at mid-off. He doesn't look very comfortable at all after diving in to complete that quick two a few moments ago. He looked like he winded himself and he's wandering off rather gingerly now. Fairly simple catch. Was it Reese?
Reese, yeah.
At mid-off, so he's gone for 10. And Durham are now 8 down and at risk of not batting out their 50 overs when Jones was batting with Travaskis. You thought that would be the least of their concerns. 317 for 8.
There we go, confirmation. Sam Connors picks up his second wicket of the day, I think deservedly. 2 for 44 from 8 overs and 5 balls. George Drizzell. His nickname's got to be Lemon, hasn't it? Surely. Let's get some proper nicknames going here.
Well, Drizzle and Rain bowling in the same match in the rain against
they did.
Yorkshire.
And they both. I know Drizzle was on the pitch as a substitute, I think, wasn't he, at Derby earlier this season? I think. Potentially, anyway.
So that was a 19-run partnership there.
Yeah, just 12 deliveries. Useful runs. Derbyshire with a chance just to keep a lid on it.
Connors to Drizzell. And nips in sharply, and he does well to keep it away there. Gets down on it late, plays it safely back to the bowler. End of the over. 2 to go. 317 for 8.
Yeah, 330 minimum will be Durham's target. And while Liam Travaskis is out there, it's well within their range, you would suggest. That would give the Derbyshire batsman plenty to think about. Run rate 6.6 as things stand. It's going to be Saranga Lakmal to bowl the final over from the Finkel end of this Durham innings. And he's going to begin it by bowling to Liam Travaskis, who's on 62. Around the wicket he goes, and Travaskis clips the ball into the leg side. They want 2 straight away. It's been picked up by Hayder, thrown back in, and they're going to come back for 2. That's good running by both Travaskis and Drizzell. Travaskis moves on to 64. And Durham are 319 for 8 with 11 deliveries remaining in their innings. Keep them down to a single will be the key here, but the field is well spread now, certainly on the leg side. As Lakmal is in bowls down the leg side, that'll be not signalled a wide. He moved a long way into the leg side, and Travaskis puts his arms out. That's an open show of dissent. Apparently it isn't. They're clamping down on that, according to, we had an Aaron Donald in the box with us when Derbyshire played Glamorgan. And if you linger for a split second as a batsman, you can be on a grade 1, whatever that is.
It's a tear in your calf, isn't it?
Yes. Lakmal in again, balls to Travaskis again on his legs. He's clipped that down the ground. He's not going to get 4, but he will get 2 as Connors comes around the boundary to do the fielding. Hit that very straight. Travaskis, so 2 more to the total, 321 for 8. Remarks his guard. 4 off the over so far, 3 balls to go, and then another over after that. And we will get our fish and chips. Tom Wood about to go for a net. Just down to our left-hand side, left out of the side that was from the squad that was named. Lakmal goes in and bowls, and Travaskis pushes it up towards Matty McKinnon. They do go through for a single with 2 balls to go in the over, and Travaskis moves to 67, 322 for 8. I don't know necessarily that he'd be protecting Drizzell, would he?
I don't know. There's no need at this late stage, you wouldn't think, with the Drizel's got a higher score of 37 not out against Sussex last year.
There we go. So he can clearly hold a bat. What? Oh dear, somebody's not enjoying themselves anymore. See, they've been enjoying themselves all day, and now they're not enjoying themselves anymore. 2 balls to go of the Lackmal over. He's in and bowls to Drizel, who plays it straight back into the ground and well fielded by Lackmal and his follow through.
So far he's bowled the only maiden in this innings.
Yeah. All the maiden in the game against Sussex as well. What it does mean is his other 9 overs, 8 overs and 5 balls, have gone for 67. He hasn't taken a wicket, whereas he picked up 4 against Sussex. And now he's deep in conversation with Wayne Madsen for the final ball of the over. Brooke Guest leaving the lengthy negotiations with the Sri Lankan to Wayne Madsen.
Madsen's pointing to the top of the hill and he says, that's the castle there. And then he's just pointing in the other direction and says, that's the park across the road.
Keep it out of there.
Yes.
If you can. Last ball of the over then. We will get it bowled at some point. Cut-off's gone to 2:33 now for no apparent reason.
In the morning.
It's Lackmal. Over the wicket to Drizel, who gets a ball that is perfectly placed on the blue line. No, that was fine. That was fine. And the over comes to an end. 322 for 8 then, with 1 over to go. That over will be bowled by Sam Connors. And it will be an interesting run chase.
So Watt then bowled 8 overs and took 2 for 62. Other than Lackmal, nobody got a maiden. So Lackman 10 overs, none for 67. 1 maiden. Rees bowled only 3 overs, but he went for 24 runs. No wickets. Lloyd 6 overs, none for 41. And it's Connors coming into bowl now. He's bowled 9 overs, 2 for 44. That's a wide. That's gone not only beyond the blue line, but past the white edge of the crease and nearly off the cut strip there. That was 3 wides. Thompson, not quite career best. 3 for 53 for him. If he got a 4th, it would have been. He bowled 9 overs.
Griff's got a column for the not quite a career best.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could keep a note of that.
That's driven. And that's over the top of the covers and then shoots along the floor. Haider Ali cuts it off. 2 runs for Travaskis.
There was a fair amount of curve on that ball because initially it looked like it was going out to extra cover for 4, but it seemed to almost boomerang towards Haider Ali.
McKinnon none for 27 from 4 overs, but he did injure his hand at the end of his first over when Bellingham slammed the ball back at him. Fletcher's made it to half 2. He's got his wish. Connors in, driven down the ground by Travaskis. 1 bounce, and the ball seems to be running parallel with the sponge at the far end of the ground. Don't think it ever clipped it. So that's good fielding there. Managed to stop it going for 4. Let's see who that is. McKinnon. Way down the far end of the ground at long off. Travaskis on strike. Connors round the wicket. Travaskis drives at a wideish ball. Plays it out there. Haider Ali in the cover boundary position. 1 run. 3-2-8 for 8. Travaskis, a career best 72. So Durham were 142 for none. Lee's got run out on 62. They lost Bellingham for 14, Clark for 89, and McKinney for 4. All quickly, they lost 4 wickets for 40 runs. Went from 142 for none to 182 for 4. Then they lost Bushnell for 12 and Borthwick first ball when the score was on 218. Thompson was on a hat-trick at that point. Then an 80-run partnership, a record stand for Durham for a 7th wicket against Derbyshire in one-day cricket, ended when Jones was bowled by Connors for 56. This is cut by Drizel out towards cover boundary for 1. And then Pretorius injured himself diving to complete a quick 2. Looked a bit jaded. Took a while to pull himself together and then clipped the ball to mid-off and was caught by Lewis Rees on 10 off the bowling of Connors. 2 balls left. Travaskis is on strike. Connors round the wicket. Travaskis pulls this out to wide, long on. Cut off by Rees on the boundary with his back to the castle stand to get 2. Is driven by Travaskis for 2 more. Up to wide, long off. Durham make 333 for 8. Vasquez 76 not out. Connors 2 for 55 from his 10. Rizal on 1. So Vasquez give it best 76. Not out. Durham 333 for 8. At a run rate of 6.7. It's not the highest of scores. How will they bowl in terms of defending that? We will see you in around about half an hour's time.
brush from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming players for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage.
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, 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 for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart in concert.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's six. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage.
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programs are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, 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 for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart. In concert.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generations.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage.
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable.
Welcome back to Chesley Street, Durham, making 333 for 8 earlier at 6.7 runs and over, their highest score in a one-day against Derbyshire. Derbyshire coming out now to chase that down. In bright sunshine here in Chesley Street, a gorgeous day. Bit of a stiff westerly breeze, but it's a warm breeze. It's a nice breeze, nice weather. Not like the weather you get in Wales occasionally. In fact, Mark, the photographer, was telling me at lunch that he went to Swansea University and it rained every day for the first 6 weeks he was there in 1981. If you can see Devon, it's about to rain. If you can't see Devon, it's raining. That was the rule of thumb there. So you got your 2 o'clock to do as well, have you? Right. I'll turn you off for now then. No. So, Luke Robinson will open the bowling for Durham. Would be Derbyshire's highest run chase if they could pull this off, and well above their previous best against Durham, which was 281 for 9 at Jesmond in 92 and Benson and Hedges. So Robinson then, first ball bowled by him, and it's turned away by Harry Kane, just guided down towards third man. Lewis Rees, the other man opening the batting with him, who's got half centuries in 3 consecutive innings in this competition this season. I think Kane, the last match, was that his highest score, 94 or something, was it?
Yes.
Yeah. Luke Robinson, here's a little story for you. He comes in a bowl to Reese. Reese plays it to the leg side, no run there, picked up by... I'll just tell him a second. He is 19 years old. He played his club cricket for Philadelphia, just up the road. And he once bowled 6 batsmen in 6 deliveries.
Yeah.
In an under-13s cup tie, Philadelphia against Langley Park. The right arm over, he bowls. It's driven down to third man along the floor for 1. So his dad, Stephen, was the umpire. His mum, Helen, was the scorer. His brother, Matthew, was playing, and his granddad, Glenn, was watching. So, made his T20 debut against Leicestershire this year. Signed an academy contract last year, and this is his one-day debut. He took 3 for 33 against Northumberland in the warm-up match a couple of Sundays ago in Jesmond. Came as on 1. Robinson bowls. Played to short mid-wicket to Ben McKinney, who's 9 foot 33 and a half. He's huge compared to everybody else out there.
He's a tall man.
There is no emergency in the ground. It's part of family day, and there's some emergency vehicles which the kids are having a look around out the back of us. Robinson in and defended. The proper footy season starts tomorrow, Dave, not this Mickey Mouse
heard that.
EFL thing.
Yeah, I'd heard that.
Mm-hmm. Non-league started 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Every step has to start ahead of the step above it.
Does it?
I didn't know that.
Is that right?
Yeah. This is played by, came out through mid-wicket 4-2. Fielded by Travaskis.
We've already had 2 rounds of the FA Cup.
Yeah. End of the first over. And 4 on the board. 4 ahead already.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Well, Durham's total of 333 for 8 was their highest score in a one-day game against Derbyshire. And if Derbyshire are to pull this off, it will be their highest run chase in a one-dayer as well. The Durham innings featured 89 runs from Graham Clark and 62 from Alex Lees. It fell apart a little bit when Lees was run out with a score of 142. They then lost 4 wickets for 40 runs during that period before a partnership of 80 runs for the 7th wicket, with Michael Jones making 56 and Liam Travaskis hit career best 76 not out. Derbyshire in the second innings of second over of their innings are 8 without loss, so they've hit a couple of boundaries, and their target for victory 3-3-4.
Lovely. Victorious bowls to Reese, who hit the first ball of the over for 4. Down to a wide, long leg, really. Not fine leg, it was more long leg. The Derbyshire 8 without loss in the second over, chasing 334. And as Martin said, it's going to be a record run chase should they get to their target. Make it back-to-back wins. Victorious bowls pushed out into the offside by Reese, no run. What I would say is that Wayne Madson's return to the side gives them 6 frontline batsmen at the top of the order. McKinnon and Thompson can both bat as well. Mark Watt can swing it a bit. Connors in the Championship got back-to-back 30 odds. And then Saranga Langmel. Here is Pretorius. 4th ball of his over, bowls to Reese, who flips this into the leg side. It's gone a long way in front of square. There's a long chase around the boundary, which is unsuccessful from Liam Travaskis, and another 4 runs to the score. Reese moves to 9. 12 without loss in the second over. Steady start for the Derbyshire openers. They're going to need to go along steadily throughout this innings if they're to reach that target, that record target. Pretorius bowls outside the off stump. Reese leaves alone, goes through to wicketkeeper Graham Clark, and there's no run. A bit more blue sky now than there was towards the end of that Durham innings. That strong wind, or strengthening wind, is blowing the clouds away, which is good news.
Durham have just posted a video, walk around the back of the pavilion. The queue for the ice creams is massive.
Yeah.
All the picnic benches are full.
There's a good crowd. As Reese pushes this one back towards Pretorius for the final delivery of the over. 8 from it, 2 boundaries. And Derbyshire 12 without loss after 2.
Les Dennis.
Yes.
Strictly.
Yes.
So, Oz Chatterjee, who's a reporter, has tweeted, people keep changing Les Dennis's Wikipedia page to claim he's a horse. So they blocked the page because of vandalism.
A horse?
Yeah. That's the thing with Wikipedia. You can go in and alter people's...
You certainly can. Yeah. Should see yours.
Yeah. Here's Robinson. Start of the third over. It's turned nicely around the corner by Kane for 4. Bushnell's at Wood square leg.
What I would say about this potential run chase is, I mean, that was barely touched by Harry Kane, and he's used all the pace of the bowler just to guide it, and it is a short boundary out there, so I'm going to take that into consideration.
Robinson, it's hit the pad. It was going down the leg side. Kane's furious with himself and swats at the air. There was an annoying bumblebee or something there.
He thought he was going to just flick that down a fine leg, didn't he? Fish and chips, excellent.
You reckon?
Yeah, I broke a fork, of course.
That's easily done.
Yeah.
With the most femmer forks in the existence of plastic.
They're not great, are they?
No.
But the food, marvellous.
You could break one of those forks with a yoghurt, I think. Oh, that's a lowish ball this time, and Kane, that's a little dabble at it. Outside the line of off stump, stayed low and went through to the keeper.
He played over the top of it.
So are you going to go back down to Derby tonight, or will you go back to Bolton?
No, I'll go to Bolton.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd just like to get a plan in my head as where you're going to be on the motorway network at any given time.
I'll talk you through my next week if you want in a minute. You like it.
This is in the air, but it's safe. It's away. It's 4 out through Cow Corner. Thuds into the sponge just in front of the County Durham stand on our right.
So next Tuesday, I'm going straight from home to Birmingham for the Derbyshire game against whatever they're called.
So you're taking on Knutsford City Limits on the M6?
Yeah, I'm going to set off early.
Yeah. You better go today then.
Then on my way back, I'm hopefully going to call in at Shrewsbury where Burton are playing. Not for work.
I've seen the stadium, but I haven't been in it.
That's nice.
Nice looking ground. Robinson is thumped for 4 here. Overpitched that one, and it's away back past him and down to the boundary in front of us.
Then I'm in the office for 2 days.
Right.
Wednesday and Thursday. Derbyshire play at home on Friday. Burton go to Wickham on Saturday, and Derbyshire are at Northamptonshire on the Sunday.
Well, Wickham to Northampton, that's not too far, is it?
No, but I'm coming back from Wickham, hopefully only to Derby, and then going down to Northampton on the Sunday morning.
Why'd you have to come back from Wickham?
Otherwise, I'll be sleeping in the car.
Oh. Just offended. So hang on, so you're in Wickham?
Yeah.
When?
Saturday.
And then you've got to be in Northampton?
On Sunday.
So why not drive from Wickham to Northampton and stay in a hotel?
Because I'd have to pay for it.
Ah, right.
And I'm unwilling to do so. So I can go back to my, what I like to call my digs at Sawley Marina.
Right.
Assuming that it's available, which I'm told at this early stage is.
And always seems to be.
Yeah, more often than not. Yeah. More often than not. Miguel Pretorius begins his second over. Derbyshire 24 without loss after 3. First ball is pushed out into the offside
by the way,
there's no run.
20 runs ahead of where Durham were after 3 overs.
Yeah, they made a good start. We're not getting carried away on this side of the desk. It's early stage. Never been carried away. Well, I'm supposed to be taking part in a Burton Albion versus Derby preview on the radio at 6:30, which is the cut-off time at the moment, so that might be a bit iffy. As Reese chops this away, and will he get 4? I don't think he will. It was sort of half-stopped by the man in the covers, and they're going to go 2, in fact. So they don't get back for 3. Bushnell half-stopped it. Yeah, it was a decent effort, wasn't it?
Graham Clark's the keeper, which
Except it was
amused me. Was it? No, it wasn't. It was Bushnell.
Drizzell stopped it.
Yeah.
Stopped it, yeah.
Yeah, he was behind my window frame.
No, fair enough.
Right.
But yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you reading. Was it you reading something out?
No, I was just saying Graham Clark being a wicketkeeper
right.
in the one days this year.
Next delivery is defended by Reese back to Pretorius.
Don't know if he's just preferred that way. I don't know where Tom McIntosh is not in the picture. Ollie Robinson's at the 16.4 somewhere.
Yes, but not playing much, I understand.
Right.
I know the feeling. But players being taken away and then sat in a stand somewhere. As Pretorius bowls and Reese gets wrapped on the pads, there's a half-hearted appeal that would have pitched outside leg, surely. And they're going to run through for a leg bye.
Tell us about their opening stands this year, because they've had some good performances these two, haven't they?
I'm glad you asked, Martin. I've got nothing written down. They've scored century stands in 3 of the last 4 innings they've played together, and they've got 4 in a row at Derby century stands. So they are. It was only at Cheltenham College in that run where they haven't got to 3 figures between them. And as you correctly said, Harry Kane, his highest score in List A cricket with his 96 on Wednesday. Both in good form. Pretorius bowls 2 Kane, who drives him very pleasantly up to a wide long on. That'll go for 4. It is being chased, but I'm not entirely sure why, because it has hit the boundary rope. I was starting to panic a little bit there at one point because it did look. Is that Michael Jones?
Yeah, because there's a V. The boundary goes around the V there.
Yeah, there's a bit more grasp for it to travel across, and it only just made it in the end, but it looked as though it was going to, and did. So another boundary, 7 off the over so far, 31 without loss in the 4th. And Lewis Reese is on a really good run as well. So you just wonder how long it will continue. I mean, the longer the better, from a Derbyshire perspective, of course. As Pretorius is in. Oh, that didn't miss the off stump by much. It didn't miss the inside edge of the bat by much. He could have played. Anything could have happened there, and it's a dot ball.
That did not have a move on him there.
End of the over. 4 gone, 31 without loss. Derbyshire, they need a further 303 to win, which is an enormous amount of runs, and already there's going to be a bowling change. Now, Derbyshire's openers on Wednesday forced Sussex into bowl 7 bowlers inside the first 14 overs. It looked fairly planless, the Sussex bowling attack. And they've already forced an early change here. With Robinson's 2 overs for 16, seeing the end of him. And Liam Travaskis coming on from the Finkel end.
There's a little chocolate bar on my desk here, which appeared during the interval, and Ash Thorpe says his little mates left it there as a prezi.
Nice.
I think he might be in the room next door.
I saw somebody peering round before.
So early doors with the spinning options of Travaskis in his left arm and his sunglasses. First ball is retrieved by him, and lots of hesitancy from the batsman. There was definitely a single on there. Reese played it wide of the bowler, and he had to chase it across towards mid-on in the discs. There was a hesitancy from Kane to come down the track and go for the single.
I think if they'd have set off immediately, they probably could have got 2 there. And they only just managed to get in for 1, but yeah, a lot of hesitation. Wait till you see Hayder come out to bat. Then you'll see some interesting running.
5 years ago this week, the Travaskis got his 4 wickets in a televised T20 at Lancashire and turned the game on its head.
T20 in August?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
It's got his collar up here as he bowls this one. It's turned to square leg, and the ball is quickly back to the keeper, who is at full stretch to try and grab it. Throw came in hard there from Robinson, I think that was. Luke Robinson at point, at square leg, sorry.
They're thinking playing T20s in August when people are off.
Well, they got rid of it because there were clearly no children going to cricket in those days. So Travaskis round the wicket. This is driven over the top and away. One bounce for 4 just down below our commentary position. Came using his feet there and planted the ball straight over Michael Jones, who's at mid-on on the discs.
I don't think I mind too much that he danced down the track at him. Came clearly with his eye in at the moment.
Dark blue pads with a very eggshell blue strip for Derbyshire. Came, looks to cut, and it's bounced out the keeper's gloves.
You can't wear light blue pads because you won't be able to see the white ball.
Yeah.
But the same pads they wear for T20 cricket, I think.
But wear sky blue pink with dots. This is a little flick away wide of mid-on. Jones goes after it. Came gets a single. I've got come out with Mr. Blobby patterned pads. We were down at Leicester a few weeks ago for the county championship match, and in the indoor school, they blacked out all the windows, and the kids were playing indoor day glow cricket. So I went in to have a look. So all the stumps were luminous, the ball was luminous. Fantastic. Travaskis is left arm over now to left-handed Rees, who plays this up to Borthwick at wide mid-on. 1 run, and Clark's missed that one. It bounced awkwardly on him as it was coming in towards the keeper. 5 overs gone, 38 without loss. Durham were 18 for none at that point.
And yet they're only 16 in front of Duckworth Lewis.
Yeah, well, Durham's opening stand was 142, wasn't it? So
yeah.
And Stern.
Yes, he always gets forgotten, doesn't it? Yeah. I assume it was a he.
I think so.
Yeah. Pretorius is going to continue 2 overs for 14. Bowling to Lewis Rees, who's on 13 at the moment, and he chops that into the ground, and it's nicely fielded. A point. Sharp piece of fielding by Johnny Bushnell. And there was no run either side. It races away to the boundary for 4, but he barely had to move. Still lots of chat out there from the Durham fielders, just trying to G themselves up as George Drizzell goes out to the cover boundary now in a slight change to the field, with third man coming up inside the circle. The other man out is on the square leg boundary. Away to our right-hand side, tallest man in the world out there. There's Pretorius bowls, and down the track comes Lewis Rees and gets a horrible thick inside edge on that when it goes out. Towards that man on the boundary, Ben McKinney. And they go through for a single, 39 without loss.
Is this the halfway stage of the 6 weeks holidays today, is it?
I think so, yes.
I think they're already back at school in Scotland, aren't they? Because they break up earlier.
You know more about the school holidays than I. I no longer have to plan anything around them. As down the track comes Came and smashes Pretorius back over his head for 6. Harry Came, nice shot, moves to 30 off just 17 deliveries. And Derbyshire 45 without loss in the 6th over.
That might have dented the ball.
A good shot, wasn't it? He come right out of the middle of the bat. Didn't clear the rope at the far end by much, but it doesn't have to, as long as it clears it. A couple of flexes of the knees from Came, and that one's down the leg side and signalled wide.
Now, how's that a wide when the deliveries being bowled at Durham weren't?
Well, I'm sure deliveries plural isn't necessarily true.
Well,
he didn't move in his stance, though, did he? Once you get later on in the innings when the batsmen are moving around.
Well, he moved across towards off stump there. That just missed the leg
He
stump.
moved across to off stump after the ball had gone past him. That was a wide. That was a wide.
I'm confused now. I don't see how that was and the others weren't.
That was a wide. Next delivery is a full toss.
That's
and
a full toss.
He bunts it to Travaskis. Yeah. I think he was a little surprised, and it was quite quick, as you might expect, from Miguel Pretorius. Walks slowly back to his mark. Cut off 6:32. I hope Dom's listening. He might get disappointed. It might be just him and his studio guest later on, as Pretorius is in again, and Kane gets a little bit tucked up by that one. Turns it into the leg side. And there's no run fielded there by Scott Borthwick. 46 without loss as we approach the final ball of the 6th over. The youngster away to the right wearing a straw hat. Magnificent straw hat. Well done. Got to get those hats on. It's hot out there, folks. That one is off an inside edge and not stopped cleanly. I'm not surprised either by Graham Clark. They go through for a single. He was going one way. The ball came off the inside edge and he had to turn and dive to his left. Got a paw on it. 10 off the over, though. And Harry Kane has also pinched the strike. He's on 31. Lewis Rees has 14. Derbyshire 47 without loss after 6 overs. I think they will be pleased with the way things have started. Just talking to, well, Griff mainly, upstairs. And it's a tall order. As you said earlier, be a record successful run chase. But if each of the top 6 batsmen get 50, then they've half a chance.
Travaskis starts a new over. A little punch shot along the floor out through mid-wicket by Kane for 1. If each of them get 50, then they've got 300 for 6. Is that what you're saying?
Well, they would have, yes, and then the others could get the other 33 runs. So it's just sort of, you know, you've almost got to cut it down to thinking like that, though, haven't you? Because it's such an enormous target.
Travaskis left arm over. It's a caught and bowled. Good reactions from him. It was a full toss, and Rees has hammered it back at him. Travaskis diving across to his right, takes it low, two-handed. Rees has gone for 14, 48 for 1.
So that theory goes out of the window now. 14 off 17 for Lewis Rees. He will be absolutely beside himself, having hit a full toss back to a spinner and been dismissed for just 14. But
as he walks past the speedboat, he could have won.
Yes. Yeah. Harry Moore brings a drink out for Harry Kane. So 48 for 1 after 6 overs and 2 balls. And the new batsman could be absolutely anybody. David Lloyd, I imagine. Looks like David Lloyd from here. I haven't seen an awful lot of him, of course. Scored 80 odd on Wednesday. Batted beautifully, I'm told. I didn't see it and haven't watched it back, but that's what people tell me. Showed a lot of intent, and it is indeed. David Lloyd, who walks out to the middle.
286 needed from here.
It's a lot of runs.
It's a busy lad, David Lloyd, in between commuting from Cardiff to Derby, running all those gyms. I'm surprised he's got any time to play any cricket.
Being amusing on social media. Yeah.
He didn't play in the cup final against Durham for Glamorgan 2 years ago. So he might have been at one of those franchise thingies.
I'm not sure that he has been.
No?
No.
Unless he was injured.
Well, no, because I mean, he clearly isn't in their one-day cup plans this year, so presumably it wasn't 2 years ago either. Otherwise,
he went to Shrewsbury School. Who else went to Shrewsbury School? Can you think of a cricketer?
He has been on the books at the Welsh Fire, actually.
Yeah.
No idea.
Travaskis bowls. Lloyd off the mark, first ball, pushes the ball out into the covers. James Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
Him of Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire, not the quartet.
The short one.
Yeah.
Well, David Lloyd is not very tall. You have to be under a certain height to go to Shrewsbury School, do you think?
Ball's very low.
Yeah.
There's actually a head injuries unit associated with the front door of the school. Possibly. Maybe I made that up. In comes Travaskis again to Kane. This is played out through mid-wicket. 4-1 run along the floor to McKinney. Up, 54. 6.4 overs. Travaskis, 2 balls left of this one. Oh, a little flick out through the leg side there by Lloyd. Wrong foots. Borthwick, who was in it short mid-wicket. And 1 run across to McKinney towards the boundary. This is dug out from around middle and leg there. I came and it trickles away on the leg side. Applause for Travaskis after getting a wicket with that over. And Derbyshire started it at 47 for none, or 51 for 3. 51 for 1.
Even I didn't spot that.
I know.
I did 21. Lloyd was at the 100. Thank you, Stephen. Had a really good T20 in 2019, we think. So 7 overs gone, 51 for 1. Just behind on Duckworth Lewis now, having lost a wicket, and we're going to see George Drizzell for the first time. So the 4th bowler used already. But unlike Sussex, who didn't get a wicket in those first 14 overs, Durham have already got 1. And Drizzell will be bowling to David Lloyd first up. I fully expect that message from Stephen to come through another 2 times, so that's what's happening with his phone. Marvellous. Drizzell then, from the Lumley end, in bowls to Lloyd, who sweeps but straight to the man at backward square leg, who fields it comfortably. David Beddingham.
My friend Colin has a number of Twitter accounts from blogs he runs and stuff, and every time he tweets something, it always comes on twice.
Next delivery, played off the back foot, pushed up towards long on by Lloyd, who picks up a single and moves to 3, 52 for 1. These are not tweets, though. These are text messages.
No.
It comes through 3 times every time he sends me one. It's marvellous. I'm still communicating by the old-fashioned method of text.
Carrier pigeon.
52 for 1. Drizzell for the first time to Harry Kame, who's on 33. And Kame pushes this into the leg side. I think they fancied 2 here. I don't think there are 2 there, though. No, there aren't. They pick up another single. They move to 53 for 1. At the end of their innings, Sussex had restricted, if that's the right word, Somerset to 318 for 6, and they're already 60 for 2 after 11 overs. In reply, Notts as Drizzell bowls and is swept by Lloyd nicely, backward a square, 4 runs. There is a fielder out there on the mid-wicket boundary. It's Johnny Bushnell, but he couldn't get there. He actually catches it as it bounces up off the boundary sponge. First boundary for Lloyd. He moves to 7, 57 for 1.
Mark McAlinden says Joe Hart, who could have been a cricketer, went to Shrewsbury School.
Yes, he did. You're right. I do have a vague recollection of that. I'll be far too tall. I mean, Joe Hart must be quite tall, you'd have thought.
Yeah. Well, he's a lot shorter than he was.
How did he fit into Shrewsbury School being that tall? Drizzell bowls to Lloyd, who takes a step into the leg side and then plays it out into the off.
Did you ever go to Gay Meadow?
Yes.
Went there once for a 0-0 draw in 1988 or something like that.
Yeah, been there a few times. The man in the coracle. Reverse sweep comes out and goes straight to the fielder at not mid-wicket, at cover again. Twice he's hit the ball to Ben McKinney, once in an orthodox manner, once not so much. And Drizzell's first over comes to an end. 6 from it. Derbyshire 57 for 1 after 8 overs. They still need 277. Harry Kane, 34 from 24. David Lloyd, a run of ball 7. Yes, it was a tight old press box at Gay Meadow. Right in the city centre or town centre, I imagine it is.
Yeah, it's down on the banks of the river, wasn't it? So we were in Shrewsbury about 3 years ago on the way back from a holiday in Wales and parked down that neck of the woods because the new ground's out on the ring road, isn't it, at the top end. Travaskis left arm round, started a new over from the Finkel end, and this is played by Kane to Borthwick, who misses it. Coming in from long on, he sort of overruns the ball, got a hand on it, but then ran past it, so they get 2 instead of 1. Borthwick, the skipper for Durham in the county championship, whereas Lees is the skipper this season in the white ball stuff. Lees is at short extra cover. Travaskis bowls and an attempted drive from Kane. Comes off a thick edge and runs down towards third man. 2 chasing it. They're going to run 3. He could be in trouble here. Oh, I don't know if he's got in or not. He's ended up doing a backward roll. I think he's past the mark, but the throw came in low and it had Clark stretching away from his stumps. He had his back to the stumps. He grabbed the ball and tried to throw it backwards at the stumps and missed.
They never looked like 3 there, though, did they?
No. Has Kane hurt himself now?
No, that's Lloyd.
Lloyd's right.
Yeah, no, I think he just rolled on his shoulder. He just gave his shoulder a bit of a rub, but he's up and back at it now. He's helped Harry Kane move to 39, but I don't think they'll be taking 3 from the next 2. I would suggest.
Lloyd on strike. Travaskis bowls, a little bit of a drifter, played to Lees at short extra cover. Jones is at mid-off on the discs. You've got Borthwick at long on. He's back to the sponge. McKinney's in Carroll corner, filling all of it. The square leg. Backward square leg inside the discs, and this has gone up to Borthwick. A 1, Lloyd. What else we got? Got a point, the backward point, and a gully. None of these throws towards the stumps actually seem to be going to the stumps.
No, he's having
3 or 4 that Clark's got nowhere near.
Time, Clark. I don't know. Is he part-time wicketkeeper?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Never seen him play wicketkeeper until this year.
So that makes it even harder for him, doesn't it, really? If he's not used to keeping wicket, he'd quite like the ball to go somewhere near his gloves.
Yeah. Somewhere near the stumps or the bails.
Having to dive around everywhere.
Travaskis to Kane. Okay, pushes it to square leg. Now, this could be a chance for a run out. Oh, and it's coming too hard and low. And Travaskis couldn't stop the ball. Fierce throw there, racing in from Robinson. At just slightly wide of square leg. Going for the bowler's end. It went like a shout. And it went too hard.
I'm going to have been out with a direct hit.
64 for 1 here on the BBC. Travaskis in again. And that's cut off the back foot by Lloyd. Hammered through the covers. He's picked out a lovely line. He's got it past Lees at short extra cover. Bushnell on the discs. And away it's gone to the steps of the pavilion. Jones goes to retrieve it. It's ended up right against the fence where we do our interviews.
Good shot.
End of the over. 9 overs gone. 41 to go. 68 for 1. 266 needed.
1 more over a power play. More power play 1. 58 without loss at the end of the 10th over. Durham. Derbyshire 68 for 1. With 1 over to go. So they've lost a wicket. Got a few more runs. Not much in it. Good start. George Drizzell, second over. First one went for just 6. The required rate 6.5. The run rate 7.6. It's a lot of runs to maintain over 50 overs, but after the first 20% almost of the innings, they're up with it. Drizzell bowls to Kame, who clips this into the leg side for a single. Previous over, that might have been 2. If Lloyd had just touched down, turned and gone again. Going to need some pretty decent detergent to get that shirt clean again. Dust all over his back and down his right side. As he waits now, Drizzell comes in and bowls to him. Give that a bit of a tweak. The ball is beaten into the ground by Lloyd and dribbles out into the offside towards Alex Lees. He's in again, is Drizzell. This time it's guided backward a score on the offside. They're going to go through for a single. Kame running to the danger end this time as it's picked up by Travaskis and thrown in to Clark. He gets home comfortably. Lloyd moves on to 13, 70 for 1.
So did you say he'll get a bit daft when Haider Ali comes in?
The running, yeah. Can do. When he tries a little dab there, does Harry Kame misses it. Bale whipped off by Clark.
Michael Richardson was involved in 28 run-outs in one-day matches for Durham. How many times do you think he was out?
1.
Yeah.
Excellent. Kame pushes that one into the leg side for a single. That's the way to do it, though, isn't it? 71 for 1. Came up to 42.
I think Richard Isaacs, the Sky scorer, and William Dobson, the Durham scorer, came up with that one.
Brilliant. Drizzell in and bowls, and Lloyd cuts and gets it past the fielder, diving at cover. Ben McKinney, that goes away to the boundary. Before, and a disappointing end to the over. 7 from it in the end. Lloyd moves to 17. Kame has 42, and Derbyshire 79 for 1 at the end of the power play. And Durham were 58 without loss.
259 needed to win.
Yes, I was trying to avoid saying that.
Robertson going into the attack, yeah.
Well, this is interesting. So this will be the 5th bowler.
He bowled earlier, though.
So he's only the 4th bowler, but he's coming back. Yeah, fair point. Fair point. Withdraw that previous comment.
That's on the radio.
No, I hadn't registered. That's all.
Observations on the radio.
Yeah. No future in that, is there? Talking out loud.
Wind's really got up in those trees at the far end there.
Well, it has, and the wind is now, well, it always has been, but because it's got up, it is blowing towards the short boundary as well, isn't it? So another factor to consider.
Robinson back in with a bit of pace. First ball bowled to Kame is down towards third man for 2. Robinson none for 16 from his opening 2 overs. He was a bit loose. That replaced him with Travaskis, who got Rees out the picture. A cracking caught and bowled off a full toss, low to his right, took it 2-handed, just above the ground. Came on 44. In comes Robinson again. This is defended on a length. Jones at short mid-wicket, picks it up. Kame's scores so far in the competition this year, 94 in the win against Sussex, his highest score in one day. He got 73 in the defeat by Glamorgan in Derby and 40 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. This is skewed down to third man. And that is the end of Kame. Caught. Didn't play that well. I think it's Drizzell down there, is it? He sliced it straight down to third man and he's gone. for 44. 77 for 2. 257 needed.
Yeah, that's a blow. Both openers who've been playing so well this season out. It was George Drizzell, well spotted Martin, who took the catch at third man. Game goes for 44 off 33. 4 fours and a 6.
So Luke Robinson gets his first wicket in one-day cricket.
And who's going to come out now? Wayne Madsen, I think.
I would say that doesn't look like his walk. But you've seen him millions of times more than me.
No, it could be Hayder.
It's got Madsen on the scoreboard, though.
It's also got Madsen on his back. I should have stuck to my guns. It's Wayne.
No, you didn't change your mind, but it doesn't look like the way he walks. Don't you think?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Tim. 257 to win. 10.5 overs gone. So there's always going to be a tall order at Derbyshire, and they need a big partnership from somewhere, possibly 2. And these two haven't batted together before, because David Lloyd's only arrived for the 50-over competition, and Wayne Madsen disappeared as soon as the 50-over competition started. So interesting. He hasn't batted since batting for Italy in the T20 qualifiers, and he hasn't played for Derbyshire since the Durham Championship match. Good to have him back. Here we go. Plenty on his shoulders. Oh, but that was a good delivery from Robinson, just angling in and perhaps moved back in a little bit. Madsen keeps it out, pushes it back towards the bowler.
I'm convinced at some point today, every time I tweet Derbyshire, it brings up Victoria Derbyshire first, Derbyshire County Council second, and Derbyshire County Cricket Club third. So I'm gonna the county council and Victoria Derbyshire, the reporter, are gonna end up being tweeted into some of these and see it happening. Robinson in, played up towards short mid wicket. Jones dives over the top of it, picked up by Bedingham and mid on run. 1 run.
I don't know if David Griffin's out there or not, but I'm sure he won't mind me telling you. He tagged Gloucestershire County Council into one of his tweets.
Yeah.
And Gloucestershire County Council had the good grace to actually reply and tag in Gloucestershire Cricket Club.
Some balls pushed to Borthwick in the covers. No run there. From Lloyd, end of the over. 78 for 2. I have tweeted Durham Constabulary taking wickets before. It's easily done. It's a long arm of the law. Long on.
Successful over for Robinson. 1 for 19 now from his 3 overs. 78 for 2 after 11. So nothing wrong with the run rate. Loss of 2 wickets is a slight concern.
Pause for Luke Robinson as he gets to the boundary just down below us.
All the enthusiasm.
Youthful exuberance.
And Drizzell has been replaced now by Pretorius, who's back. 3 overs for 23 in his first spell. He's in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who defends this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Madsen's had tons of runs against Durham over the years, but his century last year was in a T20, wasn't it? I think he got there was the final of the match or something?
And the last game as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the last group match, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was linked with a move to Durham around about 2006, 2007, but whatever reason, it never happened.
He waits, Pretorius bowls to him and he drives. Pretorius gets a little touch on that with his left hand and prevents the ball from going too far away, so successive dot balls to begin the over. He got to his century against Durham alongside Alex Hughes, who has since retired and is now on the coaching staff.
Well, in one-day cricket, he's got 3,324 runs and a high score of 138. So he averages 42 nearly. That's not bad.
Pretorius bowls to him on his legs and he turns it down towards long leg for a single. That's his second run. Derbyshire 79 for 2 in the 12th. Brings the aggressive David Lloyd back onto strike. 17 off 14. Will he continue to be aggressive, or will he just be a little more circumspect? Victorious is in and bowls to him, and he guides this to backward point, where it's fielded by Travaskis, and there's no run. Good over by Miguel Pretorius, this one. Just the 1 run off the first 4 deliveries.
In 37 matches in all formats, Wayne Madsen has hit 10 50s and a century against Durham, and he's got 1,359 runs at an average of 32.
He's been decent. Lloyd waits and pulls this into the leg side, straight to the man at straight mid-wicket.
Got
So
60.
Brazil.
When was July? That was last month, wasn't it?
Yes.
Was that would have been a T20 then? 62 in a T20?
Could have done.
Oh no, that might have been the county championship match. It was the county championship match.
Another century this season. In the T20, the only Derbyshire player to have 2 T20 centuries to his name.
Got 58 in the drawn game in the championship in September last year in Derby.
He's currently on 2 at the non-striker's end. It's Pretorius. He's on his way in finally to bowl to Lloyd. Oh, and he's got a top edge on that one. It's flying down to a very fine third. Oh, dear.
That's the spin.
Luke Robinson didn't watch the spin. Ball's gone for 4. Pretorius can't believe it. He's got his hand on his head halfway down the track. Robinson, looking rather sheepish, collects the ball from beyond the boundary. Lloyd gets a fortuitous 4. He moves to 21, and Derbyshire at the end of the 12th over at 83 for 2.
I don't know about fortuitous, but it was lucky.
Dear, oh dear. Yeah. Just done by the spin, and it would have been spinning alarmingly as well, wouldn't it? Because it was a proper top edge.
Bizarre that all those half centuries Madsen's got is 1 century against Durham's in a T20 shortest format.
Yeah.
I would have banked on him having at least a century in a county championship match. He's facing Robinson, and he whips this away out through deep mid wicket, and that's 4.
He hit that very hard, didn't he?
Yeah, timed that nicely right out the middle of the meat there. McKinney racing along the boundary, couldn't get near it.
It was like the middle of the meat.
Yeah. I used to struggle to find the middle of the meat on my bat.
Yeah.
I think it was actually vegan.
No meat at all.
It was just a hole there. Robinson to Madsen, played through mid-wicket and along the floor. Get 1 run here. Coming back for a second as well. As McKinney sweeps up in front of the old scoreboard and our right.
Do you understand Bernard's latest tweet?
No.
Excellent. Good. I
haven't seen it,
I thought it was just me.
Where's it? Where is it?
He says, obviously the side batting second. Oh, carry on.
Robinson to Madsen. It's a dot ball.
Obviously the side batting second has their score compared to the DLS par score, but how often have you compared the same par score with the team batting first? This may show some interesting diverging scores.
Well, we do, because we write down the score at the end of every over in a one day.
Don't even understand what he's talking about.
It's worth quite a few points in Scrabble. Robinson, thick edge, down towards third man. Brazil's down there. 1 run for Madsen.
Come on, Bernard, help me out.
Chris Pinkney says, the bowling lineup certainly feels light. A shame we don't have Potts or Deleda. But they're busy not playing in the 100.
Yeah, is Cars in the 100 as well?
Yeah, quite frankly a joke, he says.
Couldn't agree more.
Robinson bowls wideish and played out into the covers by Lloyd for 1, backed up by Bedingham, a good 30 yards beyond the stumps. There was a throw from Borthwick, and he's outside the discs. backing up there. And it has to be said, I say it again, Durham's throwing at the stumps today has not been very good. Last ball of the over, 91 for 2, Robinson in. That nips in sharply, an inside edge from Madsen. I don't think he knew where that had gone. And it's just missed the leg stump. He gets a single as it rolls off towards square leg. Sharpish delivery there.
He's got a number to nip back sharp, isn't he?
Yeah.
I like that. Get one to nip away, it could be interesting.
92 for 2 in convergence and divergence parlons. Durham were 87 for none.
Okay.
242 to win.
Just about understood that. Pretorius, who was a little unfortunate from the final ball of the last over to concede a boundary. He's going to continue his 5th over, bowling from the Lumley end. Then he'll be bowling to Wayne Madsen, who's got a runnable 10. Pretorius bowls to him and he drives it off the bottom edge and the inside half of his bat up to mid-on. And there's no run. Bedingham does the fielding. Where's Pretorius from? Don't say South Africa. I'm not interested in that kind of answer. All right, so that's Johannesburg.
Vereeniging.
Yeah.
Something like that. I said Vereeniging, and it was totally wrong.
There he is, bowls to Madsen, who launches it down the ground. Has that got the legs to go all the way for 6? No. 1, 2, 3 bounces, and it dribbles into the boundary rope for 4 runs. I was wondering if Wayne Madsen's been in this country a long time now, hasn't he? So the chances of them coming across each other in South Africa are fairly slim. Wayne from...
well, he didn't know any of the Durham players like Pride and Cars or anybody.
Did he not? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Wayne's from Port Elizabeth or Durban. Port Elizabeth. I'm not sure. I should know. Sort of basic knowledge, that, isn't it, really? I'm just going to say he's Durban. I beg your pardon, he is from Durban. So, quite a big place, South Africa, I think. And not many of their cricketers are in their country. They're all over here. Here's Pretorius. 96 for 2, bowls to Madsen, who gets a little tied up there and plays it back towards the bowler, who Pretorius slips at the end of his follow-through, attempting to get across to try to stop the ball, but couldn't. Madsen picks up another single. He moves to 15. Derbyshire 97 for 2 in the 14th over, halfway through it.
This is where he's from.
Yeah.
So hang on.
How do you spell it? Go on.
This is how to pronounce where he's from, okay?
Yeah. Thank you. Vereeniging.
Yeah.
Thank you. Here's the thing from Pretorius is pushed back by Lloyd. The music at the start was good, though, wasn't it?
Oh. When I first saw it written down, I thought it said Vereeniging.
Yeah.
But Ed Seaborn said it was Vriegling or something like that.
Is that an Afrikaans speaker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does Swiss, Dutch, all kinds.
The Dutch would help him.
I don't know if he makes any of it up, though.
Pretorius bowls, driven gloriously by Lloyd for 4 out to the extra cover boundary, all the way along the floor. That was beautiful. And he moves to 26. The Derbyshire 100 is up as well. 101 for 2 after 13 overs and 5 balls. The Durham 100, the first of them, came up at 14 overs and 5 balls. But they hadn't lost a wicket. So I try and say that in a dramatic fashion, but it didn't quite work. 9 off the over so far. Pretorius bowls to Lloyd, who's lifted that gloriously into the leg side this time for a 1-bounce 4. It's quite a long way out to the boundary at deep backward square leg. He was always in control of it, though. There wasn't a man out there. And that over turns into a 13-run over. Derbyshire 105 for 2 after 14. Lloyd 30 from 21. Madsen 15 from 13. And already they've put on 30 off just 21 balls. That's gone down to 28 now. That's a good effort. It just went down in front of my eyes. It is 28.
Needed. Yeah, Ed Seaborn, who's the Gloucestershire commentator, I think his mum was from Austria.
Oh, okay.
And he has grandparents or something in South Africa, did he say? He's travelled around a bit as well, so...
And yet he's only 12.
Yes. Robinson bowls and Madsen plays over the top of that ball, just outside the line of off stump.
I don't think I've ever met anybody younger looking in radio. He's got a little bit of hair on his chin as he tries to look older, but it's not working. Come on, Ed. You know you want to shave it off. He won't be listening.
Are they playing today?
No, I don't think so.
Good ball there from Luke Robinson. It's what Madsen defending right, and middle stump plays the ball back to the bowler.
The end of the game in our group, so that's Sussex Somerset one.
I haven't had a look at any scores today. Somerset 318 for 6 in Taunton. Sussex 120 for 2 in the 20th. Robinson bowls. This is driven up to mid-off to Lees. No run.
Starts the over.
How's it go at the stumps at the striker's end? Lloyd getting his bat in the crease. Another one that doesn't hit the target, though. Lots of games in the other group.
Go on, which one is it? I think that's Group. We're Group B, aren't we?
Yeah, that's Group A. Chopped a point. You know, I nearly didn't know the answer to that. That's why you asked that, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't, because I only sort of know. Yeah. I wouldn't be 100%.
I only just happened to look at the group name there to see what group Somerset were in.
Yeah, they're Group B. We're Group B. Derbyshire, Durham, Gloucestershire, Northants, all those boys. Warwickshire. Mm-hmm. Must be somebody else. Glamorgan. And Sussex and somebody else.
Derbyshire.
Oh, yeah.
Robinson bowls, chopped down into the ground by Madsen. It's gone to the keeper. It's just 5 dot balls in a row here.
We're in danger, aren't we, of a second maiden of the match? Boop.
It's 4 o'clock. Essex 186 for 5 in the 33rd at Chelmsford against Middlesex in Group A. Leicestershire 196 for 3 against Lancashire in Manchester in that group as well. This is played to point. It's a maiden, only the second of the game. Hampshire 254 all out against Nottinghamshire at Sucombe, wherever that is. Notts 49 for 3 in the 18th. Kent 330 for 6 at the Oval. Surrey 105 for 2 in the 22nd in reply. Where is that place where they're playing? Sucombe? I've never heard of it. Sucombe is a village and former civil parish, now in the parish of Warsop in the Mansfield district. Mansfield area. Scott Borthwick into the attack, so he will be the third spinner. Durham today. Leg break, right arm over, cut by Lloyd, stopped at point by Travaskis, that was. Diving forwards to snuff that one out. Oh, he's appealing for caught behind. That's Sienna Lloyd. Cuts to the keeper on 30. Lloyd caught behind 4:30. And Derbyshire are now 3 down, and Borthwick getting a wicket very early in his spell with just his second ball. I think that partnership ended on 28. Indeed it did. 105 for 3. .229 needed now from Derbyshire's point of view.
My grandma used to cough like that because she had consumption.
Yeah. I've just had an email off the news editor. How are you feeling? I said, I'm fine. And then seconds later, Borthwick then got a wicket with his second ball. And the new man is Haider Ali. Well, Scott Borthwick has just come into the attack and got a wicket with his second ball. David Lloyd caught behind 4:30 to leave Derbyshire struggling on 105 for 3. You're not going to believe this, Miles. I have not coughed for an hour. And then just as you threw to me, the coughs come back again. Unbelievable. Anyway, Durham made 333 for 8 earlier, their highest score against Derbyshire. Derbyshire lost Rees for 14, Kane for 44. And they've just lost Lloyd 430. So they're in a bit of a pickle. 105 for 3. They need another 229 to win.
Just rest it for a minute, Martin. 2 balls to go, and Scott Borthwick over at the moment. He's yet to concede a run, and he's taken a wicket. And Haider stops him from getting a wicket maiden by pushing the ball up to long off for a single. He's off the mark. 3rd ball faced. And a lot rests on these two now. And Brooke Guest, who is Derbyshire's wicketkeeper, batsman, skipper, an all-round good egg. He will be next in. And then we're down to the all-rounders of McKinnon and Thompson, Mark Watt, and it's Sam Connors and Suranga Lakmal. They've done a lot of the heavy lifting already, Durham. As Borthwick is in, and Madsen flips this very nicely up towards the long-on boundary. I'm not sure if it's got the legs to get there. It has, just. There's a fielder sliding around the boundary in the far distance, put his left arm on the floor and tried to prevent it from crossing the boundary, but couldn't. So 5 off the over, but importantly, the wicket of David Lloyd for 30. And after 16 overs now, Derbyshire 110 for 3. The Castle in sunshine, the ground at the moment. Well, the sun has gone in. Derbyshire have, as Martin quite correctly said, got themselves in a bit of a pickle. A bit too close to cut, potentially. The ball from Scott Borthwick that got David Lloyd out. And who are we going to see ball now? It's definitely not Robinson.
It's Bushnell, is it?
It is. Until he bent down, I had no chance. Then I saw his number just as you told me who he was. Johnny Bushnell then. For the first time...
I went with a beard.
Today, yes. Well, knowing what he looks like is helpful.
I don't really. I'm still surprised to see him with a beard. When I see him with a beard, I think of Luke Denisi instead.
Yeah. Fortunately, he's not playing.
No.
Bushnell is in and bowls to Haider, who pushes this one out into the offside. Fielded by Borthwick, no run. If he gets into his stride, Haider will be okay. Can be a little slow to start. And where Madsen better be on his toes.
Robert says, Robert in Derby, or Robert from Derby.
Oh, yeah.
The thing about most South African cricketers is they are either from
Next delivery is guided by Hayder down towards third man for a single, 111 for 3.
They're either from Afrikaans descent or British, and the British descendants have all mainly settled in Durban and Natal province. As a result, many South African cricketers only really know fellow Afrikaans or fellow Brit descendants in Natal.
Random female says she'll be passing through on the train, passing through Shrewsbury in about 30 minutes' time. There's this next delivery from Bushnell is guided off the back foot out towards the point boundary by Madsen for another single, 112 for 3. I'll check the door heights for you. At 5'2", I should be fine, she says.
Damo says, listening in today, Martin, we do look a bit light in the bowling department. Must be a worry to the county if we lose more players to the crisp packet competition or to injuries.
Next delivery. Oh, he almost chops it onto his stumps header there. Bottom edge, into the ground and through to the wicketkeeper Clark.
The competition he refers to, there's one of these tournaments where they allow substitutes, wasn't there? Was it the Caribbean Premier League or one of these?
Yeah, there was one. Yeah.
But if it's that tournament, they could come out dressed as a black sachet of salt.
Bushnell in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Hayder. There is no run.
For our younger listeners, back in the day, you could buy a packet of plain crisps, and inside them was a black sachet of salt if you wanted to sprinkle salt over your crisps, which basically the salt just bounced off and ended up in the back of the packet.
Yeah, because it doesn't cling to anything that isn't damp.
No.
Last thing you want is damp crisps. Bushnell to complete his first over. It's driven by Hayder out towards the wide third man boundary. This one's kept in. And they come back for 2. 4 runs off the over. Good over for Durham again. 114 for 3 now after 17 overs. Madsen has 20. Hayder has 4. And Reenan, who is listening in South Africa, says Natal calls itself the last British outpost. No one else calls them that, only themselves, he says. So Durban in Natal, is it? I know you've not been to South Africa.
No, I don't know where anything is there. Cape Town's at the bottom.
Well, it's on the left, isn't it?
Is it?
Durban is indeed in Natal.
Scott Pope again, bowls. Played by Madsen off towards the point boundary on the castle side of the ground for 1. It does help if you go somewhere, because when you're in a country, you can then get an idea of just the size of it and where things are.
Yeah.
You know, being in Canada, for instance, and realising the massive distances between the cities.
It's a big country, isn't it, Canada?
Yeah, it's huge.
Blimey.
Borthwick's brought in a short mid-wicket for Ali. He's dropping mid on to long on, and square leg's gone out onto the boundary. He's got a long off as well. Ali drives out through to the covers to McKinney for 1. We flew into Toronto a few years ago, end of the cricket season. Lovely weather, and we went kayaking one day in a town called Huntsville, down the Muskoka River, through the valleys. Beautiful. Golden eagles in the trees. We saw beaver making a dam. I mean, it was just beautiful countryside. And we're sitting in a bar that night, and there was an American football match on, but it was in Winnipeg.
So a Canadian football match.
Yeah.
Then.
So Canadian-American rules football, whatever you want to call it. So this is played
Canadian
by
football. We're doing
Madsen out of deep mid-wicket.
Completely different rules, different size pitch.
Is it? Right. Yeah. Thought you'd know that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was snowing heavily there, and we're sitting in T-shirts and shorts in a bar in Huntsville, about 2 hours north of Toronto, and I was like, oh my God, look at that weather. I haven't brought any cold weather clothes. We were on a holiday where we thought it was going to be warm. Full toss down the leg side, swept away hard for 4 here by Ali. Nice shot. And the guy said, you don't need to worry about that. That's miles away from us. That weather's not coming in our direction. Yeah, looking on a map, Winnipeg didn't look too far from where we were. And the guy said it was about a day and a half, 2 days drive or something like that. So just vast expanses of space out there.
Yeah, that's huge, isn't it?
121 for 3. 213 needed. Borthwick balls. It's cut by Ali. McKinney comes in to mop up on the boundary. It is back to the old scoreboard. And another throw that's nowhere near the stumps that the keeper can't get to.
He's giving him a look, isn't he, there, Clark? There's another 4 throw.
Nice to see Clark's step count for this, isn't he? He's done his 4 miles already.
All over the place.
1 ball left of the over. Borthwick in. And clubbed into the ground, and a brilliant diving stop from Borthwick there. Playing for saves.
It was the ooh from the crowd in the background as he leapt to his left. It was a good stop.
Umpire's having a word about him running down the middle of the track, I think.
Not when he dived, he wasn't. He was about 10 yards off it.
Yeah. Anyway, end of the over. And 122 for 3.
Run rate 6.8, required rate 6.6, but 3 wickets down, Derbyshire.
You won't have been to Canada, have you?
No.
You have been abroad, though, somewhere, haven't you?
I've been to Spain and France.
Yeah.
Yugoslavia I went to before it broke apart.
Yeah.
Near Split, so that's Croatia, I think, isn't it? Yeah. Austria and the United States. It's enough, isn't it? Bushnell begins a new over, bowling to Haider Ali, who just guides this down to third man for a single. It was to 11. Derbyshire 123 for 3.
Only went to Austria for the first time this year, actually. Beautiful. Went skiing to Innsbruck, and what an airport.
Is it?
Oh, you come
between the mountains.
Yeah. And you're sitting there. As we landed, and we had a bit of time to wait before our bus was ready to go because we were waiting for another flight to come in. So we went and sat on the balcony to watch the planes coming in over the mountains. What an incredible view.
Bushnell bowls. Madsen clips into the leg side. I think there'll only be 1 here. Now they might come back for 2. They are going to come back for 2. Relatively comfortably, as well as McKinney does the fielding. Madsen moves to 24 off 25 balls. 125 for 3.
But it was really warm. It was 18, 19 degrees in February, and a lot of the ski slopes had just melted. It was just mushy.
Next, there was a full toss that's pushed into the leg side by Madsen. Surprised him a little bit there, I think, that delivery from Bushnell. They go through for 1. He looks at his bat. He moves to 25. Derbyshire 126 for 3. But the 208 required off 31 overs and 3 balls. Yeah, I went to Vienna.
Handball?
Yes. Yeah. A couple of 3 years ago now. It's a bit longer than that because it was pre-COVID. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Haider Ali, fielded by Michael Jones, and there's no run.
It's meant to be a beautiful city.
It was stunning.
Yeah,
absolutely stunning. A few spare hours over the course of 5 or 6 days.
What were their kebabs like?
I don't think I had a kebab there. I was in a little Airbnb. Very nice. Bushnell bowls, and it's guided by Haider down to third man for a single. 127 for 3.
You want to get yourself to Sunderland, Dave, because the local newspaper's getting very excited about some kebab shop that's opened in town.
Oh, really?
Part of some international chain or something that I'd never heard of.
Not German Donner,
yes.
Is it? No. Give me a small independent any day. Here's Bushnell. Final ball of his over is driven, but straight to the man at mid. Off. It's Alex Lees. And there's no run. Just the 5 off that over. Good over, really, from Johnny Bushnell. He's bowled 2 overs for 9 now. Derbyshire 127 for 3. Madsen has 25. Haider has 12. And they have 31 overs remaining to score 207 runs.
In the convergence, other big words, scale of things, 127 for 3, Durham were 135 for none.
Yeah, big difference. Big difference. Taking wickets is always going to win you games in any form of cricket. I think it's fair to say.
Into the 16th over, what was the score then? 110 for 3. So Durham have actually got ahead now, around about the 15th over, and have stayed ahead. Borthwick slammed high into the air by Hyder Ali, and that's landed on the tarpaulins at the far end of the ground for 6.
That went a long way up.
Yeah.
Into the wind.
Yeah.
Slightly dangerous. There was a man running back, but he never looked massively interested at any point, did he?
Oh, it was way over him. Was it Jones, is it? Or was it Drizzell?
Somebody quite small.
133 for 3. Ali has 18. Borthwick bowls. Ali forward to this one. Pushes it into the covers to Jones. So that is Drizzell out there. Squeaky in here, thinks of Pied Wagtail. Borthwick in again. This is another skyer. That might go over the sight screen. It's hit the sight screen at the far end of the ground and bounces back onto the field. Big 6 there from Hyder Ali. Because the rope's a good 10 yards in from the wall, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm sort of excited by this, but...
You think it's going to be inevitably heading in one direction?
Well, Hyder always looks good. I've said this every time he's batted. He looks an absolute $1 million right up till the delivery that gets him. So you don't see, it just goes bang and he's out, and you think, well, where did that come from?
He doesn't see it coming. The ball's damaged. They have to replace the ball. So he's like one of these baddies out of James Bond. They just never look at any of the previous James Bond films and they never see it coming.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Exactly that. So, while it's exciting that he's hit 12 off 3 deliveries in this over, I'm slightly concerned that he might want to hit another 6 in this over. And Borthwick is, I think in local parlance, a canny operator. So he will know what to do. 195 to win now. They're down below the psychological 200 mark.
Yeah, down below the psychological 916 as well. No, not 916. What am I on about?
I don't know.
96, 916.
I
read the whole number backwards there.
Well, not quite.
No.
You started off in the middle.
Did I?
Yeah.
Right.
And then went to the left.
I did, you're right.
And then went to the right for some bizarre reason. But it was a good effort, which is why I didn't really know what you were talking about. I thought it was somebody who signs this.
I hope I'm not having a stroke.
Stand the back of behind the goal and holds up the sign saying John 3:14.
Yeah.
It's 916.
Ball with the newer ball then. Balls to Ali, who looks to cut. That's gone out into the covers. I do know somebody who had a stroke a few years ago, and everything, when they read newspaper, everything, all the words went backwards.
Yeah.
Because the way your brain operates, had to learn to put everything back around the right way again. Borthwick in. Ali plays this up to long on for 1. And back into the crease there to push that away. Drizzell fields. Clouds filled in to the north of us. Cloud cover over Gateshead and Newcastle. Blue skies above us at the moment, though. Madsen is on strike on 25. 140 for 3. Target is 334. This is the 20th over. Borthwick bowls the last ball of it. Madsen cuts. Plays the ball out towards deep point for 1, and we'll keep the strike. So in comparativeness terms, 1-4-1 for 3. Durham were 1-4-1 for none. And this is where Durham started to lose wickets. 193 needed.
Yeah, Durham rather bizarrely got to 142 without loss and looked in no trouble at all.
Michael in Edinburgh says, let me just get my coat. But he says, wasn't that black packet actually blue in a crisp packet?
Well, I think it was blue, but I don't want to say anything.
And weren't they called Salt and Shakes?
They were.
Maybe my man bought cheap copies from some
Shake and salts.
Yes.
There's Bushnell in to begin a new over to Madsen. That one just cuts in, and Madsen gets his bat down quickly, pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
There's a big piece of sort of day glow pink stuff.
It was a Vitality Blast advertising board, and it blew across, I noticed. Don't know where it's come from, really.
Bit of a blast from the past.
Very good. Yeah, just sort of airborne for a moment. As Bushnell's in, and Madsen gets a thick inside edge out to the square leg boundary for 4. Again, a little bit fortunate, but they all count. Madsen moves to 30 off 30, 145 for 3 now. 189 runs to win.
Jamie's dressed as Super Mario today.
Yes, he had a couple of those things that you slap together. I don't know what they're called.
Oh, yeah, clackers.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of many people inside the ground enjoying themselves today at this one-day cup match. Been a real good turnout. A lot of people taking advantage of Durham's generosity in allowing people in for nothing. So if you are listening inside the ground, go and spend a couple of quid at one of the concession stands. That'll help everybody out. There's a slight delay here. What? Absolutely no idea. Lees is talking to Bushnell. He's also got Bedingham there, joining in the conversation. I'd just crack on, boys, if I was you. Let's all have a game of cricket while we're here.
Bedingham was on Talk Sport podcast the other day, I think possibly with Steve Palmerston, saying he's looking to try and get into the South African Test side next year, and he's looked at their fixtures, and the only thing he would miss would be the one-day cup.
Bushnell in and bowls. That one's slapped, but not too far away from the man at point, who is Liam Travaskis by Wayne Madsen. There's another interesting throw for Graham Clark to deal with.
Graham Clark's ended equidistant between two sets of stumps there.
That's a shocker. But it was a good effort by Travaskis. He was airborne very quickly, but the ball was hit very hard by Wayne Madsen. He moves to 31, 146 for 3. Hader on 25, remains on 25 as he tries to do something with the ball that clearly went wrong. Just gestures that the ball moved, which it did a little bit. And it's a dot. Ball dribbling out into the offside. A combination of bat and pad. Do you have any sports desks to do in an afternoon? Half past
5.
Just half 5. I've got 2 of those. Here is Bushnell again. That one struck the pad. Big appeal. Not out. So what was wrong with that, Martin? It kept very low. It was very full. Can only have been going down the leg side unless he's hit it, yeah.
I think it looked maybe heading towards leg stump.
I think Hader's just suggesting that he might have hit it there. Thumb up to Alex Lees. Perhaps he asked. It was a subdued appeal in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think they realised it wasn't quite right. Here goes Bushnell again. Balls to Hader, who plays it into the ground and out into the offside for another dot to end the over. 5 from it. Hader's got 25 off 22 now. Wayne Madsen, a run of ball 31, and Derbyshire 146 for 3 after 21 overs. They need 188 to win off 29 at 6.4 runs an over, or 6.48 it is. The current rate is around about 7. So again, run rate, not a problem. 3 down is a bit of an issue. When did 28th over, when Durham lost their 3rd wicket, they were on 176. So still some time to go before we get there.
Yeah, there's just the one run in it though, isn't there? In terms of runs only. What's needed? 188.
Nothing between the sides. You're not missing any cricket, obviously, because another conversation is going on. DLS says 153 at the end of this over. 150 now, and they're about 4 behind, 5 behind. So not much in that either. So an opportunity here for Derbyshire, but they've got to keep these two out in the middle for as long as possible.
Rizal then bowls, chopped down into the ground by Madsen. Did he walk out of his crease there? He lost his balance, and I thought for a moment he'd stumbled out of his crease.
I think he had initially.
Yeah, he had. I think he just got his back foot back in. Umpire Mansur Qureshi at square leg says not out.
That was more of a Haider Ali dismissal. He's been out twice stumped this season when he went wandering.
Did he do it against Durham?
I can't remember.
Just wandered out of his crease, didn't he?
I think it was Durham, wasn't it? Yes. Yes, Robinson did him, didn't he? Because Robinson came in front of the stumps to get the ball.
That's right, yeah. Slog sweep from Madsen out through deep mid-wicket, 4-4. It's gone actually deep square leg in the end. It's angled round.
He did it against Birmingham in the T20. I still maintain that Alex Davis was fake fielding. 150 up for Derbyshire. 21 overs and 2 balls. Durham, 21 overs and 4 balls when they reached their 150. Go on, boys, just have a chat, will you? For goodness sake, the game of cricket will break out in a minute. Possibly.
Ball played away by Madsen to mid-on for 1 off Rizal. Rizal right arm round. Ali with a little tickle down towards fine leg inside the discs. No run there. Do you do a 430?
Yeah. But it's more like a 433.
Yeah.
News headlines, weather. Derby County News.
Swept. Oh, it's gone underneath. Fine leg on the discs for 4. I think it's Beddingham couldn't get down to it there.
Horrible place to field, isn't it?
Yeah. Slapped at him.
Short fine leg, short third band, no chance really, unless it goes straight to you. A 50 partnership.
Partnership 50 in 39 balls.
They don't seem as excited by that as they were by some of the things that were happening a little bit earlier, but there we go.
Drizel in. An attempted sweep this time. He's out LBW. He's gone down on one knee. And that is plumb. It's hit him around the knee roll. And he's down on his back knee as he plays it. And that is smack bang in front. So the partnership ends with Ali out for 29. The partnership ends at 50 in 40 balls it was in the end. And as Dave said, he always looks good until he's out. And he's gone LBW. To George Drizel. 155 for 4. $179 to win. 179 DLS. That's the end of the over as well. 22 overs gone. Brooke Guest is the new man. He's had a few good knocks against Durham over the years. Got that 197 in the draw a few weeks ago in Derby, his highest score in a county championship match. Got 116 in July last year. Start of a new over as Bushnell bowls here. It's 4 wides. Bowling to Madsen. That was a drawn game here in Chester Street last year when he got 116. So in all, in 11 matches in all formats, Brooke Guest 545 runs against Durham at an average of nearly 50. Comes in and bowls. Played away by Madsen out through the covers. Should be 2 runs here. Could be even more. It's 4. Be missed by Luke Robinson. He slid in, went to pat the ball away with his hand and missed it. It's gone past him for 4. So 155 for 4 at the end of the last over. Durham were 152 for 1 after 22 overs. It's now 164 for 4. Ball played into the cover area. Borthwick dives on top of it and then almost ends up sitting on the ball. He's trying to get it out from underneath him to throw it to the stumps, and he can't in the end. Madsen gets a single. The Bushnell started with 4 wides, then got hit for 4, now a single. Sunny day here in Chester Street with a breeze. Warm. As Guest plays this down to 3rd man here for 1. Madsen signalling to the dressing room for a drink. He's on 41. Looking to notch what would be his, at least the 12th time that he's got to 50 in all formats against Durham over the years. Plays this into the covers, no run there. Go well there, Dave?
Just as I was about to go on, I could feel a little tickle in my throat. You know, one of that. I don't know if you've ever had that.
No, you try to ride it and then wonder if you've got away with it.
Yeah, I think I got away with it. Got away with it. Guest needs to reproduce his first-class form here.
Yeah, just been mentioning that 197. If he does that, he's won the match on his own.
Yes, true enough.
Through the covers.
I'd settle for 100, to be fair.
Yeah.
One of these needs to get 100, though, don't they? If Derbyshire to get over the line now, and I'm not sure if that would even be enough. Tall order here.
Thick edge down towards 3rd man. And diving stop by Dressel. 2 runs for Guest.
14 off the over, though.
Yeah, expensive over. Started with those 4 wides, then another 4. A single, and 1, and then a 2. 169 for 4. They're ahead on the runs again, but behind by 3 on the wickets.
Harry Moore has just brought a drink out for Wayne Madsen. He's as tall as McKinney, I bet. They always look taller when they're as thin as that as well, though, don't they? Young cricketers. Big lad when he grows up. You see Drizzell continue from the Lumley end. Maybe bowling to Wayne Madsen, who's on 42 off 38. He's in and bowls to him now, and Madsen just turns that into the leg side. They might think about 2 here. No, they won't. The man comes herring in off the boundary. So Madsen moves to 43, 170 for 4. Approaching the halfway point of the innings. 3-3-4, their target. Still 164 runs away. Wind showing no sign of dying down as Drizzell bowls to Brooke Guest, who uses his feet and turns the ball into the leg side for a single. Out towards Johnny Bushnell. 171 for 4. Sussex going nicely against Somerset as Drizzell bowls again. Madsen clips it up towards long on. They run 1. That's, again, all they'll get. So a single off each of the first 3 deliveries has taken Derbyshire to 172 for 4. Sussex 181 for 4, approaching the end of the 30th over. They need 138 off the last 20 against Somerset at Taunton. Drizzell bowls, and again, using his feet, yes, turns the ball into the leg side, but this time there's a very good stop by Travaskis, moving away to his right-hand side and getting down quickly. Knots, 99 for 5. I only mention that because it's amusing, as this next delivery is pushed by Brooke Guest, again up to Travaskis. That's in reply to Hampshire's 254 at wherever they're playing that match. Could be anywhere. Next to delivery.
Mansfield.
Well, yeah, but is it?
It is. I looked it up on a map. It's in Warsop.
Warsop?
Mm-hmm.
Or Worksop?
Warsop. W-A-R-S-O-P.
Never heard of it. 173 for 4. Well, it's not my specialist subject, Nottinghamshire. Madsen has 44. Guest has 5. And they need 161 more runs to win.
Past the halfway stage. In terms of runs needed.
Yeah. I didn't realise they played at Mansfield. They can't have played there much.
Well, there was that other place you said, was it?
Well, they play a lot at, Colliery, don't they? At Welbeck.
Welbeck, yeah.
Yeah. I thought they were playing 3 of these matches at Welbeck, unless they're playing 1 at Mansfield and 3 at Welbeck.
In 2019, I booked into a hotel close to Welbeck, and then a few weeks before the match, realised it was being played at Grantham instead.
Excellent.
So that hotel wasn't particularly handy. Liam Travaskis back into the attack. He got a wicket earlier. Saw off Lewis Rees, caught and bowled. Bowled 3 overs, 1 for 22. Left arm spin around the wicket from the Finkel end. First ball played away by Brooke for 1. Not too mid-off. I don't seem to be able to get onto the North East Premier League cricket website anymore.
Well, have you been banned again?
It just keeps taking me back to a website that looks like it stopped working in 2020. So a few weeks ago, all the fixtures were there and everything, and now suddenly I just can't get into it anymore. Don't know where it's gone. Somebody can send me the link, that will be handy. This is a cut shot by Madsen, and it's away past the gully and down towards wide third man for 4.
It's all making sense now. The team that plays at home at John Fretwell Sporting Complex.
This is pushed away by Madsen for 1 through mid-wicket. He moves on to 49.
He's Welbeck.
Right.
So it is the same ground. That's the Welbeck Colliery ground. It was built with EU money.
Right.
When that was still available, of course.
Yeah. Guest on strike, plays this from Travaskis out through the covers towards the pavilion for 1, fielded by Luke Robinson. So Welbeck play at
the John Fretwell Sporting Complex, or
which
whatever
is
it's
in
called.
Sucombe.
Yes, which is near Market Warsnop, or whatever it is. So don't book a hotel near Grantham.
No, I don't know why anyone would do that. Travaskis to Madsen, and there's his 50. Comes in 43 balls, so it's the 12th time he's got to at least a 50 in all formats against Durham. 7 4s.
Needs to double that. Wayne Madsen.
What do you say? It was 1,500 days since he last played in a one-dayer.
For Derbyshire, yeah. List day game.
Travaskis into Guest. It's a full toss. Guest whips it to long leg to the short boundary in front of the castle stand for 4. It was a gimme, that one. Freebie. Travaskis wants his cap back off the umpire, who's still signalling a 4 to the scorers, end of the over. So 2 boundaries there, plus 4 other runs. So 185 now for 4.
Yeah, 1,510 days since he last played a List A game for Derbyshire. Remarkably, he was injured in 2021. Suffered an injury in the T20, didn't play until the last few rounds of the championship, missed out on the other stuff. Was away last season, of course. And a new over begins from George Drizel, and he's lifted quite beautifully straight over the head of Miguel Pretorius out to the long off boundary for 4 runs.
These two won't be far away from a 50 partnership in an over or 2. We've added 34 already.
Yeah, just 19 balls.
I've got an email here entitled Distinguished Luck.
Lovely. Workplace bullying, as this next one is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen for a single. He moves on to 55. Derbyshire 190 for 4 now.
I think you might like the email, actually.
Might like it. I like all emails, really, if I'm honest. It's just nice to know there's somebody listening and then sort of enjoying. As Drizel bowls down the track comes Brooke Guest and drives it up to a very straight, long on. They only get a single, though.
Michael Ventra says, "Hi, Marty. Enjoying the banter with you and your fellow commentator. It's the first time I've seen him. Just listening to his voice, I imagine him as a young hippie."
This neck delivery turned into the leg side about, 40 years ago, perhaps. Madsen picks up another single, moves to 56, 192 for 4.
He says, "I imagined him as a young hippie, not the distinguished gentleman he looks."
Yeah.
Many thanks, Mike Ventra.
Should see me in a suit.
You haven't got one, have you?
Yeah, I'm wearing one on Sunday.
Who've you borrowed it off?
I bought it earlier this year. Second suit I ever bought. Guest pushes that one out into the offside. There's no run. The previous one was cutting me in half.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was terrible.
It's quite a long time since you were in port as well.
Yeah, it was killing me. Drizel bowls. Brooke Guest uses his feet once more to pick up another single up to long on. 8 runs off the over so far. Not 1 ball to go because the previous one was a dot. They hadn't been put on the board. So 8 runs off the over. 193 for 4 after 26 overs. So 24 to go. Derbyshire need 141 to win at a little bit under 6 runs and over. The current rate, 7.4. So that's not a problem. 4 wickets down is one of these two has to take Derbyshire home from here if they're going to get anywhere near it. Not sure about distinguished either, really.
Travaskis, left arm round. Brooke hits that out into the cover area.
On first name terms with him now, are you?
Oh, yeah, he's Brooke Guest, isn't he? I'm thinking of Harry Brooke for some... We've been a long afternoon.
Wayne's on strike now.
Yeah. I just know him as Madders. Travaskis to Madsen. Little push past point there for 1 run.
I keep getting Guest and Kane mixed up, and there's absolutely no reason for it. One of them's a wicketkeeper, the other one isn't. And they seldom bat together. That's not strictly true, of course.
Travaskis in. Floats that one right up towards leg stump. Flicked off the heel by Guest for one. To fine leg. Beddingham just inside the discs.
So you run the ball for the next 10 overs.
Well, it looks all very straightforward for Derbyshire at the minute, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Ticking away here. Travaskis to Madsen. Madsen drives the ball up to Jones at mid-off. 1 run.
This is a team that almost chased down 380 and 58 overs a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same players.
Almost.
Yeah, shut up shop with 2 overs to go and 19 short.
Yeah. Was that at Hove?
Yeah. Short boundary there too.
Yeah. Travaskis to Guest. Another cut shot out towards the boundary for 4. Nailed that. Luke Robinson's up there. He couldn't get across to it in time. Motored.
He did, hit it hard, didn't he?
200 runs for Derbyshire. 200 for 4. 26.5 overs.
Durham's 200 came up in the 33rd over.
Well played this time by Guest to Bushnell. Mid-on, 1 run. Ended the over. Well, Durham need to do something here with the ball because it's all looking fairly straightforward for Derbyshire at the moment. 27 overs gone, 23 to go. 132 needed. Another 9 off that over. Their partnership must be nearly 50 now. When did they come together? 155, so 3 to go.
And George Drizzell to continue. It'll be his 6th over, 1 for 34. His figures, relatively economical, less than 7 runs an over. Spotted the wagtail now, down on the grass below us. 3 of them. As Drizzell is in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who turns that one nicely into the leg side for a single. He moves to 21, 203 for 4.
There's about 5 of them out there at the minute. It's tea time, isn't it?
Yes.
Come down for their grubs.
Next delivery from Drizzell is clipped by Wayne Madsen up towards long on for another single. I don't know when to tell Dominic, who's doing the preview of the football tonight between 6 and 7, that I might not make 6:30. If this goes down to the wire, using his feet, Guest punches this one up to long on again for another single, and it's all they have to do. The run rate is 7.5.
50 ball, 50 run partnership. 33 balls, sorry.
And there's the applause.
33 balls.
There are people applauding, believe me. As Drizzell bowls and Madsen pushes this one up to long on once again. All singles of the first 4 balls of the over. 206 for 4, 128 to win. But sensibly they'll get there. Durham, however, might slow things down a touch as Drizzell is in, and that one he tries to scoop it round the corner. Comes off a leading edge, or even his pad, because it's a leg by and goes out backward of square on the offside. But it's another run to add to the Derbyshire total, 207 for 4. 1 ball to go in the over. Madsen on strike. Drizzell bowls to him, he tries to cut it and misses. Got ball to finish, then 5 runs off the over, 4 off the bat and a leg by. Madsen has 60 off 51, Guest 22 off 19, and Derbyshire at 207 for 4. They need a further 127 runs from 22 overs if they're to complete a record run chase.
Damo says, we don't look like taking wickets. Derbyshire are having to give them to us. Bowling is a concern, he says.
I think across certainly this group, and I can't speak for the other group, which is clearly Group A, as we know, I think batting is much stronger than bowling. Glamorgan will have been boosted by Tim van der Hookten coming back.
I know they have a ball at each end, don't they? But the ball's a bit soft now as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nearly 30 overs in. David Poole says, "Hi Marty, the Nottinghamshire game is being played at the John Fretwell Sporting Complex in Nettleworth."
That's about the 17th different place we've been told it is. But we know where it is. It's Welbeck Colliery. If they just said Welbeck Colliery, we'd have all been happy, wouldn't we, really?
Here's Michael Pretorius back into the attack for Durham. First ball is a half volley, wide of off stump, and it's cut away down towards third man by Guest. He slips as he comes back for his second, but he gets there.
Yeah, he just has to get a hurry on then, doesn't he?
Madsen seems to be limping in his now.
Left calf.
Yeah.
Whether he's got cramp or he hasn't played for a while, as we said. I'm sure he's been having nets. Do they still have nets in the 16.4? Or do they just turn up and close their eyes?
The cage of the extreme cage or something. Pretorius bowls. And there have not been many dot balls in recent overs, is another single.
No.
Out into the covers from Guest.
You're right.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong. They're just going along, minding their own business.
Keep themselves to themselves.
Dot ball.
Dot ball. Well, come to the point.
There was one at the end of the last over, but they have been rare. As we hurtle towards 5 o'clock. Head first.
Pretorius none for 44. This is his 6th over. It's a Yorker length ball, but it's wide of off stump and it's driven out towards the point boundary 4-2 for Madsen. If he gets back there, he does. It's another throw that doesn't reach the stumps and has Graham Clark a few feet away from the target, retrieving the ball. That's on 62. Would you go as far to say that these two quotes hold the key?
Yes, indeed.
Slower ball from Pretorius, and it's played lethargically up towards Lees at mid-off, no run there.
I mean, McKinnon and Thompson can bat, but you'd want one of these two, if not both of them, there in the last 10 overs. I would suggest, what with 60 to win, something like that. That'd be nice for preference.
Last ball of the over from Pretorius. Ball played to Bellingham at mid-on, 1 run. Madsen keeps the strike, 213 for 4, 1-2-1 needed from 21 overs.
Well, at the moment, if they were batting first, you would double their score at 30 and think, no, they're not going to hit 400, surely. But they're on that kind of pace. Perhaps with a couple of fewer wickets down, that might be on the cards. But they don't need 400, of course. So 3-4, their target, 121 more runs to win. They're now back in front of DLS for what it's worth. 21 overs to go. And there's about to be another exceptionally lengthy discussion, it would appear, between George Drizzell and his captain, Alex Lees. Lees walks away. Nothing changes. And Wayne Madsen settles over his bat. He's on 63 off 55. Wayne Madsen, 8 fours. And plays the first delivery of the Drizzell over towards long on for a single. 214 for 4.
Highest score against Durham in one-day cricket, Gloucestershire got 367 for 8 on this ground last year.
Right.
And won by 6 runs.
Derbyshire rarely get over 300. So got that particular hurdle to get over first.
That's the highest match aggregate for Durham in a one day. And the Sussex game last week's the second highest.
Next delivery from Drizel, using his feet. Guest punches it into the leg side. They think about coming back for a second, but it's not there. And as a result, they move on to 215 for 4. Guest moves on to 26 off 22 deliveries. Drizel in again, bowls to Madsen. Madsen drives up to long on. Again, there's probably only going to be one there. There is. But a run off each of the first 3 deliveries. Which is what they need. Keep going along and a run a ball. Pick off the boundaries when they get there. Lots of discussion about where the field should be for Brooke Guest. Drizel bowls too many, turns it nicely into the leg side. Will they fancy 2 this time? Yep, they're going to come back for the second as the ball is thrown to the non-striker's end. Rather poor throw as well, in fairness, by Johnny Bushnell. Not the first, not necessarily by him.
So the target today, 334.
Next delivery is, well, strikes the pads of Brooke Guest as he advances towards George Drizel.
The highest run chase against Durham was 339. That was Yorkshire in Leeds 2017. They won by 6 wickets.
I think Derbyshire only made 300 in an innings 21 times in their history. I'll double check that score. That number, rather. Driven by Guest, but straight to the field at a straightish mid-wicket. So 2 dot balls to end the over. Derbyshire 218 for 4. They need a further 116 to win off the final 20 overs.
I've got 20 times.
Did you get last on Wednesdays?
Ah, right. Might have included that one. No, I think I did, because unless it wasn't added onto the list yesterday, but it should have been.
I might have miscounted.
Well, either way, it's 2021. Did it 3 times.
So it's 20. You're right, it's 20. I can't count. Well, I can count, but not very well.
Pretorius bowling here to Madsen. Madsen drives and he's out. He's just popped it to Jones at mid-wicket. He's gone for 65. What a soft dismissal in the end. Just played the ball from Pretorius to Jones at mid-wicket. It's just a soft dismissal in the end after he batted ever so well. Partnership comes to an end at 63. 218 for 5 after 30.1 overs. And now they need another 116 to win. Michael Pretorius bowls, and Maddie McKinnon's gone first ball, and Pretorius is on a hat-trick. He looked to pull it through the leg side, but he's been caught behind. Was sort of short of a length, but to play that shot first ball. Well, Durham have just got 2 wickets in 2 balls here. Michael Pretorius has got Wayne Matson out for 65, a soft dismissal after being batting ever so nicely. Just offered a simple catch at mid-wicket to Michael Jones off the bowling of Pretorius when he was in 65. That was in the 31st over and ended a partnership of 63 for the 5th wicket for Derbyshire, with him and Brooke going along nicely. They were going along a run of ball and making things look fairly easy out there. But then Maddie McKinnon's just come in. He's trying to pull his first ball from Pretorius through the leg side, and he's edged it behind. So Pretorius is on a hat-trick. Earlier, Lewis Rees was out for 14, Harry Kane for 44, and David Lloyd 30. Durham's total earlier of 333 for 8, their highest in a one-day against Derbyshire. And if Derbyshire are to reach their target of 334, it would be their most successful run chase. But a lot of work to do now. They still need 116, and they're 218 for 6.
Ever missed anything?
No. Why play that shot?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that was a little disappointing from Matty McKinnon, who's a decent batsman, but goes first ball on the second hat-trick ball of the match.
Spookily.
The 5th and 6th wickets.
On 218.
Really?
In both innings, yeah. Isn't that spooky as out?
Yeah. Just 5 overs earlier in this innings. They
Alex Thompson.
Need a Liam Travaskis moment.
Well, Adam Thompson's on the hat-trick ball. He's going to face it. Durham hadn't got a hat-trick in a one-day cup match until Liam Travaskis got one last week against Worcestershire. Here comes Pretorius. The ball to Thompson. Oh, what an anticlimax.
Every one of the fielders leapt in the air. It came off the middle of Alex Thompson's bat.
Front foot dot ball, defensive shot. That is weird, though. 200.
That is very weird.
5 and 6 hat-tricks. Wow.
Very, very spooky. And at the same time, entirely coincidental. I think. Do you not? Of course you do. There's Pretorius. 4th ball of the over, bowls to Thompson, who drives it very pleasantly up to Alex Lees at mid-off, no run. I think Derbyshire are going to need something very special from Brooke Guest, really. Alex Thompson can bat, as I say. He's shared in, he got an 100. But 2 wickets late on in the first innings down at Hove the other week in first-class cricket. Which is high score in List A. High score in List A cricket is 68 not out. As Pretorius bowls, he almost chops on. He gets off the mark with a single down towards long leg. He was trying to play the ball out into the offside. So Derbyshire move on to 219 for 6. They followed that 80-run partnership between Michael Jones and Liam Travaskis after the hat-trick ball in the Derbyshire innings, which was we're just going to add a layer of spookiness to that, incidentally, as in comes Pretorius and bowls, and that one is guided out into the offside for a single by Brooke Guest as Derbyshire moved to 220 for 6 at the end of an over that claimed 2 wickets and cost just 2 runs. But the man who denied, was on a hat-trick was Thompson as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he's the man who denied the hat-trick in the innings.
I think you just rounded up by saying, spoiler alert, none of it happened. None of them had a hat-trick.
So, 19 overs to go. And Derbyshire need 114 runs to win with just 4 wickets in hand. It's going to be tough from here. Very tough. Whenever Brooke Guest is out there, they're still in with a chance. Got Borthwick back.
It's tough as tough week in Tuftsville.
Yeah.
No R in Newcastle sent a photograph. He says the boys are giving you a wave.
Excellent. Where are they?
Over in front of the pavilions.
Okay.
Borthwick then from the Lumley end. And the first ball he bowls to Guest is played just wide of him. Bit of a false shot. It was in the air momentarily. Scott Borthwick always gives the impression he thinks he's going to get a wicket with every ball, doesn't he, with his mannerism on the crease as he bowls.
Yes, and when he's running towards us and we can't see what the ball's doing, it's very difficult to tell if he's actually just doing it to try and spook the batsman or not, or the commentator.
Thompson is on one. He has a look around and he gets ready to face this ball from Borthwick. And he plays it out into the covers. No run there. Comes in and bowls again. Thompson this time turns it to short mid-wicket. No run there.
A bit off the square, Kenny Thompson at the moment, which is not ideal in a run chase. They've dropped a long way behind DLS after those 2 wickets in 2 balls.
Borthwick in again. Thompson down the track, takes a couple of steps, plays it up to long off for 1 run.
Ooh, drinks coming down the steps. Little delay us further.
To the crease bowls. Brookcast plays it out on the floor to mid-wicket. Luke Robinson fields it 1 run.
Every time somebody looks at the ground and play stops in football, they're adding another 10 minutes on the end of games. And the last thing we want is for this game to go on and on.
The second half the other day when Sunderland were playing Ipswich was 13 minutes of extra time.
Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. 7 in each half at Blackpool on Saturday. From nowhere.
No doubt it'll be erased when the Premier League managers whinge on about it.
Which they've already started.
Have they?
Yeah.
Thompson with a single here up to long on. Wait till it actually starts happening.
They were saying that if it carries on as it is, players will basically be playing an extra 7 games a season in terms of time. Take it out of the hands of the referee would be the solution. 224 for 6. Derbyshire need 110 to win off 18 overs. The required rate is 6. The run rate is 7. So again, still very much up with it. But it was at this time that Liam Travaskis started to set about the Derbyshire bowlers. He eventually went on to make 76 not out off 54 deliveries. Shared in that decent stand of 80 with Michael Jones before Sam Connors managed to bowl Jones for 56, a run a ball 56 as well. Here is Bushnell back from the Finkel end, and the first ball is clipped down to long leg by Alex Thompson for a single. Six down, Derbyshire. There's their issue. Durham finished 8 down, 333 for 8 in their 50 overs as Bushnell bowls and is driven very pleasantly by Brooke Guest out into the offside, but only a single. They only need a run a ball from here on in. 6.1 to be precise. So perhaps the odd 2 here and there might help. Around about an hour's play left as Bushnell bowls. That one's played into the ground and out towards point off the bat of Alex Thompson. Fielded by Travaskis at point. No run. 20 behind on DLS now. Mickey Arthur, Chris Heighton, Alex Hughes going for a walk. See how confident Mickey is in a moment. If we can see his face, as that one is guided by Thompson down a third man for a single. Thinks about coming back with a second that's not there. Thompson moves to 5 and Derbyshire to 227 for 6. So it's a run of ball and a couple of big overs, and they canter home. Trying to get all my positivity out there as this next delivery is played off the back foot nicely by Guest, out into the offside for another single. He moves to 33 off 30 deliveries. 2-8 for 6 now, Derbyshire, with one ball of the 33rd over still to be bowled. 106 required of 17 overs and one ball. Thompson waits. Bushnell bowls and he defends this up to David Beddingham at mid-on. End of the over. 4 runs from it. Derbyshire 2-8 for 6 then. 33 to Guest, 5 to Thompson. And they need 106 runs off the final 17 overs for what would be a record run chase. Mickey Arthur doesn't look up at us. He's deep in conversation with Alex Hughes with his arms out wide. What does he think, I wonder? Does he believe that his side can get over the line? But Guest, while he's out there, he'll believe. And he'll be on strike for the start of the next. Scott Borthwick over. Borthwick's 5th. 1 for 31 from his first 4. Got David Lloyd out with the second ball he bowled. And he bowls now to Brooke Guest. Strikes the pad. Dribbles into the leg side. No run. Sussex are 239 for 5. They've got 10 overs to go. They need 80 to win. That game being played at Taunton against Somerset, who made 318 for 6. Knots on the brink as Borthwick bowls, and it's driven very nicely by Brooke Guest out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. Well, it's a rare boundary in recent times for Brooke Guest. He moves on to 37. Derbyshire need 102 more runs. 232 for 6. Yeah, Notts 143 for 9. They need 112 off 11 overs with 1 wicket remaining against Hampshire. Next delivery, played off the back foot, punched down the ground by Brooke Guest for a single. 233 for 3. That game being played at Welbeck Colliery, of course, as everybody knows. Those who know. Thompson back on strike. Borthwick bowls, turns it into a full toss, chips it into the leg side. But Guest scampered through for the first single and was thinking about turning for the second. Alex Thompson barely broke sweat as he walked up to the non-striker's end. He moves to 6. 234 for 6. He would do well to give Guest as much of the strike as possible. I think Thompson has just walked down the pitch and has been told by umpire Simon Woodop that he shouldn't do that, but they've got to bowl again as Borthwick's next delivery is punched down the ground by Brooke Guest, who moves to 39. 235 for 6 at the end of the over. 7 from it, which is more than they need. In fact, there's another ball left, so cancel that excitement. But the 7 off it, and that's more than they need. He's in again, and this one is launched down the ground, and that's going to add to the total with a 1 bounce 4 from Alex Thompson. He moves into double figures. He's on 10. Guest has 39. And with 16 overs to go, Derbyshire need 95 to win, but they only have 4 wickets left. They're 239 for 6.
Interesting times.
Well, they are, but Derbyshire is sort of walking that tightrope of 1 more wicket, and it's Sam Connors, and another one after that, and it's Saranga Lakmal, and then it's Goodnight Vienna. That's that kind of... And Mark Watt next, I beg your pardon. and then Sam Connors and Suranga Lakmal. So Watt played some very important innings in both the 50 over and the T20 World Cup qualifiers. So you wouldn't write Derbyshire off even at this stage. Write them off at your peril.
Bushnell, right arm over from the Finkel end. Defensive shot played out towards short extra cover. Borthwick clicked it. Quite a dark, moody blue top the Durham lads are wearing these days.
It's interesting, and it's got like a maroon flash across the chest.
Yeah.
I quite like it.
The best one was 2 years ago, the reincarnation of the 1993 top. That was lovely. Sold out in no time. This one's played out into the covers to Borthwick. No run.
About 17 different shades of blue on there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Don't mind it, though. I think the pale blue Derbyshire kit's been popular amongst the buyers of cricket tops.
Bushnell to Brooke Guest. He falls over as he bowls it. He's trying to appeal. He's landing. Ball's gone off down a fine leg. A leg by is signalled. Graham Clark was chasing after the ball while also appealing to the umpire, Mansour Qureshi.
But it was clearly going down leg side.
Yeah.
Not really worth an appeal, that one. Good start to the over, though, by Bushnell. Just the one leg by from the first 3 deliveries.
Lovely sunny afternoon here in Chesley Street before winter returns tomorrow. Quick push out of the covers and a shy at the stumps from Borthwick as they go for a quick single. And run.
Graham Clark at full stretch to stop the ball going beyond him there. They're giving him a workout.
You may as well not be wicketkeeper and go off. Slip or
he'll definitely need an ice bath when he's finished. He's run more than the quick bowlers.
241 for 6, 93 needed. Here on the BBC. That's played out into point by Guest, who's on 39 from 38 balls. Strike rate of 102.6. Could have had 4 loads of washing on the line today.
Yeah. Raining in the northwest tomorrow.
Is it? The showers are out tomorrow, I think.
Yeah.
Bushnell, last ball of his 6th over, none for 33. And there's a dot ball played out in the covers, into the over.
Good over.
So a leg by and a single from it, kept it tight. 241 for 6, just the 2 from it, and then he had 93 to win.
Because there were only 15 overs to go, that run rate and required rate didn't drop too much or didn't get much closer to each other. The run rate still above the required rate for Derbyshire. Conversation going on between the very tall off-spinner and the slightly less tall wicket-keeper, batsman, skipper.
David Wilkinson has emailed us.
Yes.
He says, Dear Marty and Mr. Derbyshire, I realised this morning the congenial wit and wisdom conjured by you both in Derbyshire v Durham fixtures is to probably be reduced by 80% next season.
Yeah.
I am greatly saddened by this realisation. Derbyshire first 11 and get into Division 1. The ball-by-ball audience needs this comedic duo. I don't know where to send the money for this.
We might not work together next year.
Huh?
Well, if we don't get the same 50 over group.
Right, I see. We'll keep doing your own thing in the team.
Yeah. Robinson back and driven back down the ground by Alex Thompson, first ball. Not the start that Luke Robinson was looking for to his 6th over. 4 runs off the first delivery. Thompson moves to 15, 245 for 6, 89 to win off 14 overs and 5 balls.
He also makes note of a conversation we were having this morning about punishments down the road.
Yes.
Which left him apoplectic with rage.
Really? Not surprised. It was a load of old nonsense, wasn't it? Next delivery is down the leg side and will be signalled wide. Another one to the total. Good stop. Tumbling away to his left by Graham Clark. 246 for 6. Yeah, this season, I've not worked with Scott Reed. Not worked with Dave Bracegirdle. They're not all bad. As this next delivery is pushed into the offside by Thompson. It's all right. He's at Welbeck Colliery. We've already had that discussion anyway. Dot ball.
Scott's all right.
Scott's not at Welbeck, as you well know. Yeah, no, I did a very long chat with Scott up at Old Trafford in the...
No, you were going to finish that by saying, and in
worked
doing so far, a lifetime achievement.
I've worked far, far too much with you. Here is Robinson. That one is clipped up to mid-on, dot ball. So 4 and a wide to begin with, 2 dot balls to follow that up. Derbyshire 246 for 6. But they've got 5 of the 6 runs that they require from the over in the first 3 legitimate deliveries. 88 to win off 14 and a half overs.
Durham were 5th at the start of this game and Derbyshire 7th. Durham had 3 points, Derbyshire 2.
And comes Robinson again, short delivery, pulled into the leg side, but not timed at all by Alex Thompson. He'll pick up a single, possibly off his gloves.
Warwickshire and Worcestershire at the top of the group. Warwickshire had won 3 out of 3. Worcestershire won 3 out of 4 and lost 1. Started with a win here.
Got to play both of them yet. Fate in their own hands. 247 for 6. Guest pulls a short delivery in front of square, 4 runs. And the man out on the square leg boundary, Johnny Bushnell, didn't appear to see that because he stood still and almost went to his right initially. The ball raced away to his left and 250's up for Derbyshire. 250 coming up after 35 overs and 5 balls. I don't want to deafen the listeners. There we go. Next delivery, turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. He fancies 2 here. Is Thompson going to come back for the second? No. Does a good job there, Bushnell.
40.3 overs for Durham, 251 for 6. 35.5 for Derbyshire, 250 for 6. So it's there or thereabouts, Skaggy.
Well, it is. What were they? Well, they were 6 down, of course, weren't they? Because they were 6 down when Travaskis and Jones were together and both got half centuries. So if Thompson and Guest both get half centuries, they won't be far away. That would take them to within 30 of victory. We just had a chat in the middle of the pitch, the 2 Derbyshire batsmen.
We're inside what should be the last hour of play here, 14 overs to go, so that's about 50 minutes-ish.
Yeah, they should be okay, shouldn't they?
You might, well...
No, so I'll do my interview, haven't I?
Yeah. Well, whoever came up with that plan, it was a wrong one, wasn't it?
I might have been part of it, though.
Well, these matches regularly don't get finished till 6:30, 7:15 anyway, do they?
We finished before 6 o'clock every single match before today.
Yeah, well, Durham never do. Bushnell starts a new over from the Finkel end and the ball's played back towards him. He stoops down to try and stop it, comes off his finger end. Couldn't quite get on it, but it doesn't go anywhere.
They'll be all right without me. Limited input from a remote location. It's not going to help anybody, really.
Guest is on 44. Bushnell bowls. He drives at a half volley, which was outside of off stump, and that is away through the gap in the sponge towards the steps of the pavilion for 4.
44 now, Brooke Guest.
Yeah. Likes playing Durham.
It's got to help, hasn't it? I've never been in the situation that he's in, but...
Playing a team that you do well against.
Yeah.
Maybe. Bushnell bowls. Shortish ball. Trying to roll his fingers around that one. It was a bit of a sort of square arm delivery there. It's played out into the covers for 1.
Just a bit of that false chat trying to G themselves up here, Durham. I've got a lot of runs to play with.
Fourth ball of the over. This time turned by Thompson out through mid-wicket for one.
And the two innings have followed such similar patterns, apart from that big opening stand. The rest of it has all sort of followed, hasn't it?
Well, these two have put on 40 already.
Without really trying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just batting sensibly, aren't they? 2 balls left of the over. That's the first of that. Nips back in and is defended by Guest, who's on 49.
Already having taken 6 off the over, you can afford to defend the last 2 deliveries. He'd like a single here, I'm sure, to get back on strike for the start of the 38th over.
I think this will be his 4th half-century this day.
Well,
this is ended. And that is the end of the over. So what's he got? He's got a 88 against Essex last year, 82 against Hampshire, and 74 against Somerset.
All the top sides. It was a remarkable effort against Essex. They won at Chelmsford last year in a fairly ordinary 50-over competition overall. They lost their first game to Glamorgan. Managed to beat Essex away. But Essex had lost a lot of players to the competition, of course, but still a decent effort. George Drizzell returns from the Lumley end. Not sure I'm going to be able to do much of this over, Martin. Got another update. You must have one soon, haven't you?
Drizzell then, back into the attack. He's pulled 7 overs, 1 for 43. Thompson is going to be on strike on 17. I think Paul Coughlan's on as a 12th man, has been brought in off the square leg boundary. Is that him? Or is that McKinney? Drizzell comes in and bowls. First ball dug out round about off stump. It's going to be a single. It wasn't quite held on to by Trevaskis in the covers. Oh, it's not Pretorius. Forgot about him. He runs very similar manner to Paul Coughlan. Guest on 49 as Drizzell comes in. Guest turns it to short mid-wicket. Guest down the track, turns it towards fine leg inside the discs. It won't be a run. It's stopped by Beddingham. And this one is going to be a single as he gets it out through mid-wicket. 50 in 49 balls. Five fours. Thompson gets a single. Throat's got again. Just before another bulletin. It's a drive from Guest for 2. Two, 6-3 for 6. $71 needed. 12 overs to go. 71 needed. Liam Travascus back in the attack for Durham. Travascus the ball to Thompson, who's on 19. Comes in. First ball is played back towards the bowler. 1 run. Up to long off. Yes, it's an interesting one, this one. Both innings have more or less mirrored each other. So Durham's 333 for 8 was their best score in a one-day against Derbyshire, and the visitors are 264 for 6. They need another 70 to win from 12 overs. You know what it is today? I've managed to commentate virtually all day without coughing, and the last 4 updates that I've done for Radio Newcastle, my throat has gone just before them. I really don't know why it's happening. Well, I'll just tell you quickly, Brooke Guest's got 52. They're 264 for 6. They need 70 to win. Next ball played away, but Guest for 1.
You're done.
Yeah. Seriously, the hardest game in the world. Listen, I know, but the amount of times his throat just goes just before a bullet, it's unbelievable. And Thompson drives one here from
psychosomatic. You know what I mean? Subconsciously, you think, I've got to do a bulletin. My throat's feeling fine. I'm going to do a bulletin. Is that a little tickle I can feel? I'm going to do a bulletin. I can't speak.
It just comes
out.
Yeah,
it's weird, isn't it?
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's like it's rising up from the deep.
It's very spooky.
Travascus bowls. This is played by Guest at the covers, no run there. So Guest's 50 came in 49 balls, 5 fours. I got that out.
Yeah.
And then just as they were throwing to me,
It's the colour you go that worries me.
It's the colour I feel that I'm going that worries me. It's a dot ball. It's been 2 weeks of this now. Last ball on the over from Travascus. Gets down the track. It hits him in the pads, but he's quite a way advanced there. End of the over, just 3 from it. 68 needed from 11.
That's the very emotional Martin Emerson who's hosting this broadcast here at Chester Street, as you would expect. Required rate 6.2, run rate 6.8, 11 overs to go, so 66 deliveries and 68 runs to win. How straightforward is that, everybody? It's probably not going to be as straightforward as we would hope from a Derbyshire perspective, if indeed they get anywhere near it. But these two have it in their hands. Brooke Guest on 53, Alex Thompson on 21. George Drizzell, first delivery, driven straight back to him by Alex Thompson all the way along the floor. Drizzell threatens to do something that you're not allowed to do anymore. For no reason, really. And that's throw the ball at the batsman if he's not advancing for a run. You know, how you going to tell whether he's advancing for a run or not, I'm not entirely sure. This one's clipped again into the leg side this time, though. And that's 2 dot balls to begin the Drizzell over, which isn't what Derbyshire need. They need a run a ball, and the required rate is slowly joining the run rate as Drizzell is in, and this one is driven down the ground, down towards long on for a single by Thompson, who moves to 22, 267 for 6 now. Comes Drizzell again. Makes himself some room here. Brooke Gueston lifts him out towards the extra cover boundary for 6. Short boundary. Castle stand. And I think 6 was signalled.
Yeah. That went way into the start.
Yeah. 50-run partnership. 31 from Guest, 22 for Thompson off 56 balls, 55 runs in fact for the 50 partnership as it comes up, but 56 balls in a little more than half an hour.
Been plenty of partnerships, hasn't there, in this game?
273 for 6 now. 61 required. 10 overs and 2 balls in which to get them. Guest drives it back down the pitch and it's half stopped by Drizzell, diving away to his right-hand side, but single taken. Guest moves to 60. Derbyshire 274 for 6, 8 off the over with 1 ball to come. Thompson just needs to keep it out. And he drives it down the ground and picks up a single and pinches the strike. 9 off the over then from George Drizzell. 275 for 6 with 10 overs to go. So the third power play thing can happen. 1 extra fielder outside the circle. What were they at the 40 overs? Durham, 245 for 6. So Derbyshire in front on runs scored, and it's equal on...
Well, this was the point in the game where Durham were starting to recover, weren't they? With Matt Jones and Travaskis, partnership of 80. Too close to call this one, Dave?
I think so.
Travaskis left arm round from the Finkel end. Thumps into the pads, but going down the leg side, I would say. Thompson's quite tall as well. Possibly height was an issue there, actually. Travaskis comes in and bowls. Thompson slams this down the field. And it's cut off by Bushnell, who dives in on top of it. That long on. It was motoring. He had to get there quickly.
Really good stop. You're right. That was hit very hard by Alex Thompson.
Got Bushnell at long on. Jones at long off. The man on the cover boundary got 1 at counter corner, 1 at deep square leg. This has gone out towards mid-wicket for a single. McKinney comes in to field it. I don't think I'll have to do another live now because this match will have finished by the time the next bulletin's due in Total Sport, which starts just after 6 o'clock on Radio Newcastle. Oh, it's gone down the track here and it's got tied up in knots by Travaskis. It thumps into his pads, but he was 3 or 4 paces down the track there, Thompson, when he tried to play at that one. Leicestershire scored their highest total in a list there today.
Did they?
This is turned out by Thompson to deep mid-wicket for 1. I think their previous best had been against Durham.
Yeah, 411 for 6 at Old Trafford. Good effort, that. They've only had the 1 hiccup, haven't they, really? That was against Notts, who lost today.
278 for 6, 56 needed. Travaskis bowls. Driven by Guest out towards the cover boundary for 1. So 9 overs to go, 55 to win. Drizzell 1 for 57 from 9. Travaskis 1 for 50 from 7.
$55 off 9. These two stay there to the finish. Derbyshire will win.
And if they don't?
Something else will happen. Well, they might still win, but if these two are still there at the end, Derbyshire will win this game and complete a run chase Drizel begins his final over, bowling to Brooke Guest, who clips that one up to long on for a single, moves on to 63, 280 for 6. 9.1 overs, 1 for 58. George Drizel tosses himself a catch as Alex Thompson settles over his bat, waits for him to bowl and punches it up to long on. If they can get it up to long on, long off, there's a single for every time they play it up there. It's probably with 53 to win too early to crowd the bat. Would you bring another man up instead of pushing the extra one out? I'm not sure. But Guest has gone inside out into the offside. Oh, what a catch. That is in the far distance away to a right-hand side by Ben McKinney. Probably the only man in the Durham side tall enough to have taken the catch, has taken the catch, and Brooke Guest goes for 63. He's mobbed by his teammates. Derbyshire 281 for 7. Brooke Guest goes for 63. They still need 53 to win.
Big wicket, that one. So Drizel getting it?
Nobody else would have caught it.
No. No one would have gotten you?
No. Completely agree.
I wouldn't have even got to that with your arms.
On top of yours.
Yeah.
Terrific knock from Brooke Guest, though. 63 of 60 balls, 5 fours and a 6. And now it's down to the bowlers as Mark Watt goes out to join Alex Thompson with 53 required. Halfway through the 42nd over. Mark Watt has played some big innings this summer already in a Scotland kit, various World Cup qualifiers. They were unable to get through to the 50-over competition, missing out to the Netherlands, but they did get through to the T20 World Cup. Now can he help Derbyshire stay in the hunt for qualification for the one-day cup? Little punch of the gloves with Alex Thompson as he makes his way out. Stunning catch from Ben McKinney. Has probably tilted it slightly in Durham's favour now. But 2 or 3 swings of the Mark Watt bat could change all that. The problem being that still to come are Sam Connors and Suranga Lacknell. So a larger than usual committee meeting taking place now at the far end of the ground. No point in hurrying. Cut-off time, 6:36.
No, then Watt hasn't got a particularly high score, has he, in this format? 47.
It's not bad. That would do it.
His highest score for Derbyshire, 22.
That would help.
Yeah.
He waits now as Drizel comes around the wicket to the left-handed batsman, squeezes it out into the offside, and there's no run. Speaking to Brooke Guest at the end of this one, the Derbyshire skipper. Almost got his side to within touching distance of a remarkable victory. Next delivery defended again by Watt. Can't afford to take too many chances, either of these two. With the greatest of respect to Sam Connors and Suranga Lacknell. Watt waits. Drizel bowls to him. He's going to get off the mark here. There will be a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end that misses from Graham Clark after the ball ballooned out into the leg side. And that's the end of the 42nd over. 8 to go then. 52 required. And a really good over, which conceded just 3 runs, but also saw the wicket of Brooke Guest for 63. Not quite the highest score in the Derbyshire innings, 65 to Wayne Madsen. Batsmen have got in and got out.
That's the end of Drizel as well. 2 for 60 in 10 overs.
Yeah, decent effort from him. The overall run rate 6.7. He's below that in his economy. Derbyshire now is just creeping closer. The required rate and the actual rate, 6.5 the required rate, 6.7 the run rate. And the conversation between the two batsmen out there, Mark Watt will be on strike and Alex Thompson with 8 overs to go.
Haskins has taken 1 for 50 in 7 overs. Pretorius 2 for 49 in 7. Robinson 1 for 39 in 6. Drizel's bowled out there, mentioned his figures a moment ago, both at 1 for 42 in 5. Bushnell 1 for 39 in 7. So 8 overs to go. Required rate 6.5. Run rate 6.7, which was where Durham finished their innings at 6.7. Nip and tuck. In comes Travaskis bowling to Watt. What a chunky looking player, Mark Watt. First ball's played back to him. Travaskis left arm over to the left-hander. He drives, and it's gone along the ground to Bushnell. That long off for 1. Reminds me of, was it Richard Levy who used to be at Northants?
Yes.
Similar sort of physique.
Biggish man. .22 not out from what came at Cheltenham College this season. That he didn't play the next match.
Travaskis round the wicket now to Thompson. Thompson with a little punch back past the bowler. Up to Bushnell at long on.
If any of the bowlers online, ERR, how do you pronounce that? These two both have the power to reach the boundary.
Travaskis in, bowls, and Watt finds Bushnell again at long off, 1 run. Bushnell fielding just down to our right.
And required rate are identical.
They're both numeric.
Identical on so many fronts.
Travaskis bowls. Thompson looks to pull this through the leg side. It's come off his pad and gone to fine leg inside the discs to Bedingham, no run. 3 singles from 5 balls so far in this over. 49 needed to win. 285 for 7. Travaskis bowls once more. This is launched. That's cow corner. That's 6. Well, that spoils a good over from Travaskis' point of view, but Brighton's proceedings from a Derbyshire point of view, because that drops their target down to 43 from 7 at 291. So they've also just gone past their highest score against Durham as well. So that beats their 281 for 9 at Jesmond in 92.
Nice shot from Alex Thompson. He moves to 33 off 35. And again, while these two are still there, together, Derbyshire have hope. I'm not ruling out hope, and Sam Connors comes out either. We've barely seen Saranga Lakmal batting, in truth. Suffered a season-ending injury last season before he got to the 50-over competition. Didn't play T20 cricket either last year or this year. So, who knows? Luke Robinson is back. Interesting. He has a poor delivery in him. Or he has done today, at least, on debut. And he will be bowling from the Lumley end here at Chester Street. 6 overs, 1 for 39. Picked up the wicket of Harry Kame. George Drizel with a fine catch down at third man, getting rid of the Derbyshire opener for 44. Mark Watt will be on strike. The committee meeting continues. Men out on the boundary. This might change. At square leg, mid-wicket, long on, cover and wide third man. And here comes Robinson. 43 required. Ball turned into the leg side by Watt for a single. He realises he might have to get a bit of a move on. Although it was a very comfortable single in the end.
Sussex have beaten Somerset in Bolton by 4 wickets.
Good effort, that.
319 for 6 they finish on.
Sussex didn't look like they had the bowling to beat anybody on Wednesday. So a good effort from them to go down to Taunton and win. 292 for 7 here, 42 to win, 41 balls in which to get them. That one is off the outside edge of the bat into the ground and fielded by Beddingham at backward point. Off ball to Thompson. Sorry, Martin.
I think that's the beauty of this division, Dave. Anybody can beat anybody, don't they? You know what I mean? It's a hard league to get out of.
Yes. All teams are equally disappointing. Thompson on 33. Robinson bowls to him and he comes off a thick inside edge out into the leg side towards the mid-wicket boundary. They go through for a single. 293 for 7, 41 to win, 39 balls left. Haven't quite got to that stage, but we're not far off. Ball thrown back in by George Drizzell, fielding out on the mid-wicket boundary now. Mark Watt back on strike. And here comes Robinson once again. Balls to Watt, who defends. Back to the bowler, dot ball. 1 dot, 1 dot. And this over so far. As the breeze gets up and blows everything off the desk. Where that came from.
What's blown off?
There's a bit of paper down there. It's not important. I think it's your match notes.
Yeah. I accidentally printed off 2 sets of match notes, so I gave one to Dave, knowing you wouldn't look at them.
I've looked at them. That one is guided by Watt out towards Drizzell on the cover boundary. They think about 2, but it is Drizzell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Throws it in, keeps him down to a single.
40 needed.
Off 37 deliveries.
What is Derbyshire's previous highest score then?
That's a terrific question. No idea.
Yeah, I'm going to clue.
No. Well,
so I'm going to have to look it up then, aren't I?
Successful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you probably will, actually. They have scored 366 in 50 over cricket. It might have been 65 over cricket or 55 over cricket in 1991. Here comes Robinson and bowls, driven very pleasantly by Alex Thompson, out into the offside. Good over from Luke Robinson. Just 3 runs from it. Run rate 6.7, required rate 6.7. They need 40 of 36 balls, Derbyshire, if they're going to win this one. And Alex Thompson and Mark Watt might have to see them home. Thompson has 34, Watt has 5. So you can't imagine in any of those games near the top of that list of high scores.
Halfway down them now.
Yeah.
Yorkshire at Headingley, yeah. Highest run chase for them was 350 against Yorkshire at Headingley in 2017. Actually made 334 for 8.
So 334 is their highest. So that was Duckworth Lewis, was it?
Yeah, I think they might have got to 349 and then, it must have been, yeah. Yeah, that ruins it. No, it doesn't say that.
No, it doesn't. So how can they have won that game then? No, Yorkshire won it by 15 runs. It was just a high score. Come on, Martin. Shape yourself. The one against Essex was a win, I think.
Oh, right, yes. Yeah, I see.
No, it wasn't. No. They batted first.
Yeah.
Where's Griff when you need him?
Miguel Pretorius back into the attack. They're all first innings, huh?
Yeah. That's what I thought.
This is annoying.
Got one. The 309 against Northants.
Right. Pretorius to Watt. Watt plays the ball back to him. No run.
Wayne Madsen played in that game, scored 23. I saw it. It's in my time. 2017, April.
So what was it? 309 for 4.
Yeah. Century from Shiv Thacker. 130. 95 from Billy Godleman.
So highest successful run chase, because they've got higher, scored higher than that and lost to Yorkshire in Leeds. This is a full toss, which was played by one out into the covers.
Yes, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, everything else I've clicked on is red now.
Only 20 times. Is it 20? You got past 300.
Oh, hang on. They made 312. They made 312 against Northants in August 2022.
Really?
Yeah, 312 for 2 last year.
8-wicket win.
Yeah.
Not remember that at all.
Yeah. Last year. It was 23rd of August last year.
No. I think you're lying.
Derbyshire won by 8 wickets. Northants made 311 for 7. Derbyshire, 312 for 2.
Yeah, remarkable.
Pretorius in, and the ball is smashed into the stumps at the bowler's end, and Pretorius picked the ball up looking to see what he could do, but Watt got back.
Well, he couldn't throw the ball at the stumps at Watt's end, and he was out of his ground because both bails had come off. The middle stump was out of the ground, so you'd have had to
and drag
one of the stumps out, wouldn't he? So I think he was looking to see if he could run out Alex Thompson at the other end.
So 312 for 2 was their highest run chase. That was last year in Northampton, a game in which my esteemed colleague Dave Fletcher commentated and can't remember a single thing about. Well, Ed Seaborn was here a few weeks ago for the Gloucestershire game in the county championship, and he was talking about their record run chase here last year and the highest max aggregate, and it was like he was talking about a game I'd never seen. And when I looked at the scorecard, I had no memory of it at all. In one ear and out the other, a lot of these games nowadays. This ball to Thompson, played out through mid-wicket for 1. So the highest score against Durham then had been 281 for 9 at Jesmond in 1992 in the Benson Hedges Cup. They won by 80 runs. Durham scored a day is their highest as well against Derbyshire. Watt drives this one out through the covers for 1. One ball to go and then 5 overs remaining. 37 needed from 5.1 at the moment. 297 for 7. Durham next in action here on Sunday morning against Northants as Pretorius comes in and bowls. It's a full toss and it's an awful ball. It might get a wicket. Lees is under it and he takes a diving catch. Thompson is gone. It was an awful ball. It wasn't much better a shot. Thompson's out for 35. A looping delivery, which he's tried to drive. He's edged it. It's gone up in the air. It went over the top of Lees, who was running towards the boundary as the ball came over his shoulder. And he took a diving catch at mid-off. Thompson's gone for 35. And that ends that partnership there. They're now 297 for 8. And they added 16. There's 5 overs to go. New batsman coming in. Sam Connors. The reminder there of how bad balls can get wickets as well as good balls.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. 297 for 8. So what do they need? 30? 37. It was a good effort from Alex Thompson. Ultimately unsuccessful. Now, I don't know whether these two just swing or what. Sam Connors has gone out with what look like instructions for Mark Watt. Not that Mark Watt needs any instructions, but no doubt there's been a plan hatched in the changing room. Let's see what that plan is. Johnny Bushnell's going to bowl. There he comes then. Bushnell from the Lumley end, bowling to Mark Watt, who has a swing and a miss outside the off stump. It actually went past the toe of the bat. Not past the edge, past the toe. And it's now 37 off 29. Mark Watt on 7. Sam Connors at the other end is practicing his 4 defensive shots. Go on, Sam. Here he comes again, Bushnell, and this time it's turned into the leg side by Watt. There might be 2 there. No, only 1. Watt moves to 8. 36 off 28. Run rate. Everything goes flying again. The required rate is up to 7.7 as the run rate comes down to 6.6. Just tilting in Durham's favour here. With 28 balls to go of the match. It's been a terrific game of cricket. Derbyshire made 298 in their innings in each of the first 2 matches. Have got there again, and they made 300 last time out. So that particular bar has been raised. Have you got an update?
I'm not sure.
Excellent. This one is defended by Sam Connors and nicely fielded off his own bowling by Bushnell, moving across smartly to his right to prevent the ball from getting away. 1 run off the over so far, 3 balls to go. 27 deliveries in total and 36 runs required. Durham should be confident from here. What can Sam Connors and Mark Watt do? Well, he's gone for the little scoop around the corner, Sam Connors. Didn't know he had that one in his locker. He didn't make contact because it's a leg by. There was an appeal for leg before wicket. And then he's 35 off 26 now. Adding shots to his repertoire all the time, Sam Connors. But still to get off the mark, having faced 2 deliveries. Next delivery. Well, that is remarkable. It's missed the off stump. It's missed the off stump behind Mark Watt's legs as he stepped into the offside to try and flick it away into leg. Got ball, 2 runs off the over with 1 ball to go. 25 deliveries in the innings, and Derbyshire need 35 to win. Remarkable.
Do you fancy a tie?
Not really. It doesn't do anybody any good, does it? Next delivery. Watt has driven very pleasantly out to the extra cover boundary area. Is it going to have the legs to get all the way? There's a sliding stop. No, it doesn't. They come back for 2. That's an excellent bit of fielding out there. You'll tell me who it is, Martin, because I haven't got the first idea, but it was a terrific piece of fielding. One of them, Scott Borthwick. It looked for all money as though it was going to get there. The Derbyshire 300 comes up. They need 33 runs to win off the final 24 balls. 300 coming up at the end of the 46th over. Wow. That was a terrific piece of fielding. And here's one for you. Durham's 300 came up at the end of 46 overs.
And Derbyshire's has as well.
Yeah, and there was 7 down at the time, Durham. Derbyshire at 8 down. So not much between the sides. It's whether or not the Derbyshire bowlers can get their side over the line here.
So they need 8.3 and over. The run rate is 6.5.
Yeah, 33 off 24. Might be tricky.
They tied in the T20 here this year, didn't they?
Did they?
Yeah.
I remember.
I think 6 were needed from the final ball and...
They got 5. They lost in the T20 here, I'm sure. They should have won it. Derbyshire should have won it, from memory.
Wasn't there a 4 hit off the final ball? They needed 5 to win and hit 4.
That's still not a tie, though.
I can't remember. Yeah, this is a full toss from Pretorius bowling here to Connors. Top ball, though. When did they play each other? Durham beat Derbyshire, match tied.
Oh, right. Very good.
Ali hit a 4 off the last ball, I think it was.
Yes. Now you mention it, they should have won it.
They needed 10 from the last
over. Yeah, they should have won
it. The final ball, only for Hyder Ali to hit a 4.
Yeah.
Game tied.
Oh, dear.
It's played back by Connors. It's missed by Pretorius. He gets a single that really shouldn't have got. So Durham tied against Derbyshire and then went and tied in a game at Worcester when they went off a bad light at like 4:30 in the afternoon or whatever.
Yes, that's right.
It wasn't very late in the day, but it was a really gloomy day. It's around about the time all the weather had begun to turn and all the rain was starting to come in. 32 to win from 3.4 overs. 8.7 the required rate now. Watt is on strike on 10. Pretorius bowls. He comes down the track and drives the ball into the air, but down safely to long off the Bushnell, 1 run.
The 1 off 21. Who needs 100 ball cricket when you've got 100 over cricket? There's a wasp there, look. Haven't seen many wasps this year.
It's staring at you. Pretorius bowls, it's wide. He saw Connors come down the track to him, so he tried to deliver it wide of Connors, and he's actually bolted off the side of the cut strip.
Now, Alex Lees is absolutely correctly asking the umpire, did he not move into the offside? Well, he did, but he kept pushing it further away, which is why that one will have been given, I imagine. An understandable query. But the ball did appear to go over the bat.
Pretorius to Connors, 304 for 8. Slam back at him, bounces out of his hands. It was going like a shell. It was a bounce ball as well. 1 run. Required rates remained at 8.7, hasn't it, through this over? 29 to win from 3.2. Pretorius bowls. It's a slower ball. It bounces past off stump and Daisy cuts through to the keeper. What ball?
That applause is for a dot ball.
Yeah.
Marvellous. The supporters inside Chestler Street and inside Riverside are invested.
Yes. I think they're quite interested in what's going on as well. You wouldn't want to leave now, would you? Knife edge this.
I won't mind.
Pretorius in. Watt down the track. He launches it into the air. Jones is underneath it at long on. He's caught him. He's out for 11. 305 for 9. 29 needed. And is this the point where Durham actually think they could win this?
I think so. I think so. Comfortable catch for Michael Jones in the end. And Miguel Pretorius has taken the last 2 wickets to fall. Important wickets as well.
Was he out for 11, did I say?
I think you said 11. It is 11 from 19. Didn't hit a boundary.
8. The partnership for the wicket for the 9th wicket.
I'm not bothered making a note of that.
No.
It's not threatening any records. Here comes Saranga Lakmal, everybody. Anything could happen here. Finish now. Well, the Derbyshire could win the game. Who knows? He'll be on strike. He won't be on strike.
It was the end of the over.
It was the end of the over. 29 needed off 18. Sam Connors, this is on you. Hold it reasonably well earlier on. Young Sam picked up a couple of wickets in the end of the year. 2 for 55 from his 10 overs. So he's done his bit bowling. Can he do his bit batting? Here we go. It's going to be Johnny Bushnell to continue from the Lumley end. 8 overs for 42. Comes in and bowls to Sam Connors, who tries to turn this one away, and it's a wide. Down the leg side. That'll help. 28 off 18. Plenty of encouragement for Bushy. Another disappointing cricketing nickname enters the annals of history. Bushnell is in again, and Connors has gone for the scoop, and he's been given out leg before wicket, and Durham have won by 27 runs as Derbyshire are dismissed for 307. Connors goes a leg before wicket for 2 rather, and we won't get to find out whether Suranga Lakmal can bat or not, because he didn't face a ball. He went for the scoop, Sam Connors. Bushnell got his man. And Durham win. It has been a terrific game of cricket. They've won it with 17 balls to spare. And just about finish off Derbyshire's hopes of progressing. It's their 3rd defeat in the competition. I can't see them finishing in the top 3 now. 27-run defeat for Derbyshire here at Chester Street on a day which has seen free entry for everybody, and the people of the area have responded. It's been a very good crowd inside the ground. Sadly for Derbyshire, they have tumbled to their 3rd defeat in 4 matches. They've lost this one by 27.
Well, that all escalated quickly in the end, didn't it, really? It's Connors with Lakmal at the other end, LBW. Well, you wondered throughout much of that afternoon if Durham's total was enough. But they've done it by 27 runs.
I think the Liam Travaskis innings has been the defining innings of the game, hasn't it, really? It's been the difference between the sides, because at one stage Durham were in a spot of bother when they slipped to 218 for 6, but then Travaskis and Michael Jones went for 56 at a run of ball, but that Travaskis knock of 76 off 54 really was the difference between the two sides in the end. Not much between the sides, I think it's fair to say, but just enough for Durham to get over the line. Travaskis also picked up a wicket in the 8 overs that he bowled. But poor old Derbyshire, they just can't buy a win at the moment. They've scored in excess of 300 for the 2nd time in 2 matches. Having got 298 in the first 2 games of the competition and end up with just 2 points from 4 games. It's going to be very difficult for them to qualify now. Durham, well, they may well do still. Who knows? Derbyshire back in action on Tuesday at Edgbaston when they take on whatever the team that plays there is called these days. I'm going to call them Warwickshire. I think they are in 50 over cricket rather than Birmingham.
Victorious, 4 for 56 in the end, actually.
Yeah,
they may well be canning.
Picked them off at the end, didn't they? Picked them off at the end.
What's his best bowling? 4 for 21, his previous best, so yeah. Hasn't quite got there, but not bad. 9 overs, 4 for 56. Travaskis 1 for 59 from his 8 overs. Robinson 1 for 42, his first wicket in this day from 7 overs. The only maiden of that innings as well, so only 2 maidens in the whole match. Drizzell 2 for 60 from 10. Borthwick 1 for 42 from 5. And Bushnell getting that final wicket 1 for 43 from 8.1. So Durham win by 27 runs. There were 2.5 overs left when the game came to an end. My thanks to you for joining us today and for Dave putting up with my coughing once again. And
have you got a cough?
Is that it then for us this year? Are we all done?
Yeah, that's it. Lovely meeting you, Martin.
He's going to have plumes flying from his car on the way back down the A1.
Enjoy next season when we won't work together at all, and we'll see you in 2 seasons' time.
Right. Okay, then we'll leave it there. I've got to do an update for Radio Newcastle in a few minutes. Yes, Durham have won this one by 27 runs. And interesting how they got about it, because their 333 for 8 was their highest score in a one-day game against Derbyshire. And that featured 62 from Alex Lees at the top of the order, putting on a partnership of 142 for the first wicket, with Graham Clark, who made 89. But Durham got themselves into a little bit of a mess after that, and were 218 for 6 before Michael Jones made 56 and Liam Travaskis a career best 76 not out. They put on 80 for the 7th wicket. Durham then saw Derbyshire going about their business quite nicely. They were more or less level pegging, but when they lost Wayne Madsen for 65 and later Brooke Guest late in the innings for 63, the pressure started to mount. They still needed 53 to win when Guest was out, and then the wickets began to tumble. Eventually dismissed for 306 with 2.5 overs left. So Durham winning by 27 runs, and Derbyshire's 306 all out, their highest score against Durham as well. So quite an interesting day. Lots of entertainment in the sunshine. Quite a decent crowd in here today. It's been family day, so lots of people have turned up and have enjoyed this one.